Hello and welcome back everyone, we Weeb Online, and today I want to start a new series, What If Fem Naruto was the reincarnation of Sailor Moon? If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
Following her altercation with Queen Beryl, before her mother, Queen Serenity, there was Usagi. The Eternal Moon Queen said, "My dear daughter, what troubles your heart so?" Usagi glanced up at her mother from a previous life. "I don't want to go back to my world. I had visions of what lies ahead for me," Usagi said. The pale woman's lips formed a tiny frown. "It seems like Pluto or her father would like you to be aware of what's coming up." She nodded her head slowly and said, "It encountered Lord Kronos. He assured me that I would bring about world peace. However, I would have to pay a high price and many lives would be lost," she said, raising her voice above a whisper. "You and I were never meant for this world," Serenity said, resting her delicate hand on her daughter's head. "What do you mean?" the teenage girl asked, gazing up at her mother in wonder. She inquired. "We are not of the moon nor of planet Earth. We come from the elemental nations. A world of shinobi and demons and so on," Queen Serenity said to her daughter, averting her gaze for a brief moment. A single tear trickled down Usagi's cheek as her eyes widened. "That explains why I never fit in and felt I was foreign in this world. Then, my daughter, you shall return to the day of your true birth. But, I must tell you, a demon was sealed within you on the day of your birth. That was the day I died. That also explains the birthmark you have," Serenity said with a gentle smile. Her eyes widened as she noticed a birthmark resembling a kitsune with 9 tails on her abdomen. As one tear fell down her cheek, Queen Serenity said, "I once housed the Kyubi no Kitsune within me. However, when I was giving birth to you Naruto-chan, I was attacked along with your father. A masked man wanted the Kyubi for his power." She paused to gaze at her daughter. "Your father summoned the Shinigami to seal half of the Kyubi into himself and into you, but something went wrong and the Kyubi was sealed in whole into you. Your father Minato defeated the masked man, but it was too late, the damage was done. The Kyubi no Kitsune attacked the village and countless lives were lost." "What?" Usagi sobbed as tears welled up in her eyes. "My dear girl, you are the Kyubi no Kitsune prison as he is your prisoner. The only people alive who can keep the beast at bay are those of the Uzumaki clan, but it also depends on your will and spirit if he stays at bay," Serenity said. According to Serenity, who was examining her daughter's eyes, "If you wish, I can return you to our true home. I have the power to do so. As well, I could heal myself and stay around for a while. To ensure you have a happy life for the most part. To my true home. I would miss my family. But, honestly I had never really felt part of it. To my friends and scouts. Naru, I will miss her. Amy, yes, because she was always so pure about our friendship. Makoto, I will miss her. Mina, I'm not sure. She is nice. Last but not least, I don't think I will miss her and if I'm gone. She'll get her wish and be leader and get him," Usagi, floating in front of her mother with an orange grown on. She looked up at her mother after what seemed like an eternity and said, "Yes, I want to go home." "As you wish," Queen Serenity said, her dark navy blue eyes turning violet and her lavender silver hair starting to turn crimson. "Get ready world for Naruto Uzumaki," Usagi said with a smile. A man with crimson hair and crimson eyes wearing a black suit of armor appeared before Queen Serenity could use her crystal, revealing a crimson flame in front of them. "Lady Kushina." The man grinned like a fox and said, "It has been a while." Eyes widen at the newly named queen. "Kurama. I'm Kurama, the sage of 6 paths 9th night. Also referred to as the Kyubi no Kitsune," Kurama said. A terrified Kushina asked, "What are you doing out of your seal?" "Kronos felt that my presence would be appropriate. Because you can only raise Naruto for 5 years with the magic you currently possess. For the girl, things will get terrible. He talked to me for a long time, seeking my advice and assistance in getting the child back to her family and realizing her destiny as the child of light," said Kurama. "With your aid, how long will I live for?" Kushina asked him after giving him a long, hard look that revealed he had neither malice nor deceit. "I can grant you a 15-year lifespan. However, at that time, as Hokage, you have to take up your husband's mantle." Kurama's smirk turned to a gentle smile as he said, "Kronos has already worked on Minato's will and he had named you his successor on the event if he ever passed away at an early age. You can conceal her status as the new Kyubi no Kitsune Jinchuriki in this manner as well. For if those idiots are aware of the reality, Kurama said, they'll try to kill her to get to me. Kushina became even paler as a result, and Usagi became ill. However, if you could convince Tsunade to come back, your cracked and nearly broken chakra coils could be healed. Then you might be able to live longer. Kurama turned to face the young blonde girl and said, I hope you can get that Inferno woman to return for your sake. Looking up at the big man in front of her, the recently christened Naruto asked, will you protect me? Looking down at the floor, she asked in a small voice. Kurama put his hand on her head and said, I'll do everything in my power to protect you. Additionally, I will teach you how to manage and use my power. You two will also retain your Moon Kingdom abilities. Kronos insisted on this, he informed them. Kushina grinned and said, I will have to thank Kronos. With the silver crystal, I will be able to defend the village and make it appear as another bloodline I hold, and I have also been able to use my chains with the crystal help. Kurama grinned and said, he knows. However, in order to save time and effort, once I'm sealed, you two will turn to me. Before the elderly monkey and prehistoric toad appear, Kushina makes sure to cover her. Kurama told her, slamming his hand on her belly and making his old seal appear. Lie to them as best you can and say you still have me within you. Their world turned into nothingness as the space in which they had been floating started to fade. The Konoha forest. As the light in Minato's eyes dwindled, he said, Naruto, Kushina, I love you. Even though Kushina was weak, she remembered what Kurama had told them in their previous lives, a gift that Kronos must have given them, and hurried to her daughter. As the seal on her belly started to disappear, Kushina looked down at her daughter and wrapped her tightly in the baby orange blanket, whispering, no one will ever know. She then kissed Naruto on the forehead. Sarutobi and Jiraiya entered the clearing at that moment, and they immediately focused on Minato's corpse. Whispering, no, Jiraiya searched for Kushina. Kushina was standing not far away, looking at the two men while clutching an orange bundle. Ni-chan Kushina. Kakashi hurried to her and yelled, are you okay? The two other men approached them from behind as the silver-haired boy in a panic asked. Kakashi-chan, I'm fine. Kushina grinned as she gazed down at the infant, I'm just tired and weak from birth and the resealing. Resealing? Jiraiya asked, appearing perplexed and anxious. Everyone present is aware of what's inside of me. Kushina turned to face her late husband and said, with Minato-kun's assistance, I was able to seal him within myself. So, the child wasn't sealed by him? Sarutobi asked, observing. Growing irate, Kushina pulled her shirt up from her dress to reveal her new seal, but she quickly drew it down so they wouldn't see it. Happy? She questioned them. While Kakashi was removing the infant from her grasp, the two older men nodded. My beloved younger sister. As he clung to Naru-chan for dear life, Kakashi said, I will always be there for you. In other places, she has always been so fiery, Kronos said, amused. He addressed the four outer guardians, saying, I hope this will help Naru-chan. Your four souls will awaken in new bodies in that world when the time comes. For them, that is the case. As Kronos gazed at Saturn, Neptune, Uranus, and then his daughter Pluto, he said, it is true for you four. Looking back into the crystal ball, Pluto said, we understand, Father. In this new world, will the inner scouts also awaken? As she gazed at the god of time, Neptune asked. With a playful twinkle in his eyes, Kronos uttered, time will only tell. Returning to the land of tree huggers. A few days had passed since the incident, and the village was gradually recovering. In the council chambers stood Kakashi with Jiraiya and Kushina with her infant daughter. With Minato's will in hand, Sarutobi sat with the elders and said, before Minato died he had named his successor and had been approved by the domino of the line of fire. Who did he identify? A civilian councilman was questioned. He has named his wife Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze to be the fifth Hokage. Sarutobi said. The Crimson Goddess of Death, the late fourth Hokage's wife, had become silent in the room. I Shikaku Nara of the Nara clan support this decision, said Shikaku. I Inochi Yamanaka of the Yamanaka clan also support this decision, said Inochi. Choza Akamichi of the Akamichi clan stand by this, said Choza. With the exception of the Uchida clan, Kushina gradually gained the support of each clan leader. The head of the Uchida clan didn't support her, but Kushina didn't care because his wife would. The elders and Sarutobi stood together, and the elderly man said, as of today Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze is the fifth Hokage of Konoha. This pleased Kushina since it was the only way she could protect Naru and keep her secret. Jiraiya trailed behind Kushina as they left the council chambers, followed closely by Kakashi, her new babysitter, who went to her office. After entering the office and going through some hand signs for the new privacy seal she had installed that morning, Kushina examined the two in her workspace after the silver glow had faded. Kushina said, "Jiraiya." The white-haired toad sage grinned at her. She said to him, "I need you to find me Tsunade." "Why do you need her?" he asked, gazing at her as though she had developed a second head. His voice carried a hint of fear and worry as he asked. "I need her healing touch," she said, meeting his gaze. "And the only person who can heal me is her." "Nobody can," she informed him, frowning slightly. "I'm not telling him everything," she thought to herself. "What happens if I can't win her back?" Did he ask? "Then let her know that she will be turned into a Nukenin by her cousin and former pupil. She enjoys gambling and drinking constantly." Kushina grinned and said, "She will be returned in no time for the bounty on her head." When Jiraiya's jaw struck the floor, it hung open. "You would harm your own family and sensei in that way?" Jiraiya was asked. "Yes, women are required to do certain things. In addition," with a bigger fox-like grin, Kushina said, "she will be leading the academy's new medical training while you teach seals and espionage." "However, what about my network of spies?" Did he ask. "You'll still have time to go out and deal with it," Kushina said, "but you will also train someone to handle it when you are unable to head out." She pulled 3 files out and slid them to him while holding a picture clip in the corner. Anko, Ibiki, and Nana, Inochi Yamanaka's wife, were the first 3 people Jiraiya examined. "Why these 3? Did he ask. Ibiki is adept at gathering information from anyone, so it would be beneficial to temporarily remove him from T&I. This would be advantageous to Anko. Later on, assist her in T&I as well. Lastly, aside from you, Nana is the greatest at spreading rumors and gathering information. Additionally, Nana was the first to discover that I was pregnant and married to Minato," she informed him, grinning wryly. "Who knows, too, perhaps if you find someone capable of taking over those 2 classes. After that, you can return to the field," Kushina chirped. After giving the woman a quick glance, Jiraiya turned to face Kakashi and said, "Kid, we are re-beginning your Fuinjutsu training." Kakashi smiled and said, "Nope, I'm going into Anbu to watch over my sisters." As a TCK mark appeared on his head, Jiraiya growled, "It's good to know Fuinjutsu in Anbu." As she played with her now awake daughter, Kushina said in a sickly sweet voice, "Would you two shut up before you awake my little Naru-chan? You have your ordered, now go Jiraiya." After giving a nod, Jiraiya walked out the window. After 3 weeks. 3 weeks have passed since she sent Jiraiya to locate his teammate and Kushina became accustomed to her new role as Hokage and mother. It was obvious that everything was going smoothly. It was similar to the Moon Kingdom, which was manageable. The only thing that irritated her was the civilian council's attempt to subvert her and seize control of the Ninja Academy, which was easily defeated. "The academy will not be taken over by you. The civilian council is unrelated to it. Children of shinobi and civilian births can train there to learn the ninja arts. Describe what learning from a book alone will accomplish," she questioned them. "It'll help them think more clearly. Additionally, facilitating the assimilation of civilian-born children into shinobi," stated Mino Haruno. "No, that would only raise the death rate among genin. Could you bear the weight of their deaths, please?" As silence fell in the room, Kushina asked. "If children from the general public want to become shinobi, I'll start with summer break and after-school programs." As she surveyed the room, Kushina remarked, "This will give them every chance a clan child has." Danzo said, "Let me head it." "No, I had enough problems with your Anbu growing up," Kushina said, narrowing her eyes at the bandaged man. "That I don't need more brainwashing from you." The room fell silent again. Danzo was upset with this woman because she was denying him what he was entitled to. Additionally, "I don't see what you can offer anyone, and you're not in any shape to be training. Unless you let Tsunade heal you." Kushina clasped her hands together and said, "Then perhaps I'll think about it again." At that moment, Jiraiya slammed into her desk after flying into the council chambers. A woman who was furious yelled, "Damn it Jiraiya." Without missing a beat, Kushina leapt over the desk and dashed to the door. There were screams and yells, and then Tsunade flew into the council chambers and struck Jiraiya squarely. As she stalked back to her desk like a ferocious predator, Kushina yelled, "Damn it sensei, you wake up my daughter and you're on D-rank missions for a month." Naruto was still soundly asleep. She can sleep through almost anything, she thought to herself. Tsunade slowly got to her feet and stepped on Jiraiya's hand, but the man quickly covered his mouth, saying he wasn't going to be set up this way. Tsunade looked into Kushina's eyes and said, I see you are the new Hokage brat. Kushina shot back, yeah, and I see you're still masking your true age, sensei. As the two women glared at one another, lighting was visible. Do I have a voice in this? Tsunade asked. Kushina chirped, nope, you're needed here and as your Hokage. I told you to come back. Don't worry, he's also stuck here, she said, gesturing to the downed Jiraiya. Tsunade took her clan's seat in the Shinobi Council and sighed, saying only, fine. Kushina glared at Tsunade. The mindscape of Naruto Usagi. Funny, I still hold all my memories of my past 2 lives and I know all about Kyuubi no Kitsune as seal within me. I'm now his Jinchuriki, like it or not, Usagi said, lost in thought as she sat in her white princess gown in a meadow of gorgeous flowers. From a cave not far from where she was sitting, a dark male voice said, you have been my Jinchuriki for a long time, child. It's just now I am able to speak with you. Gazing up at the cave, Naruto said, who's there? She yelled. The Kyuubi said, I would think my jailer would know who I am. K.Y. Kyuubi? Naruto asked. The Kyuubi replied, yes, but I do have a name, child. With her long pigtail hair falling to one side like a floppy bunny ear, she tilted her head sideways and said, may I ask you what your name is? With an innocent demeanor, she inquired. With a long, mysterious silver collar and chain around his neck, the giant fox emerged slowly from his cave, approached her, and lay down beside her. The now named Kurama said, my name is Kurama. Your name is Naruto Usagi Serenity. Naruto grinned at him and bowed from her seated position, saying, it is a pleasure to finally meet you, Kurama. There's no need to bow to me, he informed her, waving his paw at it. She was still braiding a crown of flowers when she sat back up and grinned at him, saying, I should respect you. Because this is the first time we have ever spoken to each other, and you have been imprisoned inside of me for a very long time, she informed him. Kurama said, my child. This isn't the first time. I spoke to you when you first woke up as Princess Serenity and then again while you battled that ratchet Queen Beryl and then her final form. I was the whisper you heard and the extra power you needed in that battle. Kurama was observing her reaction to the news with one eye open. I'm grateful. Yes, I do recall your voice. I sincerely appreciate your assistance, Naruto said, grinning broadly. But why have you come here now? As it was her turn to examine Kurama, Naruto asked. As he raised his head and crossed his paws under his chin, Kurama said, your new life isn't going to be easy. Like in your past lives. You will need to be more of a fighter and warrior. The life of a ninja isn't simple, and as well as being the daughter of a Kage is even more dangerous because many will try to hurt you in order to get to your mother. I figure much, Naruto said, lowering her head in a dejected gesture. This time, though, I'll have to stand on my own 2 feet. I won't have him or the girls to defend me in my life, Naruto said, turning her head away. Kurama continued to examine her, thinking to himself, that bastard really did hurt her this time around a lot worse than last time. As he watched the young girl nod her head, Kurama said, well, my little maelstrom bunny. I shall train you in all I know in your mindscape. Once you are walking, talking and allowed to train, you will train in everything in the real world. Returning to Kushina's office, as a result of what Kushina had told them, Tsunade and Jiraiya sat there with their mouths hanging open, questioning everything, including, of course, is she sane? The baby girl who was sleeping next to her mother's desk interrupted Tsunade as she was about to speak. As the baby girl continued to giggle, red chakra could be seen swirling around her, and a small toy fox appeared in her arms with a silver crescent moon on its forehead. Even glanced at the happy infant Naruto as her blue eyes opened and she began to take in her surroundings. Jiraiya and the others were trying to figure out what had happened at that moment when he said, well, that is new. With a gentle smile, Kushina said, it seems they have finally spoken after all those years. Please pardon my rudeness, Kurama. I know it has been difficult being trapped within my daughter for so long. However, Kushina was jolted out of her reverie. When the door to her office opened, Kakashi was standing there with a diaper bag and a baby bottle. Kushina, nay, you forgot her diaper bag again, said the young Jonin, smiling down at the young girl. But a few seconds later, Kushina's crimson hair mixed with silver hair, and a silver crescent moon appeared on both her forehead and the baby girl's, causing Kakashi's single eye to widen. What the devil? Kakashi was asked. Her violet eyes had a light blue ring around them, and Kushina felt a rush go through her body. It seemed that Kronos was enjoying himself with her. He had been waiting for some time to finally prove her story to the others. Jiraiya and Tsunade both gasp when they see her hair and eyes. What the hell? Tsunade yelled as she tried to make sense of everything that was going on. As I mentioned, Sensei, many things have happened, and my story is true, Kushina remarked, glancing at her young daughter's blonde and lavender silver hair. Pluto, my darling daughter, please pick up the Sailor Saturn holder. Gazing into the crystal ball in front of him, Kronos said to his daughter, I will not let that child be used by that bastard. Pluto stepped back into the shadows and disappeared, saying, Yes, father. Watching their queen and princess return to their former lives, the elder time god was flanked by sailors Uranus and Neptune. 6 years later, the village is hidden in the leaf. She grinned brightly at the villagers as Naruto ran through the village. An old man in front of an antique bookstore said, Princess. Hello, Kron-chan, Naruto said as he stopped and approached him. This morning, how are you feeling? She questioned the old man. Today is going well for me. I appreciate you bringing me that herbal tea, Kron said. You're welcome, she said with an even more radiant smile. She gave him a hug and said, I'm glad it helped you. Ba-chan has been teaching me how to make healing teas. Pulling an ancient scroll from his counter, Kron said, Well, I have something for you as a thank you. With her head cocked to the right, Naruto gazed at the scroll, which was roughly her own size. What is it? She looked up at him and asked. I have a summoning scroll here for you, Kron said, grinning at the young child. It's for a pack of wolves. I am aware that Jiraiya-sama wants you to sign a contract with the toad. However, my dear moon child, he told her, I think the wolf contract would work better for you. Are you sure? She asks, her eyes widening as she examines the midnight blue scroll with a silver road attached to it. She inquired. Kit, you ought to accept it. The wolves are the Fox clan's cousins, Kurama said. Naruto asked, Are you sure? Do you think Mama would be mad? That old toad will be upset, but that contract would serve you better, Kurama said to her. Kit, your mama would be proud of you. All right, Naruto said. Kron-chan, thank you. Naruto bowed to the man in front of her and said, I am very honored for this gift. Now, princess, Kron said, grinning at the young child. To enter into a contract with them, you have to sign your name in blood. He suggested that she take Hokage-sama to a training area so she could teach her how to call them. Naruto made sure the rope was fastened to her shoulders and sang the scroll over her back, saying, I will. Waving to the young girl, Kron said, Now run along princess. As he returned to the old bookstore, Kronos thought, Good, she now has her clan's lost summons. Also the ones that hold the secret to her lunar power. The 4 outer guardians stood watch in the darkness at the rear of the store. Mama, she called down the hall as she saw her mother returning to her office after running to the Hokage Tower, bursting through the building door and racing up the stairs to her mother's office. Sweetie, Kushina said, pausing and turning to face Naruto. What's the issue? With a hint of concern, she inquired. Inu and Neko had just reported that they had lost Naruto in the marketplace once more. Naruto stopped in front of her mother and said, Nothing. She swung that big summon scroll in front of her and said, I just want to show you what Kron-chan gave me. When Kushina saw it, her eyes widened. What is it, sweetie? She inquired. Wolf call. Kron-chan asked you to assist me, Naruto said, beaming broadly. Yes, sweetie, Kushina said, observing the crescent moon keeping the scroll closed. When I take you to lunch, we can do that, she said to her daughter. As she followed her daughter into her office, Kushina thought to herself, where on earth did he get that scroll? My father thought the scroll was destroyed a long time ago. Neko and Inu crept into the darkness to keep an eye on their charge. Training Area 70. All right, Naru-chan. As she put the big scroll down, Kushina said, Let's open the scroll and see who was the last person to sign it. Unrolling it slowly, they discovered that only 4 people had ever signed it. Serenity Uzumaki came first, Uzumaki Nihilania came in second. Kikuyu Uzumaki came in third. Ryoko Uzumaki was the 4th and last person to hold the scroll. Serenity was the first Uzumaki, and the other 4 were the strongest females in their family. Looking up at her mother, Naruto said, Mama. She inquired. Yes, my dear, Kushina asked, grinning at her daughter as she looked down at her. Will I be able to carry on their legacy? You could hear the concern in her voice as she asked Naruto. On her crescent moon, Kushina embraced her and gave her a forehead kiss, saying, "You will be a legend of your very own, sweetie." Naruto whispered, "Thank you, mommy. All right, let's begin. To get your fingerprints under your name, I first want you to bite your right thumb and write your name. After that, I want you to smear blood on the tips of your fingers." As she observed her daughter following instructions, Kushina said, "But, make sure you use your hand you're going to be doing the summoning with." Naruto finished writing her name and placing her fingerprints at the bottom of it after a few minutes and a few bites, and she smiled slightly with pride. She grinned at her mother as she looked up, asking, "What comes next?" She inquired. "As you slam your hand to the ground, you must push as much chakra into the summoning as you can while performing the hand signs that are displayed at the top. Always remember to bite your thumb. Because the secret to calling them is your blood. Nobody else is able to call them. Unless you do it," Kushina said, grinning proudly. After reviewing the hand signs for 15 minutes, Naruto nodded to herself, bit her right thumb slowly, flashed through the hand signs, and slammed her hand on the floor. "Calling justice," she shouted. "The field is covered by a thick cloud of smoke. Who calls me?" A deep voice growled out. Naruto got up and turned to face the huge wolf in front of her, who was as big as Kurama and had 9 tails swinging behind him. Naruto said, "I summoned you." Kurama grinned from the meadow in Naruto's mindscape and said, "Kid, show him no fear and stand strong. He will judge the second he sees you." "You're saying that a cub will call me?" Did he ask? Naruto said, "Yes, my mother and Kurama helped me." The little blonde with twin pigtails and what appeared to be buns over the pigtails was the target of the large silver wolf with a black crescent moon. The shock of the ground caused him to collapse back onto his laughter. "You're saying that my cousin Kurama assisted you, cub?" In between chuckles, he remarked, "He has been absent for a very long time." Kurama growled, "That bastard. Tell him to shrink down and place his forehead on yours." "Kurama instructed me to tell you to put your forehead against mine and shrink down." Naruto, growing irritated with the wolf in front of her, yelled. He said, shrinking, "Very well, cub." Kushina was shocked to witness all of this. She never imagined that her child would resist a boss summons the way she had. The wolf boss approached Naruto and pressed his forehead against hers once he was as big as a pony, and he was in her mindscape in a matter of seconds. His cousin Kurama was in front of him, looking magnificent in his red fur. Kurama's tails wavered behind him as he said, "It's been a while, Loki." "Kurama, is this what happened to you?" the now named Loki was asked. As Naruto leapt onto Kurama's paw in her long, flowing white dress, Kurama remarked, "Yup, Damuchita took my mind over and set me loose on the village and I was sealed away into my kit here." "So, the moon child has finally arrived at this time?" Loki was asked. Kurama smiled and said, "I think so. But before deciding to go back home, she spent some time in a different world." In response, Loki arched an eyebrow and said, "So, now that explains the 600 years you've been gone." A man in a cloak suddenly materialized in front of the two. "Yes, before returning to her real life, our young Naruto lived 2 different lives. She was the Moon Kingdom's Princess Serenity." The cloaked man said, "She was Usagi of Earth, also known as Sailor Moon, Guardian of Love and Justice. I was wondering how long it would take for you to show yourself, Kronos." Kurama replied. "Kronos?" Loki was asked. "Yes, it is me," Kronos said, pulling back his hood and sporting a long bard of silver hair. "I have watched her grow, and I know she wasn't for our world and was needed back here, when she wished she had a different life." He informed them, "I used that opportunity to see if she would come back. I'm content here. I lead a straightforward life. I do receive some royal treatment, and I am still referred to as princess." Naruto kicked her feet and said, "But it's not to the point that I'm told I can't do anything." Kronos said, "Yes, it does seem like you're happier here. After hearing everything, a child. You have complete access to my pack, you are our moon child of legend, and you are destined for great things," Loki said, stepping back and severing his connection. Naruto collapsed back onto her butt, laughing as everything quickly returned to normal. Kushina looked at her daughter and arched an eyebrow. "Lady Uzumaki," Loki remarked, "your daughter will have a cub to train alongside her as her familiar." Kushina bowed to the boss summons and said, "Thank you. Naruto, I will send 1 or 2 cubs to be your familiar by the full moon in 2 days' time," said Loki. Jumping to her feet, Naruto embraced Loki, putting her arms around his neck and saying, "Thank you, Loki-ni-san." He rose in a puff of smoke, laughing. Tokyo. The inner scouts were seated in front of Luna. She grinned as she observed each of them. "I am glad you four are here to protect the Earth from any new threats." Luna replied. Sailor Mars glared at Luna and asked, "Why wouldn't we?" She crossed her arms in front of her and remarked, "We are not like our former crybaby of a leader." Sailor Jupiter glared at the girl with the raven hair and said, "Come Mar. Don't talking about Moon that way." Mar just said, "HN." With her white cat perched on her shoulder, Sailor Venus gazed at the others and said, "Now girls. It will do us no good to fight among ourselves." Mercury turned away and said, "Venus is right. We have to get strong and carry on without Sailor Moon." Her eyes were filled with sadness. "Why did you leave us, Usagi?" She asked herself this question. Returning to the leaf, Naruto was working on her seals while sitting in the living room on a full moon night. Kushina brought home some paperwork, which she reviewed. Her daughter heard her say, "You are getting better, my dear." Naruto smiled and said, "Thank you, Mama. I just want to get stronger and not have to worry about anyone protecting me." As she sighed and studied some documents that the Civilian Council was attempting to pass, Kushina said, "I know, sweetie." Slowly, she arched an eyebrow at the paper before her. Civilian Council wants more of the land set aside for new clans to build more homes and shopping district in the clan area of the village. This caused Kushina's eye to twitch. Those jerks. Their so-called shopping district is the one area of the village that they haven't finished building, she thought. Kushina grinned evilly and said, "Denied." Naruto simply raised her gaze to her mother. Kurama remarked, "Kit, she might snap on those old fools one of these days." "I think you're correct, Kura-chan," Naruto said with a smile. "Stop referring to me that way," Kurama growled. "I could call you Fuzzy-chan," Naruto said, her smile growing even wider. Kurama complained, "Damn monkeys." Outside, the village was filled with howls. Both shinobi and villagers turned to gaze at the Uzumaki Namikaze estate. The gates of their fifth Hokage's residence had been reached by the Inuzuka clan and their ninkin. Naruto smiled broadly. Naruto exclaimed, "He's here, Mama," as she leapt to her feet and sprinted toward the front door. Loki and two wolf cubs were standing in the front yard. One of the wolf cubs had a silver crescent moon on his forehead and was as black as the night sky. Beside him was a wolf cub with a black crescent moon on her forehead, and she was as white as new snow. At that moment, the front door opened wide, and Kushina followed Naruto as he ran outside. Naruto exclaimed, "Loki-ni-san," as she leapt on the big wolf and embraced him. Looking at the two wolf cubs, Loki remarked, "It is nice to see you again, cub. I have brought my daughter and her friend to be your familiars." The black wolf cub remarked, "She smells of fox." Naruto smiled. As she laughed at their response, she explained to him, "That's because I house Kurama in my tummy." The cub's eyes widened in disbelief. This child was completely sane and possessed the strongest of the tail beasts. Loki glared down at the now-named Ares and said, "Ares, I expect you to be on your best behavior, for you are to train and grow strong with our new summoner." Ares said, "Yes, sir." The white cub said, "Father, is she really our long-lost moon child?" Loki addressed the now-named Anubis, saying, "That she is my dear Anubis." Naruto bowed to the two cubs and said, "It is a pleasure to meet you both and grow in skill with you too." The two cubs glanced at her, then back at their pack leader and each other. With a cheeky smile, Loki said, "Go on, you two. You will train with our moon child and grow strong with her. Or would you want to be replaced with Cat?" As Anubis glanced at Naruto and noticed the crescent moon on the girl's forehead, she said, "No, father." Loki threw a big pack containing several large and small scrolls at the girl and said, "Here are the scrolls you three with need. Do not lose them. For child, you will learn Sage Mode when you become older." Naruto bowed to Loki and said, "I will do my best to make you proud and I will make sure we three grow strong together." Loki nodded and disappeared in a billow of smoke. Kushina grinned at them and said, "Come in, you three. It's late and I still need to get dinner made." As they hurried back into the house, they all trailed behind Kushina. After 6 months, 6 months had passed since Naruto first encountered the lunar wolf pack. The two cubs sent to be her familiars trusted her, and she had grown stronger. At that point, they had become family and friends. From the shadow of their future princess, the outer scouts observed. In this new life, she was stronger and more self-assured. Nobody would ever suspect that this girl was formerly Sailor Moon and Usagi. Sitting in the middle of Training Ground 70, Naruto studied a scroll. Sonic Howl. The howl can be straightened by adding a wind element to carry it farther after being amplified using chakra. If the attack is powerful enough, it can break through walls and return the blow to the caster. It is also used to let the pack know where you are. Naruto complained, glancing at Anubis and Ares, "This is going to be a pain." Ares grinned at her and said, "You'll get it sooner or later." As she continued to examine the scroll, Naruto said, "Maybe." The academy's first day, Anubis, Ares, and Naruto entered room 110. All of the clan children sat in the classroom, waiting for the others to arrive. The white puppy Kiba had been playing with had large, floppy brown ears. When he smelled wolves and foxes entering the room, he looked up. He examined the blonde girl with 3 whisker lines on her cheek, a silver crescent moon on her forehead, and a black and white wolf cub with silver and black crescent moons, respectively. "What the hell?" exclaimed Kiba, leaping from his chair and sprinting toward Naruto. The other clan children turned to stare at the door as a result. Gazing at the boy with the red fang tattoos on his cheeks and his wild, spiky brown hair, Naruto refused to back down. Ares asked, glaring at the puppy who was hurrying them, what his issue. Kiba was completely stopped in his tracks by this. He asked naively, "Huh, it can talk like my mom's partner." Ares glared at Kiba and growled, "I'm not a pup." Kiba glanced at the wolf cub and then back at the girl with the blonde hair in front of him. Still a little stunned, he asked, "How is he able to talk?" Naruto glanced down at Ares and at the boy in front of her. She sighed slightly before speaking. Before Kiba could say anything, she raised her hand and declared, "Ares and Anubis are my partners. No, they are not like your family Ninken. They are summons that their boss summons and pack leader have ordered to stay and grow up with me as my familiars. But, they are like the brother and sister I never had." She replied with an enormous grin. The children heard 2 voices coming from the room's shadows. "Hello." Uncalled for brat. The voices disappeared as soon as they were heard. In between giggles, Naruto said, "Sorry Inu-chan and Neko-chan." Kiba simply nodded his head stupidly, unable to comprehend that someone of his age could already have a summons contract, and yes, his brain was fried. He will have to discuss this with his mother later. Anubis looked around the room and noticed a single table at the top in the last row. "Cub, let's find a seat. I guess it might be for the best," Naruto thought to herself as she walked to the exact table where Anubis was requesting to sit. The 2 wolf cubs sat down on either side of the girl, and then the civilian kids started to trickle in. "Mom told me to do my best as a ninja because this year is full of all the clan heirs," Naruto overheard a few of the civilian girls discussing. "If I can make an impression on one of them." One girl with black hair told another with chocolate hair, "Yeah, my mom told me the same thing. I might be their future bride." She told her friend, "But I'm not sure who would be the best out of all of them to try to get to notice me." Useless, Naruto thought to herself, rolling her eyes at what they were discussing. "Unfortunately, I was once like them. Or was it like I was like them twice?" she asked herself. Kurama remained silent because he knew that the girls in front of her were reminders of her own shortcomings. After 9 years. 9 years had passed since Naruto took her first steps toward becoming a shinobi, and during that time, she had developed significantly. At the age of 8, she was already in the early stages of Wolf Sage mode, and by the time she was 10, she was a fully fledged Wolf Sannin. She continued to train and study after that, and on her 15th birthday, she received a new brooch that would make her the new Sailor Moon. The power of the moon. On October 10th, Naruto's 15th birthday, the villagers celebrated the defeat of Kyuubi no Kitsune with their yearly celebration. Naruto was more interested in spending time with her family and friends than she was in attending the festival. She didn't want to be around to take the blame, so she also planned a huge prank to go off at sunset, when the first fireworks were scheduled to go off. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans are still upset with her for pulling one of her greatest practical jokes ever, which was to hang the pink underwear throughout the village. "Naruto, I recognize that expression in your eyes. This time, what did you do?" As she observed her daughter twitching in her seat after being caught red-handed at something, Kushina asked. "Nothing, Mama," Naruto grinned as he looked up. All she told her mother was, "I was just remembering the red-faced Uchihas and Hyugas." "Well, you know you're 15 today and you will graduate from the academy tomorrow. Kushina said, nodding and chuckling a little. I therefore ask that you try to avoid destroying too much of the village tonight. You become one of my shinobi for once. You will face harsher penalties as an adult, she informed her daughter. The thought of sitting in the holding cell of the Uchiha police force made Naruto pale. Naruto was about to speak when a white door featuring various moon phases materialized. The two Uzumaki Namikaze women stood in front of this scene. The door opened, and Kronos and the four outer guardians emerged, standing in front of the four warrior women. Kronos bowed to Naruto and said, "It's good to see you again, princess." He turned to Kushina and said, "It is also good to see you're in good health, my moon highness." Kushina curtsied to the god of time and space, saying, "Lord Kronos, it is a pleasure to see you once more. Now is the moment to reactivate Naruto's moon powers. She must be able to battle as the lunar goddess she is because a new evil is on the horizon. However, she will be known as Sailor Lunar," Kronos remarked, drawing strange looks from everyone, including the now pony-sized wolf cubs. Lunar Sailor, Sailor Moon, why not? As she observed the man in front of her, Naruto asked. A grin appeared on his aging lips. Easy. Sailor Moon was from Earth and the Silver Moon Kingdom. Here, those powers are different. You won't be wearing the same clothes as before. As he observed the young blonde girl with silver lavender hair, he remarked, "Well, most of the colors have changed, and your locket is powered by a different crystal that was created long ago after the moon was created here." As Kronos handed Naruto a small black box with silver trimming around it, all he could say was, "Okay." After holding the box in front of her for a few seconds, Naruto slowly removed the lid to reveal a silver locket with orange, teal, purple, and maroon diamonds encircling a silver crescent moon. The locket was silverish blue in color, and she slowly removed it before pressing the button on the base to cause it to pop over a blood-red crystal that was sitting in the middle. The blood lunar stone is that. It has the same healing and power as the silver crystal. Don't let the color of the blood make you think it's evil. The night of the blood sky was the night the crystal was created. Kronos turned to Kushina and said, "The night the sage of Six Path, with the help of his younger brother, sealed away their mother and created the moon." "Father told me that story so long ago," she said, sitting back in her chair with a shocked expression on her face. "We are descended from him. Because the sage and his second wife had a daughter. However, Serenity Uzumaki would never be seen as his sister by his oldest son, who would go on to become the father of all Uchiha children. However, the younger of the two brothers, the Senju clan's father, fulfilled his late father's wishes and welcomed the girl into his family," she said, turning to face Kronos, who merely nodded his head. "Now, Naruto, lunar power, is what you have to say to transform," said Kronos, grinning at the girl. Naruto raised her right hand and nodded, saying, "Lunar power." A silver light enveloped her as she yelled. Her tiara was now silver with the red jewel still in the center, and her wand appeared as a staff with a silver crescent moon at the top and a black staff with a jewel in the colors of the outer scouts running down it. As the light faded, she was wearing her old Sailor Moon outfit, but with silverware. The white was in dark silver for what was all blue and a black ribbon. Naruto preferred this. The flashback has ended. As she waited for the last portion of the test, Naruto was engrossed in her thoughts about the previous night's events and reconnecting with her former acquaintances from her first life. "I thought it was a good place to stop, so I'm going to stop there." Masked Jackass and Inner Scouts. "Since Usagi left us, things have gone better," Ray said, sitting across from the other three Inner Scouts. "Of course, it's only been 5 years," she informed the others. "I guess," Amy said, looking up from her textbook. "However, I do miss Usagi," she said, averting her eyes from Ray's scathing glare. "So, Amy, when are you departing for Germany?" As Mina fiddled with the straw in her drink, she asked. Amy turned to face the blonde girl and said softly, "I leave in 3 days." Alarms sounded outside the Crown Arcade just as Ray was about to speak again, and all 4 of the girls leapt to their feet and fled. Over the city, a strange spaceship appeared. From the ship, a dark male voice said, "We come for the one you call Sailor Moon." Beside the girls, Tuxedo Mask emerged. "Ladies," he informed them that it was time to leave for work. "Oh Usagi, where have you gone to?" asked Sailor Jupiter, glaring at the man while she turned back to the sky. Sailor Mars kissed the man in the mask and said, "You heard the man. Academy of Ninjas. Strange," Naruto thought to herself when she saw Sailor Jupiter or Mercury calling for her and sobbing. The feeling was similar to the ones she had experienced as a child. Kurama remarked, Kit, you do know you are still linked to the ones that are loyal to you. Even the final one to join your old team. Kurama was observing the girl's inner scouts. As she peered out the window, Naruto said, yeah, I know. But, they are not here and this is my new life. I understand, but having those girls here for you would be nice, Kurama said. Naruto said to Kurama, maybe. I don't know, I need to think about this and maybe go talk to Kron-chan and Mama. Kurama closed his eyes and said, that would be wise. Battlefield of the Inner Scouts. Sailor Jupiter lay on the ground with her left arm broken, her skirt burned off, and blood trickling down her chin. Please God, said Sailor Mercury as she dragged herself slowly to her feet and hurried to the fallen Jupiter. As Mercury reached her friend, she cried, let her be alive. Jupiter moved slowly, sobbing as she moved her left arm. Amy, she whispered, we need to run. When Sailor Mercury turned to face Sailor Venus, who was sitting against a building in a small alleyway, she gestured for the girl to come closer. Mercury nodded and assisted the injured girl in standing up, and the two of them moved to the alleyway. With tears streaming down her face, Sailor Venus remarked, this is bad. We can't beat them. Kronos Bookstore. From his crystal ball, Kronos observed the ongoing conflict between the Inner Scouts and this peculiar new foe. Do you think they can handle this new threat? Pluto asked. Father, she questioned him. They have to be my daughter. As Kronos watched, he said, they have decided to leave Sailor Mars and her godforsaken lover in ruins. Saturn moved forward and asked the young warrior, Lord Kronos, allow one of us to aid them. I apologize, he said, frowning at the girl. Walking along those four is no longer your path. If they fall today. Their new fate had been predetermined for them. They had the option to leave that woman alone. Saturn retreated into the darkness, knowing she should stop pressing the issue. Scouts within. Wiseman isn't holding up his end, Sailor Mars thought as she watched the three disappear from view, laughing as she saw her friends hurt. Beside her, Tuxedo Mask materialized. My darling, how much longer must we wait for those three idiots to be killed by that old man's flunky? He questioned her. I can't fight anymore, said Sailor Mercury, glancing at her two companions. It's not worth it, we will only be killed by Ray. Between sobs, she remarked, Usagi always cared what happened to us. Venus turned to face the two girls and said, I suppose we have no choice but to leave, if these conflicts continue. We're going to die, and Ray will be standing over our lifeless bodies without any concern, she informed them. As they released their transformations and disappeared into the darkness, the other two simply nodded their heads. Their lives changed on that day, and they mostly focused on Sailor Mars and Tuxedo Mask instead of Earth. The Naruto test. After marking the written portion of the test and the target portion, Iruka returned to the classroom and said, all right, folks. He could hear several students crying as he told the class, we just have the ninjutsu part left. The girl will never be able to create a simple clone, regardless of how proficient she becomes with chakra control, but she was able to create a shadow clone and a clone using all the basic elements, and her mother also told her that it was okay to substitute any of the other for the simple clone. Naruto simply let her head hit the desk. After a slow hour, Iruka emerged from the other room and called her name, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Iruka and his helper Mizuki were sitting there when Naruto glanced up at him and moved down the fallow behind Anubis and Ares, who disappeared behind the door. She is a looker, Mizuki said, smiling at the blonde. Perhaps I could kidnap her and take her with me to Lord Orochimaru. The man gave Naruto a sickening feeling. Kit, stay away from that man. Kurama growled as he rose from beneath his tree, shifting into his black knight. I will kill that bastard, he thought gloomily. Naruto turned to face Iruka and said, yeah, you don't have to tell me twice. All right, Naruto. Iruka gave the girl a gentle smile and said, you must perform the Academy 3. Naruto said, all right sensei. She smiled as she performed the hand signal for the shadow clone, transformed into an exact replica of her mother, and switched places with a chair near the door. Wait Naru, Iruka said, staring at the girl in disbelief and terror. Before he could say anything more, a flawless clone of Naruto materialized. I am unable to perform the basic clone. Naruto chuckled and said, I have way too much chakra, so mama showed me the shadow clones. It's the curse of being an Uzumaki. We are endowed with an abundance of chakra. Both men gave a stupid nod. Yo, you pass Naruto, Iruka said, and Naruto snatched up her forehead protector before bolting out the door. Amy and her two friends, who had been hurt in the previous fight, sat at the hospital. Amy kept asking herself, why did neither Sailor Mars nor Tuxedo Mask come to our aid? They disappeared once the fighting started, as she went over the most recent incidents. When Mina finally woke up and sat up in bed, Makoto slowly opened her eyes. Both Guardians had been hurt in previous missions when their so-called new leader disappeared in the middle of a battle, only to reappear after the last blow was delivered. Artemis, now wearing an eye patch, leapt onto the blonde girl's bed as Luna hobbled into the room. Girls, everything has been taken care of. Artemis looked at the three battle-worn girls and said, we are leaving Tokyo tonight. He looked up at Mina and said, Mina, Ace has chartered a private plane for us to make our escape from here. The girl merely gave a nod. We are no longer able to remain here. Rei seems to want Usagi gone and us dead. With tears in her eyes, Luna said, we have no hope. There was silence in the room. Luna and Artemis had the girls' belongings waiting for them at the private air strip. All they had to do was run. Tonight was the night they would escape. With her broken arm causing her some difficulty, Makoto slowly pushed the blankets off of her and stood up, saying, we better go. She put on the robe that was lying next to her because she didn't want to waste any more time. The others simply nodded before getting up and walking away. With a menacing grin, Rei lay in her lover's arms and said, soon, they shall die and there will be no one to stop us. Academy of Ninjas. When Naruto left the building, she was met by her mother, who smiled and held up the headband in her right hand, along with her friends. I succeeded, Naruto said, running to her mother. With pride, Kushina stood there and told her daughter, I'm very proud of you. As she looked up at her mother, Naruto said, there is something I really need to speak to you about. She also glanced down at the ground. Something was bothering the girl, and Kushina noticed a shadow in her daughter's eyes. She might know how to fix it, but she would need assistance from someone. As they returned to the Hokage Tower, they slowly ascended the lengthy staircase and saw Tsunade standing in front of her office door. She wanted to congratulate the girl on her passing. Kushina looked at the woman with the blonde hair and lifted her left eyebrow. In the bookstore, with Sailor Saturn at his side, Kronos sat in front of his crystal ball. Sailor Saturn said, Lord Kronos, it looks like they are fleeing from the Mar Princess. With a slow nod, Kronos said, it seems that they still have faith in our lunar princess. However, that is the question. Can we rely on them to create a stir in this world? He questioned the girl standing beside him. After examining the crystal ball, Sailor Saturn turned to face the god of time and space and said, I'm not sure. She told him, but my only solution is to destroy that world and be done with it and those who have betrayed our princess. Kronos nodded in agreement with her response, which he wouldn't reject. He would consider it further and perhaps implement it or come up with a different solution. As he watched the girls flee for their lives, Kronos said, I will give it some thought. Strip of private air. The girls and cats were waiting for a private charter plane when a black car with black tinted windows pulled into an empty airstrip. The blonde man at the plane's open hatch simply grinned as he watched the girls exit the vehicle, thinking, the sooner they leave, the sooner Mistress Rei can proceed with her plans, because the next Guardians will awaken and she will be able to model them to her will. This will be their final night on Earth. Sailor Saturn emerged in front of the final three inner scouts as Ace was disembarking from the aircraft. Who are you? Ace demanded, furious that a nameless sailor had seemed to ruin his new mistress' scheme. Scum like you have no reason to know my name, Sailor Saturn said, turning to face the man behind her. The Silent Death is who I am. She turned to face the three frightened girls and told him, I have been sent to take you three before Lord Kronos. Your downfall, for a reason I am unable to explain to you, she informed them. You bitch, Ace shouted as he hurried after her while brandishing a dagger. With a single swipe of her javelin, Saturn turned to face him and stabbed him in the chest, saying, you are nothing and now you are no more. She then withdrew her weapon from his chest, causing him to fall to the ground lifeless. Leave now, I already have your belongings, and if Lord Kronos thinks you're worthy of seeing our princess again, said Sailor Saturn. You mean that Usagi is still alive? Together, the three girls asked. Sailor Saturn, who was tired of these three and wanted to go home so the others could deal with these idiots, said, just come and Lord Kronos will answer all your questions. They approached the Sailor of Death and stood in front of her, unsure of what was in store for them. Hokage Tower in Konoha. As the third member of our proud family to become a ninja, you have truly made our family proud, kiddo. A powerful kunoichi, Tsunade said, grinning at the girl. Naruto said, thanks Ba-chan. Brat, I told you to stop calling me that. Tsunade growled, leaving a tick mark on her forehead. However, Ba-chan, I really need some alone time with mama. With her hair pulled back from her face, Naruto said, this is something that only she and I can talk about and only she can understand. No worries, kiddo, Tsunade said, grinning and running her hand through the girl's hair. I hope your team placement tomorrow goes well, and I know there are a lot of things you two need to discuss, she said. As Kushina glanced at her daughter, Tsunade walked out of the office, asking, what are you thinking about? She questioned her daughter. I've been dreaming about my former pals. With tears in her eyes, Naruto looked up at her mother and said, my old scouts and they are almost dying. They are bonded to you, sweetie. Kushina gave her young daughter a gentle smile and said, they protected you for pretty much 2 very short lifetimes. She had been aware of the girl's nightly cries for assistance and her old servant Luna's daily and hourly cries for her for the previous 15 years, and she had longed to talk to Kronos about what to do with the others. Where are we? As Amy helped her 2 friends stand up and surveyed the dimly lit room, she asked. Sailor Pluto and Sailor Saturn emerged from the shadows, and as she took a step back, the room began to light up. You are in Lord Kronos's home. A man with long white hair and a braid stood in front of the 3 girls. He was dressed in a long black robe and said, I am Lord Kronos, the father of Sailor Pluto and the royal advisor of Queen Serenity and future Neo-Queen. As she turned to face the 3 inner scouts, Pluto declared, I Sailor Pluto am the keeper of time and space. I have been watching you 3 alongside my father for the past 15 years. She glared at them and said, I was not pleased to see how you 3 turned your backs on our princess so quickly. We had no say in the matter, Amy said. Our guardians, along with our cat, did everything in our power to keep Earth safe from any threats that might harm her, Amy said. Is that how you defend yourself with such flimsy justification? As Sailor Neptune emerges from the shadows with Sailor Uranus, she asks. Nothing is being justified by us. We simply continued to carry out our duties as Sailor Guardians. How is that our way of abandoning our princess? Makoto made a demand. Sailor Uranus approached Makoto and glared down at the brunette, saying, no, you fellow the one that bullied our princess as blind little fools who couldn't see what was happening before them. Lord Kronos, it was my fault, Luna said. Rei took command of the remaining inner scouts, and I let her. As Artemis stood by her side, Luna sobbed, I was lost in my grief in losing my poor dear Usagi. With tears in his eyes, Artemis said, we did our best, Lord Kronos. For her role as Sailor Mars, the person you call Rei killed her sister. Because she thought she was the real princess of the universe. However, she truly is the Dark Kingdom's princess. Because one night the king of the Dark Kingdom tricked her mother by pretending to be her husband while he was away fighting alongside Queen Serenity against the main forces of the Dark Kingdom, said Sailor Saturn. At the end of the universe, we 4 outer scouts were battling other dangers that threatened our kingdoms. Sailor Pluto remarked, we are the 4 most powerful princesses of our esteemed kingdoms. You 3 will stay here until I decide whether to let you see our moon princess again or let you reincarnate in her world. Until then, I'll let you see how she looks now, Kronos said, waving his hand to reveal a screen behind him that displayed the 3 girls' friend and princess. Alongside Naruto, with a kunai in his hand, Naruto stood in front of Mizuki, whose black tank top had a small gash across her belly, revealing black markings, and Naruto's robe was ripped open as she tore it from herself. What on earth is Mizuki? You attacked me in my own training area, but why? She asked the man with silver hair. Mizuki licked the side of his kunai and smiled at her, saying, I want you, Naruto. When I'm done with you, you'll make a fantastic toy and gift for my master, he told her, grinning sickly. Well, that little plan of yours isn't a good idea, she said, giving him a glare that turned into a sickly sweet smirk. Did you overlook my 2 wolf siblings, for example? As Ares and Anubis approached the man from behind, she questioned him. As Ares rose from the ground and tore out the man's throat, Mizuki collapsed to the ground, choking on his own blood as it gushed from his ripped open throat, while Anubis leapt down from a tree and tore away a scroll that was resting on the man's back. You should never have come after me, Naruto said, approaching him and gazing down at his dulling eyes. Furthermore, you should never have taken anything from my mother or my village. For this betrayal, as a sword materialized in her left hand and she thrust it between his eyes, she told him, your sentence is death. Mizuki's final vision was of her blue eyes turning scarlet. Returning to the others, the three girls stared at the screen in disbelief as it faded away. Was Usagi there? Minako asked. She couldn't be that person. Makoto said. Usagi was really nice. No one could ever be killed by her. Even the altercation with Queen Beryl broke her heart, Amy remarked, shedding tears along with the other girls. This world isn't like your old one, said Sailor Uranus with a sly smile. It's either kill or be killed here. To survive, one must take the necessary actions. Did you not notice that the man she was fighting was a ninja based just on his weapons? She questioned the girls. How could she have followed this course? Luna cried. In this world, she is the child of light. Looking at the three girls and two cats, Lord Kronos said, she needs to get stronger so she can save the people she loves this time. How are those two odd wolves doing? As he turned to face the Kronos, Artemis asked. She is familiar with them. This time, she is summoned by wolves. She is no longer the girl you all knew, Sailor Saturn remarked. Not you cats. I'm afraid letting you five see her wouldn't be a good idea. She turned to Lord Kronos and said, I think Lord Kronos should just keep you five here away from both worlds for the time being. I do agree that you five would only obstruct her path right now. Lord Kronos ordered you to remain here for the time being. The two guardian cats and the three inner scouts disappear into a huge living carter with everything they need to survive before they can say anything more to the others. Naruto is back. Using his Ninken summons, Kakashi materialized in Naruto's training area. Naruto. As the girl withdrew her sword from Mizuki's skull, Kakashi remarked, looking over her shoulder, she saw her big brother and his dogs behind her. Yes, Kaka, what was waste? She asked herself as she cleaned the sword's blade with her kimono top after glancing over at it and carefully picking it up. Naruto asked as she swung her blade, scattering whatever blood was on it. Naruto, did you get attacked by Mizuki? As she hurried over to examine the girl, Kakashi asked. Yes, he did. However, I'm located. Kaka avoided him and Naruto said, don't worry so much. You are my younger sister. Kakashi turned around and put a hand on her shoulder, saying, I will always worry about you. She looked up at him, and Naruto gave him a small smile and a hug. Thank you, she said. So, before you killed Mizuki, what did he tell you? Did he ask? That he intended to use me as his personal toy and that he would give me to his so-called master once he was done with me. Who? You ask. I don't know. I didn't bother asking him, Naruto remarked, covering her marking with her hand over her stomach and resealing her sword. Her mother had shown up as she was telling Kakashi this. Naruto. She ran to her daughter and yelled, are you all right? As she pulled the girl to her, examined her, and then embraced her. I'm fine, mommy, Naruto says, giving her mother a firm embrace in return. However, I apologize for not understanding who his master was, she said. Naruto, I don't care. Kushina glared down at the lifeless body in the middle of their private training area and said, I can have one of the Yamanaka's mind walk his dead ass. Anubis and Ares give the forbidden scroll to Kakashi. They are treating it like a chew toy, Kushina said. As she hurried over to the two wolves, Kakashi said, yes, Hokage-sama. Come on you two, hand it over. You desire this. Anubis smiled at the man in the mask in front of her and asked. Yes. Now give it to Anubis, Kakashi said, extending his hand. I apologize, Cub. Ares smiled at his best friend beside him and said, you have to pay our price. With a sigh, Kakashi took a scroll out of his pocket, opened it, and made several hand gestures before two enormous rabbits emerged in a puff of smoke. Both wolves had already caught their prey before the rabbits could hit the ground and flee, so he hurried over and snatched the scroll before they could try anything else for more treats. Come back to my tower, please. Enko is already touring Mizuki's apartment, and we have a lot to talk about. She may have discovered some hints for us, Kushina remarked as she disappeared into a whirlwind of cherry blossoms. Both Naruto and Kakashi nodded their heads before disappearing as well, only to reappear in the Hokage's office, where Enko was standing in front of the 5th desk carrying a number of objects and files. What do you have to report so far, Enko? Kushina asked the woman with purple hair, already standing behind her desk. She inquired. Lady 5th, I have discovered a number of items that the Yamanaka, Akamichi, and Nara clans have reportedly stolen. The Nara clan believed they had a number of medications under lock and key. Then it was rare herbs from the greenhouses of the Yamanaka. The formula for the Akamichi's secret soldier pills was finally discovered, Enko remarked as she moved between the objects and multiple files. Enko, looking irate, added, also, I found a slightly burnt letter that was at the bottom of his trash. From whom did the message originate? Kushina looked through the files and asked. Enko just said, Orochimaru. Glancing up from her file, Kushina asked, what is that old snake after? Enko told her leader, he wants the Forbidden Scroll and also wants to get his hands on the Nine Tails. Enko opened the file containing a few other notes that were still intact. Looking back down at the files in front of her, Kushina raised an eyebrow in response and said, well, he can have neither of them. Anubis emerged from the shadows cast by Ares and declared, he is a madman that the third should have killed long ago. Now you too, Naruto said, turning to face her ninja wolves. You would be better off talking about things that don't concern us, she informed them. As she closed the file in her hand and took the one Enko was holding, Kushina remarked, this just means we have to increase patrols around the village and boards to find out who are his spies and what he wanted with the scroll. Looking at the notes that Mizuki never destroyed, Kushina said, it looks like Jiraiya's spy network is slacking or they have been paid off not to talk or worse. There was something strange and out of place about them, as if they were plans to divert attention from something else going on behind the scenes. A figure in a black cloak stood in the shadows outside the Hokage Tower and said, soon they will all fall. The figure then disappeared. Later that evening, Naruto lay in bed and gazed out her bedroom window before saying, Anubis. Cub, what's wrong? Anubis asked. Has the tail beast been mentioned by any members of the pack? Naruto asked. Other summonses have told father that some strange person is looking for them. As he entered the room, Ares remarked, but the summons that are similar to the tail one is hunting down the humans themselves and taking them back to our summoning world. Really? Naruto asked. So, you want to talk to my father about that? Anubis said, glancing at Ares. As his best friend grinned, Ares turned to face her and said, yeah, your father called me back to give me some update for Naruto and you. What can I learn from Loki? Naruto sat up and looked at Ares and asked. He advised you to continue your training. As he lay down in bed, Ares said, he also wants you to work on your sage easier. With a sigh, Naruto told them, I thought it was doing well. Don't be concerned about its cub. Anubis said, your father only wants you to be able to handle any challenge that comes your way. Earth. They're still alive. Ace freaking failed, and the plane was blown to pieces. So, the only thing they could be in the hospital, Rei thought to herself as she approached the room where the three girls had previously been. Rei went to the hospital in search of the other three scouts. When a nurse entered the room, Rei was staring at the three unmade, empty beds when she said, Miss, could you tell me what happened to the three that were in here? Rei was asked. I don't know, the nurse said, blinking as she observed the woman in front of her in the empty bed. As she hurried back out of the room to inform the doctor that the three girls had disappeared, the nurse said, I was just coming in to check on them. Rei turned and left the room, leaving the hospital behind. A black car was waiting for her, and she grinned as she approached it and climbed in. So, are you able to locate those three? Mamoru asked as he leaned in to give her a kiss. I'm clueless. The nursing staff was unaware that they had left the hospital. Rei put on her seatbelt and said, Ace is dead, the plane has been blown up, and those three and the two cats are missing. Well, they may not be alive. Hopefully, we can locate the recently roused scouts and win them over to our cause. As he put on his sunglasses and they both removed them, Mamoru said, before they get brainwashed into looking for that idiot Usagi. Wiseman told his lackeys, those two fools are so trusting. When are you going to murder them? A man with silvery white hair asked. As he disappeared, Wiseman said, in good time. Naruto is back. Naruto, who had spent the entire week working with the Wolf Elders and could now enter Sage mode in 15 seconds, didn't want to get out of bed on the big day, the day we find out who was on whose team. Today, she just wanted to sleep and do nothing. Naruto, get out of the bed now. You won't get out of bed for nothing, Kushina yelled as she barged into her daughter's room. Anubis came to my office. As she removed the girls' blankets, she said to her daughter, you know today is a very important day. I've tried, Mom. Last night, Loki kept me up very late. What team I'm on doesn't matter to me. Naruto put a pillow over her head and whimpered, I just want to sleep. Her mother rushed in behind her as she landed in her bathroom after Naruto shot into the air before she realized what had happened. You better take care of yourself. For as long as you are a Chunin, or possibly longer, you will be working with the same individuals. The Shika Ino Cho trio, as you can see, have been together since they were genin. All right, Naruto pushed herself off the ground, got to her feet, and turned on the water. I'll be ready soon, she said. There's no need to wait for me. Anubis will simply turn on me once more if I take too long. All right, Kushina grinned. I'll see you after you find out whose team you're on, she said to her daughter. You have a great day, sweetie. Kushina then disappeared into a swirl of cherry blossoms. When Kushina eventually returned to her office, she discovered that the Chunin teachers were seated there arguing about which students should be on which teams. Iruka glared at the woman with the purple hair and yelled, "Damn it, I told you Naruto cannot be on the same team as Sasuke or Sakura. She is the top of the class and Sasuke was second behind Naruto as Sakura as third. They would work well together." Ayaka replied. Kushina approached the two who were constantly moving back and forth. She scared all the Chunin teachers in her office and said, Naruto will not be on a team with those two. They each have different temperaments and Sasuke will demand Naruto hand over her summons has done since she was gifted the summons. But those summonses are from my family clan and will not be willing given away. Kushina glanced at each of the 6 teachers and asked, by the way, why are you in my office doing the team assign? Iruka stepped forward with a sheepish expression. We are here because we had to retest several students after what happened to Mizuki and we found that grades had been fixed by him. So, all the teams we had made. Well, we had to change everything, and we might have a 4-man team if we are not able to fix this. He stated to the Hokage. Knowing what this meant, Kushina let out a sigh. She would have to assist them, which would make her headache worse. Her voice was sickly sweet as she said, for this, you 6 will help me with my paperwork. Do I make myself clear? Since they didn't want to upset her, everyone simply nodded in agreement. While she was merely window shopping, Naruto, Anubis, and Ares strolled through the village. She liked some of the ninja's tools and dresses she saw. She remarked, those are some really nice swords. Kurama said, Kit, those swords wouldn't work for your style. Gazing back into his woodland. I am aware. As she continued to make her way back to the academy, Naruto remarked, but they are pretty. Anubis walked beside the moon child and asked, Naru-chan, who do you think they will pair you with? Naruto glanced down at Anubis. I'm not sure, but I pray to Kami I am not on the same team with Sasuke or Sakura. Those two have their heads so far up their asses. Anubis said, yeah, that's true. How about one of the others? Naruto grinned at her 2 wolf ninjas and said, maybe Shikamaru or Shino. They're both smart and would work well with me. But Shino's bugs have to be careful with my chakra. Ares asked, how about Ino or Choji? Ino is too risky for her family jutsu. Choji would work for his family jutsu with his expansion. Oh, there is Hinata and she would work well with me. She is calm and flows like a river. Hiba too much of a hot head as well, his head is up his own ass as well. Naruto replied. Looking down the road as they approached the academy, Anubis remarked, you do have pretty good points about everything. Anubis said, I guess we'll find out shortly. Tower of Hokage. To find out who their genin hopeful would be, all of the Jonin Senis had come. They turned pale at what they discovered. With a stack of papers on the new makeshift teams or something similar, Kushina had all the Chunin teachers wrapped in her chakra chains and glaring at them. Kakashi moved forward. He swiftly leapt back and behind Asuma Sarutobi to avoid a chakra chain to the gut, asking, Hokage-sama. Why are the Academy Chunin are here and not telling the students what teams they're on? Unfortunately, Asuma doubled over after taking the full blunt force of the chain to his stomach. Kushina gave Kakashi a fierce look before focusing on Iruka. Are we done now or are going to drag this out longer? You had 1 week to fix this mess and you've all done nothing but slack off during that time period. She let out a growl. As Kurenai assisted Asuma in standing up, Kakashi asked, looking very perplexed, what do you mean that teams have changed? Kushina sighed deeply as she examined all of her Jonin senseis. With Mizuki stealing the scroll of sealing as well as trying to kidnap my daughter. We found that he was taking payment from several people to fix grades. It was mainly for the civilian students. But still enough that it messed with all the placements as well. None of those students were ready for the life of a shinobi, so they have been sent back to the academy. She went on to explain. What, yelled Asuma, why didn't we tell her sooner? Pushing himself away from Kurenai, he makes demands. Uruka and the others hung their heads low and said, that would be our fault about that. Staring at Asuma, Kurenai asked, is everything fixed now? As she removed her Hokage hat, set it on her desk, and let her chakra chain drop, Kushina remarked, more or less. But it is still a big mess. For these fools tried building teams where one or two members would have issues with another member, causing the chunins she was holding to drop to the ground in agony. There were some complaints audible. However, Kushina turned to face them. Everyone fell silent and slowly stood up. Uruka moved forward and said, well, we still have one issue. He informed the Jonin that they still needed to pair a sensei with the new teams. Kakashi said, one question. How many teams do we have now? For the stack looks a little small. He inquired. Uruka remarked, there are only 5 teams. 5 teams. That is the lowest we have ever had leave the academy. Kurenai replied. Kushina sighed and said, I know. We only had 4 civilian-born pass. 8 have passed from clans. One of the suggestions was having my daughter paired with Sasuke. But those two hates each other and that team will blow up. She informed them. Kakashi looked back into his small orange book and said, that would be too much trouble and the team would never make it. At that moment, Kushina's office has a big door with all the phases of the moon. As Kushina pushed past them, all of the Chunin, Anbu, and Jonin appeared around her desk. Sailor Pluto and Sailor Saturn were standing when the door slowly opened. Both women gave their Moon Queen a smile. Sailors Pluto and Saturn said, Your Majesty. They bowed to their queen. Kushina stood in front of the 2 Sailor Guardians before her, pushing past everyone. Sailor Pluto, Sailor Saturn. What brings you both here? My father Lord Kronos has brought the last 3 remaining loyal guardians from Tokyo. Mars and Tuxedo Mask have gone out of their ways in trying to kill the other 3. Before you ask, my father is trying to figure out what to do with them. For they are not ready for this world and are too broken from what they have been though against the Dark Moon family. Sailor Pluto said. I see. It would be bad for now to bring them in and show them this world. My daughter has done well without them here. As for Mars and her lover, they should be terminated from all worlds. But in the past 15 years here I do not know what all those 2 have done nor do I know how strong they are. Kushina replied. Mars is awaiting the new generation of Sailor Guardians to awaken. But those ones have been lost to time. Mars has found a loophole to find them. According to Sailor Saturn, those Guardians will not awaken until the next heir of the Moon Kingdom is born, and even then, it would be tricky. For their star seeds have been lost to time, and if Mars has found a way, then she should be taken out and those star seed need to be returned to the kingdom and to the sleeping 5. Kushina said, glancing at her ninjas, who were clearly confused. With a simple sigh, she turned back to her guardians. More specifically, the guardians of her daughters. Kakashi pushed past the other astonished individuals and said, Hokage-sama. Who are those 2 strangely dressed women? Sailors Saturn and Pluto exchanged glances before examining their respective attire. Sailor Pluto said, we are Sailor Guardians of the Royal Moon family. As perspiration started to trickle down everyone's heads, Kakashi said, okay. Kushina grinned broadly and said, they are the guardians of the Uzumaki royal family. They were on missions when our village and clan was attacked. They have finally finished their long-term missions and have come to find me for Naruto, and I are the last of those bloodlines, as well as Tsunade if she ever taps into that part of our family's power. Kushina replied. After that, the door opens again, allowing 2 more women to emerge and confront Kushina. Sailor Uranus remarked, Your Majesty, we await order. Kushina gives the 2 newcomers a smile. Sailor Uranus, Sailor Neptune, it is good to see you both as well. It appears Lord Kronos wants the danger taken care of with what is happening with the Dark Moon family. She turned to the 2 women. With a smile, Sailor Uranus bows to the woman in front of her. Yes, my lady, for it appears they have found a passageway to our world through the gates of time. This would be most troublesome if those of that clan has found its way here. For the Doom Phantom would try to kill all here. Neptune, the sailor, said. At that name, Kushina's eyes enlarged. She battled him once, and she would have lost if it weren't for her shinobi abilities. She bit her thumb and remarked, this isn't good. He would be troublesome if he found himself here. What the hell is going on, damn it. That bastard is coming here, but why? What plans does he have? She questioned herself. Sailor Neptune said, Lady Kushina. Kushina gave her a look. She was jolted out of her reverie. Sailor Neptune asked, what are our orders? Kushina turned to face Sailor Pluto and said, "Do everything you can to stop and eliminate him." She told the Time Guardian, "Pluto, you are to close all paths that lead here and make sure no one, and I mean no one, gets through." As they retreated through the doors of time, all 4 guardians said, "Yes, Your Highness." The door disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Kushina turned to face the other people. Anbu, Commander Dragon, Ibiki, and Anko had all joined in by this point. Kushina merely gave them a smile. She asked them all, "So back to business." About the genin hopeful. With drops of sweat, everyone in the room collapsed. To the antics of their Hokage. Academy of Ninjas. Naruto entered the building and made her way to the 3rd floor classroom. She made her way slowly down the hall to the final room, 312. Behind her, Anubis and Ares sank, scanning the rooms for students, but one crucial element was absent. There were no Chunin teachers in any of the rooms. While they waited, many of the children napped or engaged in games. Looking at his friend, Ares remarked, "It's strange that the teachers aren't here." Anubis entered the classroom behind Naruto, with Ares skulking behind her, and remarked, "That it is. But they must be doing something important for them not to be here." With her 2 wolves at her sides, Naruto sat at the rear of the classroom and remarked, "It looks like we are early. Oh well, I can work on this seal that has been bugging me, or I could finish the seals on the kunai for Dad's jutsu," she said to her family of wolves. Anubis said, "It would be best to get those kunai ready." Ares agreed with Anubis and said, "She is right. They will save your life or a comrade's life in battle," Anubis said, suddenly calling forth a large bag. Looking at the bag, Ares asked, "So, they are finally ready?" Naruto asked, cocking her head to the side to examine the bag, "What are ready?" Anubis raised the bag and set it on the table in front of Naruto, saying, "Dad has had one of his best blacksmiths working on some kunai for you. Just for this jutsu." Grabbing the bag, Naruto unzipped it. A slightly longer kunai that resembled a throwing knife in the Western style was in front of her. From the places outside the land of ice and frost, there was a small fox perched atop a crescent moon at the kunai's stop. "They are so beautiful, they would work wonderful for my father's jutsu. Also, no one would ever know. Because if I use his trademark kunai, everyone would know what was happening and I would be screwed in the end," Naruto said, taking one of the seals. She had packed it with her, disassembled the halt, and then reassembled it, inserting her seal. "I believe it would be a good time for a test run," Anubis replied. Naruto nodded while grabbing the throwing knife by the tip and glancing down at the classroom door and Iruka's desk. She flicked her wrist, sending the blade roaring through the air as it struck its target. Before Naruto knew it, Shikamaru and Choji had entered and she was perched atop Iruka's desk. Her throwing dagger sat between her legs, and Choji and a wide-eyed Shikamaru stood by the door. Shikamaru asked, his cheeks slightly flushed, "Troublesome blonde. Why are you sitting on Iruka's desk and why do you have a blade between your legs?" Naruto smiled nervously at him. She showed the 2 boys her throwing knife and said, "I was testing out my dad's jutsu." See. As they watched Naruto toss the dagger again, both boys nodded their heads. This time, however, it was her desk, and as she appeared there, a cross with a flash of silver and snow-white blossoms appeared in front of the boys. As he and Choji approached their desk directly in front of Naruto's, Shikamaru remarked, "Troublesome blonde." After catching the chip that had fallen out of his mouth, Choji sat down and resumed eating his chips. As Choji munched on his chips, he asked, "So, Naruto, have you come up with any new seals that would help my clan again?" Naruto assumed a contemplative stance while perched atop her desk. "Well, I'm working on a special fabric that has a seal woven into it," he replied. "Cool, let me know if you need someone to test them on," said Choji. Naruto grinned broadly and said, "Sure, I was just thinking about asking you as well." Naruto resumed her work on her newly acquired daggers. Choji merely observed as Shikamaru took one of the daggers and examined it. As he returned the dagger to Naruto, Shikamaru remarked, "Wow. These are expensive." Thus, the girl succeeded in completing her assignment. Naruto looked at the dagger, a little perplexed, and said, "What do you mean?" "They're just daggers that are a little larger." Shikamaru sighed at her and asked, "Seriously, you didn't notice that they are made out of chakra metal?" He simply shook his head and said, "Of course not. You just see what's before you and what you are able to add seals to." Anubis merely yawned and said, "Pretty much. Anyways, does anyone have an idea of what teams we might be on? Asked Naruto. They could do the Ino-Shika Cho trio once more. For our fathers have had us train together. But my father said something happened and he said the team lineup have changed, said Shikamaru. As though discussing the weather, Naruto said, oh, he was talking about what happened with Mizuki and how he fixed grades for some of the wealthier civilian students. What? Exclaimed Choji and Shikamaru. Shikamaru asked, looking at the girl to check for lies, my father didn't say anything about that. How did you know about it? Naruto gave him a wink. That was because Mizuki tried kidnapping me as well as steal the scroll of sealing. He wanted to make me his plaything for a while and then pass me off to his new master. But lucky for me, Anubis and Ares picked up on my scent and saved my life along with killing that bastard. She told the boys while they gazed at her with wide-eyed eyes, but neither Choji nor Naruto saw it. As Shikamaru heard this, he became enraged and began to make a fist, but became at ease upon learning that the man had passed away. Ares nodded and licked his lips as Anubis said, yeah, we ripped him in half. Both boys retreated from the two wolves and gave Naruto a terrified look. People started gradually entering the classroom by this point. They immediately noticed that, aside from Sakura, some of the supposedly best civilian children were gone. However, they had both hoped that she would have been removed from the program. When Sakura moved to sit next to Sasuke, the three simply sighed. When Ino entered the classroom, Sakura was seated next to Sasuke when she turned to look around the room. Despite her scowl, she simply continued to walk inside as she sat down beside Choji. Naruto grinned at the other blonde as everyone turned to stare at her. Concerned about her friend, Naruto asked, what's wrong, Ino? Ino looked sorrowfully at her friend and said, Sakura told me we couldn't be friends anymore. Naruto saw Ino nod her head and asked, I'm guessing it's over Sasuke. Naruto stuck her tongue out at Sasuke for turning to face her, saying, well, if she is acting this way. You know she was truly never your friend to begin with. For friends work things out and don't end friendship over a guy with a duck-ass haircut. With a single tear streaming down her cheek, Ino smiled at Naruto and said, you do have a point. But it still hurts for I thought she was my best friend just like how you were my best friend. Sakura grinned at the emo duck boy and said, Sasuke-kun. Don't you want to have lunch together after team placement? Sasuke gave the girl a disgusted look and said, no, I do not have the time to waste on a loser like yourself. When I have to get stronger? Sakura asked, her eyes welling with tears, but what if we end up on the same team, Sasuke-kun? Then I will do everything in my power to get you removed from the team and have someone else replace deadweights like yourself. Sasuke replied. Everyone in the classroom stared at him in disbelief. Naruto got up and slammed her hands onto her desk. Sasuke Uchiha, you are the one who is disgusting. For you do not speak to another person that way and even that to a comrade. She stated to him. Both Anubis and Ares growled at Naruto as Sasuke smirked at him before getting up and approaching her desk. Sasuke grinned down at Naruto and said, Naruto, we would make excellent partners. Don't you agree? It seemed to her that his gaze was starting to undress her. She looked away from him and crossed her arms, saying, no, it wouldn't be excellent. You would be a waste on my team and only hold us back. For your ego is far too big and would get in the way every time something came up on a mission or training. Anubis growled, get back to your desk, human. Sasuke gave Naruto and the wolf a fierce look. You are worthless, your ugly mutt. Naruto, you know you're wrong. I at the top of the class as well. Or did you forget about that little girl? He said to her. Naruto laughed even harder as she rolled onto the floor after falling out of her chair. Ha ha ha, you're the worthless one. Anubis is much stronger as well. She and Ares has had their first kills. Naruto replied. Sasuke tightened his jaw. He gritted his teeth and said, bitch, I will make you mine one way or another. Naruto got up and sat down, saying, fat chance, asshole. I'll never waste my time on someone like you. Before Sasuke could take further action, Sasuke was moved away from Naruto and back into his seat beside the pink banshee by Shikamaru using his shadow. Naruto said, thank you, Shika. Shika gave him a wink. Throughout this entire period, Ino witnessed the boy she believed to be her crush turn out to be a complete jerk and unworthy of her feelings. Sakura was also watching, but strangely, she was glaring more at Naruto, believing that the blonde was to blame for stealing her Sasuke-kun than the other way around, and viewing him as a complete jerk. Naruto turned to face Sakura. You can have him for I care Sakura. Sakura was about to scream at Naruto. Iruka entered the classroom accompanied by a number of files and other individuals. As he walked over to his desk and noticed it had been slightly damaged, he said, "Sorry for being late class. I'm glad to see you are all here." Sasuke and Sakura knew they couldn't do anything with Iruka there and there, future Jonin senseis, so Naruto grinned at them. Everyone sat down and quickly fell silent. "Iruka sensei, where are the others that passed last week?" asked Sakura. Iruka appeared irritated at the girl with the pink hair for being so noisy and acting like she owned the place. With a tick mark on his forehead, Iruka remarked, "They didn't have the makings to be a true shinobi." A woman with long, wavy black hair and crimson eyes said, "You will be quiet and speak to your sensei with more respect." With a smug expression, Sakura asked, "Who do you think you are?" The woman said, "I might be one of your future senseis." Sakura sat back down in her chair, pallid. Damn it. Sakura remained silent. That bitch. Knowing about Kurenai's obnoxious fangirl pupil, Iruka grinned at him. Like I was trying to say, we had to do a lot of retesting and discovered that not all of the people here had earned their place in the class. As a result, Lady Hokage had to form and decide on new teams not too long ago. When Naruto heard this, she snorted and tried to remain silent, thinking, I better not go and see mom anytime soon. She is going to be in a foul mood. As Naruto nodded off, Iruka rattled off the teams. Team 4, Hinata Hyuga, Shikamaru Nara, and Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Jiraiya of the Sannin will be your sensei. When Naruto learned that her perverted godfather would be her new sensei, she collapsed from her seat. Why Kami, why are you punishing me like this? As everyone stared at her in confusion, Naruto cried out. Why is a Sannin, not Sasuke-kun, chosen as the loser's sensei? Sakura was questioned and demanded. At that moment, there was a puff of smoke in front of the classroom, and a man with long white hair and an oddly dressed man appeared before the class on a big orange toad. To respond to that query, Jiraiya glared at the girl with the pink hair and said, I do not want a spoiled little brat as a student. Iruka smirked as he noticed Sakura's pallor growing even more. Team 5. Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha, Kiba Inuzuka, and your Jonin sensei is Kurenai Yuhi. Team 6. Ino Yamanaka, Choji Akamichi, and Shino Aburame, and your sensei will be Asuma Sarutobi. Iruka replied. When Kakashi found himself without a team, he simply grinned because he wasn't in the mood to deal with one and was instead planning to return to Anbu or do something else. Naruto, you and your team are to go to the Hokage Tower after you finish with your team meeting. Iruka replied. With the tone established by the Chunin sensei, Naruto simply went pale, unsure of what to anticipate from her mother. All right, Naruto said, not anticipating this. A different time and place. The 3 crescent moons shimmered in the moonlight as a woman with midnight black hair slowly opened her eyes and gazed out her bedroom window at the pitch-black midnight sky. Pushing off her covers, she slowly got out of bed and walked to her window overlooking her frozen kingdom, thinking to herself, baby sister is still alive. She smirked and closed her eyes, thinking to herself, I'll find you, little sister, before opening them. 5 girls had also woken from their frozen sleep, and their giggles could be heard off in the shadows. Gazing up at his squad, Jiraiya said, Team 4. As he and his toad vanished into thin air, he said, meet me at training ground 70. With a sigh, Naruto turned to face her 2 teammates and said, come on guys. She got up and calmly left the classroom as she and her teammates left the academy building. How disruptive will Naruto be as our team leader? Shikamaru asked, turning to face him. Did he ask? Hinata nodded as well because she was curious. He is going to be worse than when he was teaching us in the academy, Naruto said, turning to face her 2 teammates as her 2 wolf partners laughed behind them. She informed the 2, he has the opportunity to be more of a pervert and slack when he feels like it to do his precious research. Hinata blushed a little and appeared somewhat upset by this information. Shikamaru simply sighed and complained, troublesome. They continued to walk until they reached the training field. About time you 3 got here, Jiraiya said, looking up from his small table where he had been writing something for his new team. Why didn't you just flash step here with your teammates, Naruto? He asked. He said to the blonde girl. I didn't feel like it as well, Naruto said, squinting at the elderly toad. You could have done the same, she said, sounding irritated. I'll be your team leader until you participate in the Chunin exams or longer, he said, simply grinning at the other 2 and laughing at her. How far you three develop is up to you, he informed them. Naruto gave him a sly smile and said, "You're skipping the team test." She questioned him. "You've got it. Over the years, I have observed that you three collaborated more effectively than any other team you were ever assigned to." Indeed, the Nara performed well using his father's formation. However, it wouldn't have fully utilized his strength in the Hyuga girl. A tracking team would have been beneficial to her. However, they would have provided her with excessive shelter. Jiraiya grinned and said, "In this way, you three will grow and become stronger." "Pray Sage, what do you mean?" Naruto asked. Jiraiya sighed, put away his work, got up, and approached his team. "What I'm saying is, if Shikamaru had wanted to, he could have enrolled in your program at any time. The child is incredible and a genius. He will outperform his father and develop into a superb strategist, in my opinion." Shikamaru glared at the man as he told them that this village, or any village, has seen in a very long time. "Difficult. I just wanted to live a normal shinobi life and be low-key. Perhaps take over my dad's position in the future." Shikamaru sighed and fell to the ground, reclining to gaze up at the sky. "But I was hoping someone else would come along and become Jonin commander and chief strategist of the Hokage and Fire Lord." As he opened one eye and gave her a glare, Naruto laughed and said, "I told you that someday you're going to be found out." "Now for Hinata," Jiraiya said, clearing his throat. If the tracking team assigned her, she could be shielded and cuddled by the two male members, who would never let her shine on her own. "I think Hinata finds it more difficult to fight in her family style because of the way she is built, which is different from that of a typical Hyuga. Regarding this, I have only seen one other person who was like that, and that person was her mother, who trusted me with her fighting style scrolls so that I could eventually give them to her daughter." He claimed that a lavender toad appeared on the training field, opened its mouth, and produced a large lavender scroll with its tongue wrapped around it. It placed the scroll in front of Hinata because she knew that the clan elders would burn the scrolls because they always claimed that it was a bastard style of gentle fist. With a simple smile, Hinata accepted the large scroll and said, just above a whisper, "Thank you. You and your teammates will study this scroll while on the training field. You must never give that scroll to the elders or any other member of your family. Since it's the only one I have, they'll destroy it, and trying to figure it out without your mother's notes will be very difficult," Jiraiya said, glaring at the girl. Hinata bowed to the man and said, "I understand." Jiraiya got the girl to look at him and said, "Now Naruto. Your mother gave me scrolls for you to study," he said. He informed her, "I also know that you are training in things from the wolves and others." "Yes, that's all right." Naruto simply grinned and said, "I already have clones working on several scrolls." "We'll see how many clones you can make," Jiraiya said with a smile. "I'm done with you three for the time being. You will all be shinobi at the cage level," he concluded, grinning. "Previ Sage," Naruto said, laughing at him. She told him, "I can do Sage mode and I'm already at chakra levels with you." Her mother had her keep that a secret until she was assigned to a team. Jiraiya's mouth fell to the floor. "How?" he sobbed. "I still need Ma and Pa to help me get into Sage mode." As if he had grown a second head, Naruto gazed at him. "Really? You still need assistance from Ma and Pa? You ought to have mastered it by now, Previ Sage," she informed him. "Well, juggling research, student training, espionage, and wars was challenging." Jiraiya pouted and said, "I couldn't find the time." "All right, while you're teaching us." Naruto gave him a stern look and said, "You need to start training for Sage mode again." Jiraiya sighed and raised his hands. "Okay, this might work, I suppose. Anyway, how about we all go around and tell each other a little bit about ourselves?" he said. "You already know about us and we know about you," the three genin said, grinning at one another. Naruto laughed and said, "So, we think we're good." "What jerks. No respect," complained Jiraiya. "Okay, let's go see your mother." He grinned as he noticed Naruto's pallor. In other places, as she waited for her boyfriend to arrive, Rei was sitting in crown going over a few documents. She sighed and put the papers down on the table. "Hi, Rei, do you want your drink to be refilled?" Onder stood in front of her table and asked. She grinned at the man with the blonde hair and said, "Sure, that would be great Onder." He poured her more tea, grinned, and made small talk, saying, "I haven't seen the girls around lately." "Yeah, Amy moved to Germany and the other two went to England for cooking and acting school." Rei told the truth. "Whoa, that's wonderful to hear. I only wish they had bid me farewell. Like Usagi did so long ago, they simply got up and went, he said. Yeah, well, you know her, Ray said with a slightly darkened smile. She was a flake all the time. Yes, you are correct. Alas, I have to return to my job. Goodbye, Ray, Onder said. Ray was unaware that her boyfriend would not be attending their date this evening because Wiseman had summoned him and he was now a member of the Doom Phantom. Soon that foolish woman will join his fate, Wiseman thought gloomily as he disappeared from his chambers, laughing to himself. Hokage Tower in Leaf Village. Kushina-sama, Kushina said, sitting at her desk and giving a fat civilian councilman a fierce look. Please see the explanation. Now that your daughter is an adult and a genin, it's time for marriage contracts. She would be a perfect match for my son. He assured her that he would be able to control her wild nature and transform her into a respectable lady of the Fire Lord's court. Kushina glared more at the overweight man and said, I will not be talking about any marriage contracts until my daughter is ready for marriage, and that is if not, she hasn't found the man she wants to spend her life with. However, Kushina-sama, see the rationale behind my request, he said. Additionally, when called upon, my daughter behaves like a proper lady. Additionally, if I were to arrange my daughter's marriage, it would probably be with the offspring of a clan head, because she would prefer a shinobi to a spoiled brat who would pass out at the sight of blood. In addition, Naruto is the final female member of the main family of the royal Uzumaki. She would also need to marry someone from a higher social class. Even the sons of the Fire Lord are skilled warriors and samurai with some shinobi abilities. My family only gets married into warrior families, Kushina informed him politely. He gave her a startled look and attempted to reassure her by saying, my son does have a little shinobi training and I'm sure he would be willing to become a shinobi or a samurai to be able to court your daughter. I've finished discussing this approach. Kushina had had enough and was ready to hurl the man out of her office through the window. Because I have the new genin senseis waiting to give me their reports on who passed and who failed, she said. Very well, Lady Hokage-sama, the man said, bowing to her after taking the hint. As he left the office and the Jonin senseis filed in, they could feel the tempura drop in the office. But I'm sure we will speak of this matter once more in the future, he told her. The councilman was staring at Naruto with hungry eyes, and Jiraiya brushed past him. Shikamaru and Jiraiya saw this and flanked Naruto, keeping her away from the man while her two wolves snarled at the fat man. As Jiraiya entered with his students, the others turned to gaze at the toad sage, and Jiraiya exclaimed, what the hell was that all about? With a sigh, Kushina turned to face each person and said, give me your reports. Since they had some excellent pupils, all senseis said, all teams have passed. I wanted to fail my team, Kurenai sighed. However, they managed to pull themselves together and pass at the last minute, she told the Hokage. With a very small group of genin already causing her stress, Kushina nodded her head and said, good to hear that. She told the Jonin senseis, well, be ready for morning training and afternoon demissions. They all said, hi. Kushina-chan, what was that fat man's problem? Jiraiya said as she moved forward. He told her, he was looking at Naruto like she was a steak dinner. That fat bastard, Kushina said, her hair taking on the form of 9 tails as her eyes widened slightly and she started growling. My daughter will not be touched by him, she snarled. The sight of death standing behind the woman caused everyone's eyes to widen. Stepping forward, Naruto asked, why would that man want me? She inquired. With a sigh, Shikamaru put his hand on Naruto's right shoulder and said, he wants to marry you to his son for you are prized cow to him. Oh, hell no, Naruto said, going pale. As her aura darkened and she transformed into a demon, Naruto snarled, I will not be married off to some pampered drama queen. A warroir, not a tiny princess, is what I want in life. She shouted as loudly as she could. Even the fat council man could hear her shouting from outside the Hokage tower. We'll break her and bend her to our well. She will be the prefect puppet to the Hokage, he thought to himself as he smiled and turned to leave. This doesn't feel right, he thought to himself as he entered the building and made his way up to the Hokage's office. He heard his little sister yelling and saw the man with the fat face wearing a disgusting grin. He eyed the man as they passed each other. Make me a promise, Naruto said, turning to face Shikamaru and putting both of her hands on his shoulder. With fear in her eyes, she told him, if we both don't have anyone by the time we make Jonin, we get married. Sure, why not, he said, laughing. By then, I'm fairly certain you'll be married. At his friend's antics, Shikamaru shook his head and said, you troublesome blonde. As soon as he heard what the two had promised, Kakashi entered the room and, in a sickly sweet whisper, he was on Shikamaru. You hurt her, and I'll kill you. Shikamaru simply nodded his head and went pale in response to this man with silver hair. Kakashi, put that boy down immediately. Standing next to the councilman, Kushina said in a sickly sweet voice, that councilman in my office is the one you should be pursuing. After dusting the boy off and giving him a pat on the head, Kakashi turned pale and moved away from Shikamaru, saying, yes, Kushina-sama. In another instance, Shikamaru's mother experienced a very pleasant feeling after her son did something to bring her great joy. You know I could call your father from his office and make a contract right now, you too, Kushina said, glancing at the two teenagers. With a playful smile, she said, for you two, just make your own arranged marriage. Both teenagers turned away from one another and jumped away from one another, blushing. Too late, I already heard everything. Shikaku Nara sighed at the doorway, adding, troublesome kids. Oh Shika-chan, Kushina said, laughing as she saw the Jonin commander. Nothing will be forced by me. Perhaps they could find out if they like one another by going on a few dates. She told the head of the Nara clan, but if she did have this arrangement, it would save her from all those pampered bastards. I have nothing against this. However, I'm not sure what my wife would say. Shikaku grinned at his son and said, lazy brat found himself a catch, and I know once my wife hears about this, we will have her every day talking about wedding colors with Kushina. Just be ready for my wife wanting to plan their wedding by the end of the week, he thought to himself. As the others simply perspired at the two people they obeyed, Kushina laughed. Well, this will also prevent the Uchiha clan from attempting the same thing in the future. Naruto grinned at Shikamaru, who merely sighed at her antics, and said, for Tem tried again today. Anyo, shouldn't we discuss this without everyone in attendance? Hinata said, this is something that should only be discussed with clan heads. She was astounded by everything that had happened in just 30 minutes. Kushina laughed and let his perspiration fall. I apologize for that. She grinned at everyone and said, that man just got under my skin, and I don't want to force my daughter into anything she doesn't want any part of. This does not go past these doors, Jiraiya said, glancing at everyone in the room. It is fine, everyone, do you get it? He informed everyone present. They all nodded their heads in agreement, and he exuded a sense of power that made him appear like the legendary ninja he was at that precise moment. Everyone left the 5th Hokage's office after that, with the exception of Jiraiya and his team, Shikaku, and Kakashi. So, Mom, why did you want to see me? Naruto blushed as she walked past Shikamaru and asked. As 3 of her shadow clones complete paperwork for her, Kushina sits behind her desk and says, I wanted to congratulate you and see how well you were bonding with your team. As the others watched in disbelief, she said to her daughter, I wanted to see how long it will take Jiraiya here to get you 3 readies for C-rank missions. This caused Jiraiya to look a little perplexed. Why do you want them at Chunin level so quickly? As he looked at the woman in front of him, Shikaku opened a sluggish eye. Jiraiya nodded in understanding as Kushina said, something from my past is coming and I want her and her teammates to be able to handle anything that comes their way. Jiraiya knew about the Moon Kingdom, so if something from that world is coming here, he better work his ass off and get them ready for whatever comes their way. If I work them from dawn until dusk and we don't waste time with D ranks. In 2 months, I believe they can reach Chunin level. However, in order to receive their first C rank, they must complete these D ranks. Jiraiya turned to face his students and said, I don't want to play favorites, and have you not had them do the chores like the others? Kushina gave this a nod. All right, she smirked at her daughter and said, but get them to the point where they can create shadow clones like Naruto. Perhaps Naru-chan can create shadow clones and have 2 of them henge into her 2 teammates, and you make one and they do the chores. This could work, and no one will know, she said to them as she sat there reflecting. The only time I would need them is when it is the Torah mission. The 3 teenagers exchanged glances and gave each other a nod. Hokage-sama, Shikamaru looked at his father and said, that might work. Shikaku nodded his head in agreement, knowing that he would be working with his son on their family jutsu on his day off. Good, Kushina said with a smile. After that, Naruto will create her clones and Jiraiya every day at 1 p.m., and she will also finish a few missions to get you to your first C rank. As they all moaned, Jiraiya turned to face them and said, Well, let's get back to our training ground for bootcamp beginnings today. After 3 weeks, both Hinata and Shikamaru successfully created a single shadow clone without the need for a solider pill. Even his father had joined in a few times, but Shikamaru's skills improved in stealth as his chakra reserves increased and his stamina was now low chunin. He also discovered that he could sink into his shadows after witnessing Naruto perform Shadow Step, which she learned from the Lunar Clan. His son was now showcasing his skills, and it wouldn't look good for the Jonin commander that his son was abandoning him. "I'm so proud of you three with all the progress you have shown," Jiraiya said, grinning at his students. "I expected you, Hinata," he said to the timid girl. With her hair now reaching her shoulders, Hinata grinned at her sensei and said, "Thank you, sensei." She was dressed in a lavender and blue battle kimono, black shorts, and black calf-high shinobi boot heels. "I can't believe you have already surpassed your mother in her own fighting style as well as mastered the final moves she was working on before she retired," he said to her. She simply blushed more. She had demonstrated to the elders that she was a formidable opponent during this time, defeating her father multiple times, as well as every other strong fighter in the main family and several of the branch families. Even her jerk of a grandfather challenged her to a fight, and the result was the bloodiest of all the battles she had with her clan. The old man was left in a wheelchair after Hinata nearly killed him for telling her that he wished her mother had never had her because she was the weakest member of the clan and had no right to be a member of the main family. On that day, he learned not to piss off his granddaughter, because she would kill you, and she didn't care if he made her disappear from her clan because she had a new family that consisted of her sensei and teammates. As he examined Hinata and Shikamaru, Jiraiya said, "Think it is time we see what your elements are as well, maybe get your guys fighting with weapons." Shikamaru was now lean and more built for speed, while Hinata was also built for speed but more flexible like water. He needed something that would work well for them, but he wasn't sure what. Sitting on the ground, Naruto gazed up at her two teammates and grinned as she said, "You guys are amazing." "It's unfortunate that you two don't have personal summons," said Ares, who was seated next to Naruto and was observing the two teenagers. He said, "They would undoubtedly help you two grow even more," and Anubis nodded in agreement. Kronos, who liked the little wolf's idea, watched the teens train from his crystal ball with a slight smile on his face. He examined a number of scrolls on a desk beside him and asked himself, what summons would work well for a Shadow Walker and the girl? He ran his fingers over the summons for the Panther and Tiger clan while turning to face the Bear clan, but that summons would be better for the boy's big friend. They require summonses that can scout for them and fight alongside them. He got up, picked up both scrolls, and turned to face his daughter. "I think these two would suit them," he said. "Dad," she inquired, "please take these to Naruto and her friends, Pluto, my dear. Inform them that they will receive a personal summons. Additionally, these summonses have historically been connected to their clans," Kronos stated as he gave the scrolls to his daughter, who nodded and opened the time and space door. A door with all the moon's faces appeared in front of Team 5, and Pluto emerged carrying two enormous scrolls. "Princess." Pluto bowed and placed both scrolls in front of Naruto, saying, "My father has sent me to deliver these scrolls to your two teammates." "Thank you, Pluto," Naruto said with a smile to the woman. "Please let Lord Kronos know how much I appreciate all of his assistance." Pluto gives a nod, retreats into the doorway, and disappears from view. "What summons are they, and who gets which one?" Shikamaru and Hinata both glanced down at the two scrolls in front of Naruto. With some concern, Hinata asked. When Shikamaru examines the scrolls more closely, he notices both of their clan symbols. "I think these summonses had once been in our clans," he says, pointing to the markings on the scrolls. Hinata picks up the scroll and examines the artwork on it after noticing the Hyuga clan crest on it. "I believe you are right, and I believe mine belongs to the Tiger clan. This is amazing. After you master the two-hand signals for summoning, I will teach you the others." Jiraiya looked his two students in the eye and said, "You will hide these scrolls and sign your name in blood because only one would kill for them." As they follow their sensei's instructions and mimic him until he feels they have been read, they both nod in comprehension. 3 more weeks have passed since Shikamaru and Hinata were summoned, and they have started training with them in addition to finding their own partners. Shadow was Shikamaru's only Panther partner. She was the daughter of the summon boss. Ares and Anubis thought that the only reason she stayed with Shikamaru was because she was making her father crazy with her plans for battle and her jokes about everyone. He therefore reasoned that he would cause her to deal with the young Shadow Walkers. 2 partners were given to Hinata. Lilac and Lily, the twins, are called by the boss. The fur of the 2 white tiger cubs was similar to lavender. Little angels, both quiet and flawless. Both of them are constantly prepared for hunting, tracking, and a good fight. However, after 3 weeks, they started to function as a cohesive team. They had to make last-minute adjustments to their attack plans because they were moving as a unit and knew very little. After a rigorous training regimen with his students, Jiraiya declared, "Well brats, I think it's time to finally take on our first C-rank mission." At last, he managed to switch into Sage mode without the assistance of his parents. Each of the 3 genin and their 5 companions. Naruto glared at the man and said, "About damn time." The memories of their shadow clones were passed down to all 3 genin. Her mother seems to have a mission for them. A mission that could be more than AC rank alone. I suppose Kronos wants them to accept it, though. The team with Sasuke Uchiha on it was supposed to win. But right now, it was too high for them. As they all nodded, Jiraiya said, "Well brats. You heard the boss lady." To avoid making it seem strange that the animals were not with their humans, even their partners had learned the shadow clone jutsu. Tower of Hokage. Kushina glared at an elderly man while seated behind her desk, who had a sake bottle in his hands. He was staring at the floor in front of him. In a voice that was sickly sweaty, Kushina asked, "Now tell me once more. Why you lied to me?" As the half-empty bottle dropped from his hands, the elderly man in front of her started crying. With 20,000 yen in his pocket, he exclaimed, "I don't have enough for a B or A rank mission. This is all I have on me. AD rank cost 10,000 yen. AC rank cost 20,000 yen, and so forth. I had to lie to you, Lady Hokage. Gato is killing my homeland. With Uzu gone, we only have the leaf for protection." The elderly gentleman wept. When he mentions her former homeland, Kushina's eyes soften a little. "Just this once I will allow this to slide. But you will pay for an A- rank mission once your country is on its feet. As well, I am going to use this mission as a test for my daughter's team," she stated to the elderly gentleman. He was on his hands and knees. He thanked the woman with the crimson silver hair, saying, "Thank you, my goddess." At this, Kushina simply laughed. Team 4 entered the Hokage's office while she was laughing. They all realized immediately that something was wrong because an elderly man was sobbing and bending down to their cage. Naruto raised an eyebrow at what they saw and said, "All right, Mom. What's up?" Kushina noticed Team 4 entering through her doorway. The elderly man stood up again, wiped the tears from his face with the towel around his neck, and sat down again. "Well, kiddos and Jiraiya, this here is Tazuna and he needs you to protect him on his way back to the land of Wave, and then while there protect him and his works as well as his family from Gato and his men. But also, if somehow you 4 are able to eliminate the little bastard." Kushina replied with a grin. Jiraiya gave a nod in agreement with the information. "I have just gotten word that Gato has taken over the land of Wave. But it appears he has been there for about 5 years and killed and kidnapped many people during that time," he said as he perused his notebook. Shikamaru sighed and asked, "Why are we just hearing about this?" Jiraiya remarked, "I have lost about 8 spies so far." The others merely gave a nod. Without Gato's knowledge, nothing could leave the land of Wave. Tazuna was fortunate enough to have a job that allowed him to escape, and he was too well known to be killed outright. Gato would therefore need to figure out how to murder the elderly man. "I have considered sending another team with your team, Jiraiya, but I'm not sure if you would want Genin, who might not be ready for AC rank just yet. You know there will be bandits or low-ranking nuke ninjas waiting for his return to the land of Wave." Naruto laughed. "Mama Asuma's team trains with us at times and she knows bugs would help us out a lot." Jiraiya simply nodded his head in agreement as Kushina nodded hers while turning to face the Sannin sensei. "Only Kurenai and Kiba join as times," Jiraiya said. Jiraiya crossed his arms and said, "Ducky and Pinky think they are too good for us and claim we will only hold them back." The idea of him holding back a lazy good for nothing, Uchiha, was enough to make him scoff. As an Anbu materialized in front of her, Kushina said, "Then I will call for his team to tag along then. Go bring me Team 6. She commanded. As Team 5 enters the office with the Fire Lord's wife Cat, the masked Anbu disappeared in a flurry of leaves. As luck would have it, Team 6 was not far behind Team 5 because they had just completed one mission and were preparing for another. "Ah, Team 6, Kushina said with a smile. She grinned broadly and said, "I just sent for you. Lady Fifth, what can we do for you? Asuma smiled and pulled out a cigarette. As if discussing the weather, Kushina said, you are to go with Team 4 to protect the bridge builder and assassinate Gato. Sasuke's ears perked up at this, and he disrespectfully opened his mouth and said, why are these losers getting a higher mission than myself? He commanded his fire shadow to do so. They have met the requirement to take his mission as well. They know how to respect their teammates and Hokage. Kushina growled at him, her eyes glowing crimson as her tails took on the shape of 9 tails swaying in the air, and she looked like a demon as her chains pulled the foolish boy towards her. A chakra chain shot out of her back and wrapped itself around the foolish boy. I'll let you go, demon woman. Sasuke, scream. Ibiki entered the Hokage's office before Jiraiya could kill the boy, grabbed him from the chains, and growled, you'll be having a nice weekend with me, boy. He had come to his leader's office to report what they had obtained from the dead jackass. Kiba burst out laughing, saying, dude, that's what he gets. He sighed and said, but I do wish I could have joined you guys. Let Sasuke-kun go. I will inform my mother of what you are doing. Sakura screamed as she chased after Ibiki, and Anko winked and let one of her snakes bite the girl as she emerged from the shadows. Well, that pink thing will be out for a week. I think I have driven everyone crazy in one way or another, Kushina thought, her perspiration dropping at her shinobi antics. If Gato continues to cause problems, it will take 2 weeks to complete my bridge. 1 week if you kill him immediately, Tazuna said. Okay, you two can go, Kushina said, turning to face the boy and his puppy, who were both giving her puppy no jutsu looks. Those two won't be finished with Ducky and Pinky in a week, in my opinion. Ducky will also receive a proper psychiatric evaluation as a result. You can go or take a week off, Kurenai. Kurenai gave a nod, saying, I need a little rest. Sakura and Sasuke make things difficult. It will also be interesting to observe how well Kiba collaborates with a different sensei and team. It will be beneficial for me to be present when those two leave T and I, so I will take the time off. All right, folks, you've got your marching orders, Kushina said, nodding her head. As everyone left her office, she gave the order, meet in an hour. I think the shinobi of this village are going crazy in one way or another, Kakashi said, emerging at the open window. Well, more than usual, he remarked while pondering. Shut up and get in here, Kushina said with a scowl. Now it's your turn to assist me with my documentation. Yoshino Nara dashed into the Fire Shadow's office as soon as that was said. She exclaimed excitedly, Kushina-chan. I think I figured out the prefect colors for our children's wedding. Kushina perspired at what she saw as Kakashi collapsed onto his face with a foot raised in the air. With a mixture of wonder and fear, she asked, What colors do you like this time? Silver, royal purple, black, and white. Yoshino said with a gentle smile while holding bits of cloth on a tiny clipboard. When Kushina smiled, she said, I like how those colors sound. At last, they had decided on colors. The chubby civilian councilman stood at the doorway, staring at everyone in the room. There was a slight growl in his voice as he said, Lady Hokage. As the mother of the Nara clan turned to face the man, Kushina glanced over Yoshino's shoulder, and Kakashi stood up again, glaring with his one eye. Kushina asked, What brings you here? She was not at all concerned. With anger in his eyes, he said, I had come to inform you that my son has gone to the land of iron to become a samurai in order to marry your daughter. Yoshino gave the man who was now standing beside her a fierce look. Shikaku felt the need to reach his wife and Hokage down the hallway. A sloth of a man hurried down the hallway to see the door of the Hokage's office open, his wife and the civilian councilman who had just weeks earlier sneered at his cage. Kushina tried to smile politely at the man and said, Well, I am sorry to inform you. But my daughter has chosen the Nara heir as her future husband. How could you allow her to do this? You knew very well my son wanted to date and marry the girl. You should have someone of my noble family as a son-in-law. He screamed and growled. My family is noble, and the girl personally asked him to marry her. For she didn't want your disgusting son anywhere near her. Also, they had been dating for a while. Since the academy, Yoshin glared at the man, ready to kill him. The man turned, raised his hand, and gave Yoshin a disgusted look. A big hand caught his wrist and put pressure on it, breaking it just as he was about to hit the woman. I would advise you not to touch my wife and clan mother. For you will have the entire Nara clan declaring war on you and your family. As of now, my clan will not buy any of your goods nor will we sell to you anymore, said Shikaku Nara. clan leader and extremely irate spouse. Additionally, an Anbu wearing a deer mask emerged from the darkness, holding a short sword at the fat man's neck. He intended to murder the man who dared to attack his clan mother. At this, Kushina grinned. With your action on attacking a shinobi councilman's wife, you are hereby removed from the civilian council, and I will have word sent to the Fire Lord of your actions here today and why you were removed. You bitch. You were never fit to be Hokage. We just wanted that bitch of a daughter of yours to be our puppet to get more control of this fucking village. He yelled. The man was knocked out after Kakashi moved in and struck him in a pressure point. He picked up the obese man and complained about how heavy he was, saying, I will give him to Ibiki and Inoichi Yamanaka. To assist the Cyclops, the man's feet were taken by the deer-masked Anbu. Shikaku embraced his wife tightly. He whispered, Are you all right, my love? In her ear. Yoshin nodded her head slowly. She was taken aback by what had happened. She turned to face Kushina, who was furious and as red as a tomato. Those bastards. Anbu, Shikaku, I want you all to get all the civilian council and drag them to T&I. If that is what they had been planning, I want their heads on my desk. She yelled with rage. They all gave a nod and disappeared. It was going to be a long night and week for Ibiki, Anko, Inoichi, and the others. The parents were unaware that Naruto, Shikamaru, Hinata, and Jiraiya had witnessed everything. Because they had returned to the office, they stood by the open window and watched everything unfold. Shikamaru was on the verge of attacking and murdering the man who intended to harm his mother. Yes, she can cause problems. However, because she gave him life, she was both his mother and everything to him. I swear when we get back, I'm going to get my pound of flesh off that bastard. One way or another. He let out a growl. Naruto was furious and said, You and me both. Since they desired her mother's power, they only see her as a kami-dam pawn. Hell, if they were only aware of the reality. Yes, she was reminded of her goddamn ex by this. She gave a headshake. She didn't need to be depressed at this moment. However, the others noticed the sad expression on her face. They didn't ask, though. For now, it was best to put it off. Because they are on a mission. Principal gates. At the main gates, everyone had assembled. They had discussed the mission. While the others guard Tazuna, his family, and his employees, Team 4 will deal with Gato. As Team 4 formed a triangle, Jiraiya said, Alright kiddies, let's get a move on. Kiba took the lead to detect any danger while Team 6 reorganized into a triangle. 2 nuclear shinobi were waiting for the group 10 miles from the village. An elderly man with a peculiar hat and a problem with heavy drinking is their target. Ares looked at the brown-eared puppy and remarked, It smells like the ocean. Akamaru agreed and barked. As he relayed to the others what the wolf and puppy had said, Kiba glanced at the two and nodded. Asuma fell to the rear of the group while Jiraiya took the lead, nodding his head. After exchanging glances, Team 4 created shadow clones of each other and escorted them into the forest. 3 seconds after Jiraiya passed the 2 puddles, they launched an attack. 2 men emerged wearing gas masks, and their hands were covered by a chain attached to 2 metal-clawed gauntlets. They hurried forward, securing the old man and young genin with the chains. They laughed and smirked while using the other hand to pull the chain tight. Together, they declared, We got him. However, they were taken aback. Jiraiya and Asuma both emerged behind the 2 men and knocked them out as the group went up in smoke. As she and the other left the forest, Naruto remarked, Well, it looks like the little troll hired the demon brothers and their known bosses Zabuza. Jiraiya grinned and said, You been studying the bingo book again, brat? Hinata glanced at the 2 men and said, Yeah, well, we need to know who's out there and who we may run into in the field. Shikamaru sarcastically said, Unless you want us to die in the surprise attack like this one with an unknown, we can stop studying them. Growing tired of his team's lip, Jiraiya growled, Shut up, brat. Sometimes there was no regard for him. Well, they will be out for a while and I know Mama would love a new present right now. Something to help her blow off a little steam, said Naruto. At that moment, the girl saw a door with moon faces on it. With a smile on her face, Sailor Pluto emerged, followed closely by Sailor Saturn. Pluto held up a pretty pink bow and said, Princess, my father agrees with what you just said and asked me to pick them up for you and put this lovely pink bow on them. With a sly smile, Naruto took out a scroll, wrote something for her mother, and gave it to Pluto. She smiled and said, Please give this note to my mama. Sailor Pluto said, As you wish, princess. Together, they bind the men, drag them into the doorway, and disappear. Everybody stared at Naruto. She gave them a smile. I'm not telling you, for you'll know in 5, 4, 3, 2.1. Their Hokage screamed, "Kami, damn it, Naruto." As Naruto collapsed to the ground, giggling at her mother. I think this mission needs to last 2 weeks to keep me safe from my mother's wrath. Jiraiya grinned. Not happening, brat. It will only be a week mission and you will get whatever punishment for whatever the note said to your mother. Her eyes watered as Naruto pouted. However, Jiraiya turned and started walking again. He refused to give his goddaughter what she wanted, so he was not going to look into those eyes. From the shadows, Zabuza and a ninja wearing a mask had been observing. 7 brats and a Sannin, a former Fire Lord personal guard. However, it is necessary to keep an eye on the 3 who report to the Sannin. Because having a Nara, a Hyuga, and the girl with the blonde hair on the same team was strange. If he recalls correctly, the girl is the daughter of Kushina Uzumaki the Red Death, and it looks like she is the Hokage's daughter. Just one of her many names, he pondered. The ninja in the mask beside him had only one idea. We must stop losing. We're in trouble. Office of the Konoha Hokage. Kushina sighs while sipping her mint tea while seated behind her desk. She told herself, it's about time all this BS paperwork is finished. Those bastards kept me busy. At that moment, she sees a moon-faced, cracked midnight blue door. The lavender door with moon faces appears immediately beside it. Neptune, Pluto, Saturn, Uranus, and even Kronos emerge. As the god of time approached Kushina's desk and sat down in front of it, the 4 outer guardians appeared prepared for combat. Kushina simply raised an eyebrow as the midnight blue door opened and a woman with silver slit eyes and midnight blue hair emerged, followed by 5 giggling girls. With a playful smirk on her lips, the woman said, "Hello Kushina." "Nihilania?" Kushina asked, looking at her long-lost twin sister in confusion. Nihilania laughed and covered her mouth, saying, "Oh Kushina-chan. You do remember me." Kronos merely yawns while observing the interactions between the 2 sisters. "It has been a very long time since you 2 been together." He replies. "Well, last thing I knew she got into it with great-grandfather and she was put into a slumber and sent into space for being a brat," said Kushina. Nihilania smiles. "I wasn't the only brat, but I did challenge everything though." 5 young girls enter the room through the doorway and survey the space. It appeared that they were around 4 years old. Nihilania's dress is pulled on by one with light blue hair. "Mama Nia," the young child said, "we are hungry." Kushina looked at the young children behind her and paused her shouting at her sister. Her eyes enlarged. She questioned, "Are they the missing guardians?" Nihilania grinned as she glanced back up at Kushina. "Yes, I had one of my lax spirits them away for I saw what future awaited them and that accursed girl was planning against my niece. So, they've been sleeping for a very long time and just awake when I did." Kushina creates multiple shadow copies of herself. As he approaches the door to her office, she says to everyone, "Come, let's head to my home and I'll make everyone lunch." Kronos gets to his feet. He says, "Let's use the doorway. It will be quicker and less questions." Kushina nods. The doorway that Nihilania had passed through had disappeared, and Pluto moved away from it. In Kushina's house, another door opened. Everyone got out and entered the living room. Kushina said, "Please sit, and I'll have lunch ready shortly." Earth. Rei had visited the gathering spot in the forest behind her grandfather's shrine. "Where is he?" She bit her thumbnail, thinking, he knows not to keep Lord Wise Man waiting. She was unaware that someone was approaching. The wise man's dark and repulsive voice said, "Ah, you made it just on time." When Rei turned to her left, she saw the bluish-green ball and the green eyes glowing in the dark forest. She said, unsure of what to say, "Yes." She paused, saying, "Everything has gone to plan so far." But the wise man furrows his brow. He questioned her, "What is it?" Feeling uncertain, Rei said, "The 3 other inner scouts have gone missing. The one called Ace has also been killed in an accident, but they are nowhere to be found. This might be an issue. Brat, if those 3 manage to reach the moon, she could thwart my plans," he reflected. "Are you sure you have gone to all their known locations and what of the cat?" He asks her. Rei glares at him and clenches her fist. She growled at the demon she had sold her soul to for power, saying, "I'm not fool. I have gone everywhere looking for them and whatever friends and family they have don't even know where they are and for the damn cats. They have vanished as well." The wise man gave this a nod. He disappeared into the darkness, saying, "Very well. Then in a few days I will come for you." Unbeknownst to Rei, her grandfather had witnessed all of this and had been concerned for his granddaughter for some time due to the dark energy emanating from her. He now realized that she had given her soul to darkness and was no longer pure. "What have you got yourself into, child? How have you treated your pals?" As he disappeared back into the forest and made his way back to the shrine, a single tear trickled down his cheek. Rei would no longer be his heir, and her cousin would take over. In any case, the girl was more appropriate. Family palace at Dark Moon. Standing beside his brother Saphir was Prince Demand. Prince Demand questioned, "Are you sure this is what he is planning for us?" "Yes, I have been listening to his plans when he is talking to that damn fool of a prince," said Saphir. "Then we need to make her more quickly. Emerald and Rubius are both a loss to us." "Maybe the four sisters," replied Demand. "I will follow as no questions asked. They have been questioning Rubius' actions as of late and how he has been sending them off on mission that could kill them," said Saphir as he raised his hand. Demand gave this a head nod. "Good. Tonight, we can escape from them by passing through the gates of time. They won't anticipate this from us." After exchanging glances and nodding their heads, the brothers realized that they had to start implementing their plans right away because waiting any longer would only make their situation worse. Kamikaze Uzumaki Estate. Kushina glanced at her sister and asked, "So, you been watching this whole time?" Nihilania grinned. "Well, you're not the only one Crone's blessed with little gifts of sight among other things." Kushina makes fun of her sister by sticking her tongue out. The antics of their queen make the four outer guardians swear. As they recalled the girls' previous lives, they collectively thought, their princess truly does take after her mother. As both women stared at him with perplexed expressions, Crones said, "No ladies. We have more important things to talk about." Crones looked at the two in front of him with a long sign. He emphasized to the two women in front of him, "I swear. You two act more like children than grown women. But this is besides the fact. We have a problem that we have the Doom Phantom trying to find his way to our world." Kushina froze where she was. Nihilania raised an eyebrow in response. She doesn't really know who this person or object was, so she asks, "Who's this Doom Phantom that you speak of?" As the crystal around her neck started to glow softly, Kushina remarked, "He is a world killer. A creature that only lives to kill off everything that is living around it. But it appears he is still weak from our last battle, that he is looking for pawns to do his fighting and is looking for the silver crystal." Crones sighed and drank his tea. "That's right, he is still weak, but he has found something that he has been feeding off. Something called a dark crystal, is almost as good as the silver crystal, but not really because it needs to feed off people's negative energy to only get stronger. So, this Doom Phantom is that strong if he can rival the silver crystal. What can we do to stop him?" asked Nihilania. "What have to make sure the child is ready to face what is coming and then make sure these little ones go back to sleep and they can stay in my realm away from the danger. But also, we have to train the outer guardians as shinobi and maybe awaken the new inner guardians for this world," suggest Crones as he examined the other people around his age. Retuning into the living rooms, Kushina's clones served everyone lunch and refilled their tea. As she watched in disbelief, Sailor Uranus asked, "There are inner guardians in this realm?" With a sly smile on his old lips, Crones gazed at her. "Silly girl, why does you think that Naruto got a new brooch and look, and your outfits as well changed as well?" he inquired. Uranus nodded her head stupidly. "We have done some training on our own. But it would help us if we had a sensei to aid on our shinobi skills," said Sailor Neptune. Crones turned to face Kushina, who was staring at him thoughtfully, and nodded his head. "Well, I could have them begin on chakra control and then I will have them learn medical ninjutsu and go from there. So, I am having them learning under Tsunade will be fun," she replies. A blonde with honey brown eyes sneezes across the village, nearly falling on her face while attempting to retrieve a secret bottle of sake from its hiding spot. "Who is mentioning me, I wonder?" She narrowed her eyes and wondered. Palace of Dark Moon. Saphir and Prince Demand were in front of four young ladies. "You four understand once we leave here we are never returning," replied Saphir. The oldest sister, who had blue-black hair in cat-like buns, said, "Yes, we understand this." Another sister with green hair pulled back in a bun said, "Rubius has been trying to kill us for a while now with all the mission he has been sending us on as well as trying to turn us on each other with the promise of power." I am truly sorry about what he has been doing to you four sisters. I didn't know until now he has been working with wise man to kill off all those who hold any blood ties to the Uzumaki family. As it stands, we are the last six that I know of, said Prince Demand. A cracked midnight blue doorway featuring moon faces is opened by Demand and Saphir. When Saphir saw that Rubius and Emerald were running toward them, he shoved the sisters into the doorway and said, "Move it. Someone is coming." Rubius struck the wall with his fist and said, "Don't it, they got away." Emerald glared at the man with the crimson hair and said, "Don't blame me. You were the one tasked with watching them, but now had to be off on Earth playing with that little hoe of a shrine maiden." Rubius glared back at her, saying, "Shut up. You were to be watching Demand." At that moment, Wise Man emerged from the floor. He turned away from the two people who were afraid for their lives and said, "You lost them. No matter, we will get them." Together, they said, "Sorry, Master." As he disappeared, Wise Man gave the order, "You have one final chance. Now destroy the earth and find me a path to where the Moon Maiden lies hidden." Alongside the others, as the Outers prepare to fight, a doorway opens in Kushina's living room. Nihilania is the only owner of this doorway, and she was sitting with them at the time. Krone's eyes are full of knowledge. Kushina's daughter is the royal heir since she is the eldest member of the Uzumaki clan and the royal family. However, just as Naruto is the heir of the light moon or simply the moon, Nihilania is Kushina's opposite and the princess of the dark side of the moon. Her child or children would be the heirs of the dark moon. "Yes, I am aware." A young man with blue eyes and white hair emerged, followed by a young man with blue eyes and raven hair and four young women. Their eyes were filled with fear and shock as they gazed at the others. When Saphir saw the four outer guardians, he said, "Please, we are not here to cause trouble. We are attempting to escape Wise Man and locate our family." "What family do you seek, young man?" Kushina asked, getting to her feet and assuming the role of her village's Hokage. The young man with raven hair said, "We seek the Uzumaki clan. Mostly our mother Nihilania." In response, Nihilania arched a regal eyebrow. She said, "Who are you?" The now named Saphir pointed to himself and his brother, who were both staring at the four young women. "My name is Saphir and this is my brother Demand. We got separated from our mother a long time ago and was found from other Uzumakis that were vanished to space for making trouble." Nihilania approached the two young men, who were staring at her with wide eyes, and asked, "You truly don't remember your own mother, child?" "Mother," they both asked, their voices laced with surprise. Nihilania took both of their chins in her hands and looked at their faces, saying, "It has been a very long time since I have last seen you two. You both were what, only 3 and 4 years old?" Both of them gave a nod. Kushina turned to face the other teens. She said, "You four are Uzumakis as well?" They nodded stupidly because they were at a loss for words. Gazing at the young lady, Kushina said, "I am Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze, head of both clans and of the royal Uzumaki." They appeared to be between 16 and 19 years old. The oldest of the four young women said, "My lady, please allow us to rejoin our family. We are the last of our family. Besides these two." Kushina grinned subtly. With tears in her eyes, she remarked, "We Uzumaki value family. For there isn't a variety of us anymore." A powder blue-haired younger sister asked, "What do you mean?" "War wiped out our home village and only very few got away. Others are lost to the wind. I will set you up with a place and you will figure out if you want to be a shinobi or a civilian." Kushina replied with a kind grin. The four young women said, "Thank you. Thank you." Krones merely grinned. "For now, it would be good they take the path of a shinobi. For you will need as many warriors as you are able to get," he said with an air of wisdom. Nihilania turned to face the ancient time god. She asked him, "What is your game, old man?" His eyebrows arched. As though it were a well-known fact, he said, "Doesn't it seem obvious to you? I am building our princess an army. Now everyone is focused on the ancient god. This war to come that my daughter will be fighting will be one that will determine the peace of this world." Answer Kushina. Krones looked at Nihilania and said, "That it will, my lady, that it will. This world isn't meant for you and your sons. But how the earth will soon be gone. You will learn to live alone with your remaining family with peace. For you know your sister as the rightful heiress and as we as her daughter. You knew at a young age you were to be a guardian to your sister and that was the fight you had with your great-grandfather. You didn't want to be a guardian but more of a princess. But I ask you, no, Nihilania. Do you now understand your role? asked Crones as he rose to his full height and his old age disappeared and he looked like young again. Yes, Lord Crones, I know my role. I am here to help my sister and be her guardian and be Sailor Eclipse as who I should have been long ago. As I should have been leading the outer scouts. Now that my sons are here, they will take their roles as knights of the royal family. Nihilania replied as her sons gave a bow to the man. Before them, there was no god. A silver dress emerged from her cage robes, and Kushina's hair grew out to the floor once more as wings materialized behind her back. Queen Serenity was standing in front of everyone. The Silver Moon's fairy goddess. Nihilania is confronted by a black locket featuring a black moon and a tiny black crystal in the middle. After taking the locket, Nihilania changed into a completely black sailor's outfit and held a black and silver staff. Queen Serenity said, "I'm happy you're at last by my side, sister." The Silver Moon Goddess was bowed to by everyone in the house. Together, they said, "Your Majesty." Glancing at the youthful-looking Crones, Queen Serenity gave him a gentle smile and said, "Thank you, my old friend, for all you have done for us all." Alongside the brats, as she became disinterested in their mission, Naruto asked, "So, we know we are going to be facing Zabuza. But when do you think we will be facing him?" The group reached the ocean dividing the land of wave from the land of fire. Jiraiya pulled out his telescope to observe the shoreline on the other side. "Well, it appears that no one is over there. Now we just have to find a boat to make it across to the other side for those who are unable to water walk." Jiraiya replied. Only then did an elderly man emerge from the haze on the right. The boatman said, "It's about damn time you got here, Tazuna." Looking to his right, Tazuna looked. "Hello Lee, I am sorry I took too long. But I had to stop in the hidden leaf for help. I used whatever I had left to hire these ninjas before you." Tazuna addressed the now named Lee. Lee glanced at every shinobi in front of him. He informed them, "I don't have enough room for everyone here." Jiraiya raised his hand. He assured the two men, "It is fine. I and my students will be walking across. So don't worry about us." As Lee watched Jiraiya and his four brats slack off behind him, he cast an odd glance at the white-haired Sanin. Slowly, they stepped out onto the water and waited for the others to follow Lee into the boat. He had transported them to the opposite shore by using the mist as cover. "This is as far as I am able to take you. I know we had agreed on taking you to the docks at your house. But Gato has up his looks along the shorelines and this is the only shoreline he doesn't bother with for it has too many rocks for a larger boat or ship to even try to dock at," he stated to his longtime companion. As everyone disembarked from the boat and Jiraiya and his group of misfits stood on the shore, waiting for everyone to join them, Tazuna said, "That is fine. You have done enough for me." Tazuna put his pack on his shoulders and drank from his bottle, saying, "My place isn't far from here. It's about a 2-mile walk through the forest." As all of the genin formed up in the same manner as when they left the village, Jiraiya said, "Delta and Tango formation." Ino turned to face Naruto. She asks her friend, "So what was in that note you sent your mom?" Naruto smiled. Zabuza and Haku waited in the shadows, listening to them. As she giggled, Naruto said, "Just told my mom that I would be sending her old boyfriend with a pink bow on his head." The others gazed at her in confusion. He asked Jiraiya, "What are you talking about, brat?" Since he only knew one man she had dated, and he had since passed away. Naruto turned to face Jiraiya, who was smiling. "Well, when mom had to go on an undercover mission for a while to Kiri. She began dating someone there," he said. Asuma wondered as well, who may that be? Naruto's smile widened. The only thing she said was, "Zabuza." Zabuza nearly fell from the tree when he heard that. "Oh shit, we also didn't end things amicably," he thought to himself. Jiraiya gave her a startled look. So that is why she was so gung-ho about getting married when she got back to the village. He murmured to himself. That was part of it. But also, he made her remember how much she loved Dad and he was the only one for him. But she still loves him. I don't know if he cares about her still, but with Dad now gone, I think it would be good if she moved on and gave it a try once again, said Naruto as she gazed up at the trees that surrounded them. She appeared to be staring at someone. Zabuza froze in place, staring at the old man he had been hired to kill and the girl strolling with her team. Haku turned to face her dad. She looked up at him and asked, "So, you once dated the Crimson Death?" Zabuza gave his daughter a horrified and terrified look. His voice was a little shocked as he said, "It looks like the silver-haired woman I was dating before I tried killing that asshole." Was Kushina Uzumaki. Haku merely gave a nod. She had no idea how to approach it. She was aware that this would be a messy situation. The two teams, who had sent a summons to conduct some scouting for them, simply chatted as they strolled with the elderly man in the middle, to ensure that they weren't taken by surprise any longer. They heard a swishing sound in the air as they were about to turn the corner. Jiraiya yelled, "Get down," as he dragged the elderly drunk to the floor. Before them, a big sword swung over their heads and sank into a tree. As they stood up again, a man wearing gray camo print pants and arm warmers with bandages covering his face and lower body was standing on the enormous blade. Although his shirt was missing, he had a broad leather strap that extended from his left shoulder to his right hip. With Tazuna behind him and Team Asuma standing behind her with their weapons out, Naruto asked, "So you finally came out of hiding in the trees from behind us?" Gazing down at the blonde with silver hair, Zabuza remarked, "You're not like any of the other brats I have met in the past." Naruto smiled at the man in front of her and said, "Thank you. I know I'm not like everyone else and that is a very good thing." Her antics make Jiraiya perspire. He reflected, she has been spending too much time with her summons and those oddly dressed women. With a sidelong glance at the trees to her right, Naruto remarked, "You can also tell your friend to come out from hiding as well." She simply looked beneath the tree in which Haku was sitting and saw the wolf standing there with flames licking at its lips, saying, "I know Ares would love to drag her out kicking and screaming." Haku, wearing her hunter mask, materialized beneath Zabuza. She calmly stated, "I am tracking him. You have broken my cover." "I don't believe that," Shikamaru said, "for Kiri is still at war and it would be a waste to send one of their shinobi after a missing nin at the moment." Zabuza shook his head a little as he glanced down at his daughter. One wouldn't have noticed it if they weren't paying close attention. Naruto looked up at Zabuza and asked, "You know Gato is going to flip on you." Zabuza, tired of this brat in front of him, asked, "What makes you say that?" Naruto glanced at Jiraiya, waiting for the man to intervene. He nods his head slightly. "My spies have told me that Gato will hire missing nins to only kill them after their mission is done. He will hire a band of bandits to take out that missing nin when they are too weak to fight back. For it is cheaper to pay bandits and it also helps that the missing nin kills a few of them dropping the price of what he has to pay them." Jiraiya was putting his notepad away. Zabuza raised a hairless eyebrow in response to this small piece of knowledge. As the hunter steps back into it, a mirror appears behind them before they can say anything more. He sees her disappear. Back at Gato's place, Haku shows up right outside his open office window. After he returns from killing that old man and whoever he hires to protect him. "I want you bunch to kill him and take the girl. For I want her as my personal plaything and once I'm done with her, she will be all yours to do as you wish with. She is a troll." Before Gato and his goons realized what had happened, Haku had entered his office, yanked him from his chair, and disappeared again into an ice mirror. She was holding on to what hair he had left on his head when Naruto was about to speak again when she noticed another ice mirror appear in front of them and the fake hunter with the small, unsightly troll emerge. As the air around her started to freeze, Haku growled, "What Jiraiya of the Sannin says is true. He is playing to kill you and take me as his personal concubine. Until he grows tired of me and then handing me off to his little band of thugs that protect him." There was a flash of crimson in Zabuza's eyes. As he asked his adopted daughter, "Was that right, Haku?" The troll became enraged as Gato heard Zabuza's solemn voice. Naruto wrinkled her nose at the scent. She turned away from the repulsive scene in front of her and muttered, "Gross." Zabuza looked down at Naruto and the other girls there and said, "Don't turn away. For you girls need to see this. This is the real world of the shinobi world. We will have clients that will try to turn on us as well for you girls. They will try to kidnap you and rape you." Asuma pulled out a kunai and said, "He is right." As she threw the troll into the air, Haku growled, turning all the water in the surrounding area into needles. "He is mine." As Gato hit the ground, all of the needles flew into his body with a single hand seal. As she stalked over to him, a number of ice kunai formed around his down body. However, Zabuza touched her shoulder with his big hand. Zabuza said, his eyes softening a little, "No. He isn't worth you darken your soul over. I shall take his life." As she took off her mask and clipped it to her sash, Haku nodded. Zabuza swung his enormous blade into the air, severing the troll's head, and kicked Gato up in the hair with a quick kick. Gato's face was frozen in a state of genuine terror, a silent scream. Zabuza flicked off the blood that his sword had not absorbed into itself with a flick of his wrist. The group guarding Tazuna caught his attention as he turned. My business is done here with you. Now I need to go and get the pay that I am owed, he stated. Jiraiya moved forward. I'll pay you what he owed you plus a bonus, he said to the missing nin. Why don't we drop off Tazuna with a protection detail and go and clean of the thugs that are here? It will be good to have a little help, Zabuza said, turning to face Haku, who nodded in agreement. She informed her father figure, we are outnumbered by 2,000 to 2. Naruto grinned broadly as she glanced at Hinata and Shikamaru. We can call mostly all our summons to cut down the numbers. She looked up at Jiraiya, who nodded. Why doesn't my team and Kiba take Tazuna home with one of Naruto's shadow clones so she knows where to return to after you guys finish with your mission? Asuma asked, glancing at his team while nodding his head. Knowing that he wasn't prepared to murder someone and that he would be helping Asuma by sniffing out traps and other things, Kiba pouted. All right. As he puts his belongings away, Jiraiya says, we will be back soon. His team nods and turns to face Zabuza. With a cheeky smile, Naruto said, lead the way, no brows. As they take off for the trees, Zabuza snarls, you just like your mother. Jiraiya gave Asuma a scroll to seal away Gato's body before they left, and if they can't find anything on the computers, they might have Ino mind walk him to get all of his account numbers. The hidden leaf. Kushina continues to glare at the note her daughter sent her earlier, growling to herself, I should have never told her about him. Glancing over Kushina's shoulder, Nihilania asks, so your daughter wants to bring home your ex-boyfriend? She asks her sister, who is older. Kushina growled at her sister for being inquisitive and said, shut up. The waves land. All 10 bandit camps and the 5,000 men that Gato had brought in on his ships had been quickly destroyed. For the younger members of their packs or prides, the wolves, tigers, and panthers had utilized this as training to learn how to stalk and kill the enemy. After their first kills, Naruto, Hinata, and Shikamaru had to hold off on freaking out and throwing up until the mission was finished. As his toad swiftly destroyed a number of the drug-filled ships, Jiraiya declared, you have done well, you three. Women and children had been released from cages in other locations before the other drug-filled locations were burned, and no one was going to escape into any of the towns or cities if they had any say in the matter. All that remained was Gato's compound, guarded by roughly 200 men, and his 2 faithful thugs rounded up the men to go and find Zabuza and his little bitch. Gato's personal bodyguard declared, we have to save the boss from that little bitch and her master before it is too late. It's already too late for your boss, said Zabuza, Haku, a white-haired man, and 3 brats as the gates exploded. Zabuza smiled at the idiots in front of him and growled, he's dead. According to Zabuza, every summons appears before the thugs snarling at every man. Attack! Naruto yelled as all of the summons quickly eliminated the remaining bandits and thugs who worked for Gato. A few of the wolves had tracked them down to the village and quickly dispatched them in the shadows. With all the blood and gore in front of the new genin, they fled to a few bushes and started vomiting at what they saw. Jiraiya had toad spit oil all over the remains of the bodies as he set them on fire. Hinata and Shikamaru followed suit, cleaning their teammates' mouths and getting a bottle of water to rinse them out and have something to drink as Naruto got up to do so. As she observed the flames of the burning bodies, Naruto remarked, I don't think I'll ever get used to this part of our line of work. You ought to get used to it. When Haku was off to the side throwing up, Zabuza said, for once, that's when it's time to quiet. Zabuza was cleaning off his blade. What he says is accurate. Because this is something we ought to get used to. Jiraiya turned away and said, it's just something we have to do to make it to the next day. When everyone was prepared to move again, they quickly cleared the compound, freed all the slaves and anyone else they found, and destroyed all the drugs they had discovered. Jiraiya and Zabuza sealed away all the alcohol for themselves because, now that they were all dead, nobody there would need it. After creating multiple clones and discovering multiple libraries containing numerous scrolls for shinobi training, Naruto sealed them all and headed to the office. Shikamaru had discovered a room that contained rare planets and prescription drugs, which he promptly sealed off. Hinata had hidden all the priceless artwork, silks, and other things she had discovered. She even discovered a room filled with expensive women's clothing and so much jewelry that she could start her own jewelry store, so she thought what the hell and grabbed everything as well, thinking that she and the girls could play with it later. Zabuza and Jiraiya stood behind Haku while she searched the computer for all of his bank account files. He has made it pretty easy for use to clean him out. Zabuza remarked as he watched Haku transfer one account to their account, another to Konoha for the mission, and the remaining funds to the local bank in the land of Wave for everyone who was still alive. Jiraiya had two clones cleaning out the office alongside Zabuza, who had sliced open multiple safes. I have acquired ownership of a few of Zabuza's companies alongside him. Tazuna, the elderly man who owns all the shipping companies outside of the land of Waves, was also made. Haku remarked, I have given that to Naruto and her friends for the companies inside the land of fire, and a couple to you as well, Jiraiya-sama. All of your 4 deeds will be sent to the Hokage Tower. I own businesses in Iwa, Kumo, and Suna. Haku concluded, turning to face the 2 men standing behind her. I don't know who would want those ones. I propose that Kiba be given the ones in Suna so he can complain about the sand. Because Ino has some rare planets that her family would love to obtain, the Kumo would travel there. Iwa Shino's clan sneers at the B clan there, who despise them. For the land of rice or tea, is there anything? Asked Naruto a question. Yes there is, Haku confirmed. Since Choji's family has a history of doing business with the land of rice, I believe it would be a good fit for him. As she gave them a sheepish look, Naruto said, I think that would work for the land of tea as a peace offering from us to her for me pissing her off. Jiraiya looked at Zabuza, who nodded, and said, any other companies we find we can just take back with us and see who would be better suited for them to take them over. He and Haku took the ones from Kiri, Aim, and the land of snow. Haku said to the girl in front of her, there is something about a dig going on in the land of whirlpools. She was examining a new file, and Naruto was with her to see what was happening. That is my family homeland. With Kushina and Nihilania standing directly beside her, Sailor Pluto departs as a lavender door suddenly opens up in front of them. Zabuza and Naruto both uttered the same word, crap. When she notices that the 2 in front of her are standing too close for her comfort, Kushina narrows her eyes and says, it has been a while Zabuza, in a calm voice. In the hopes that his pet name for her would keep her calm, Zabuza said, Hi, Mom. We've already completed a portion of our mission, Naruto said, pulling her mother toward her. I recognize that. We've been brought here by Pluto to see what you've all discovered. What was it about Uzu? Haku has respect and fear for the woman in front of her, so she hurried to the desk to ask Kushina a question. Nihilania smiled at the girl in front of her and said, hello my niece. Naruto says, hello, as she looks at the woman, who looks like her mother but has raven hair, in confusion. Earth. Usagi's brother and former parents were standing at the Sakino home, watching the sky turn black and gazing up at the sky. As she held her husband and son, who were nearing the end of their lives, her mother said, I'm sorry Usagi. Rei, who had given her soul to the devil and knew that they could betray her just as he had betrayed her friends, stood outside the temple waiting for rubies to come get her. She didn't care that the world was ending and that there was nothing she could do to stop it because she wasn't nearly as strong as Usagi to fight the Doom Phantom and save the world she pretended to be, and her lover had just left her to face the fate he was too scared to face with her. What have you done to us? You stupid girl. With a katana in hand, the grandfather stood behind her and spoke. As a man with short red hair appeared before her, Rei turned to face the elderly shrine priest and said, I made a deal with the devil and now we are all doomed. This was the end they knew of, and Rubies said, Wise man is waiting for you. He pulled Rei into his arms, and they disappeared as a black beam of light struck the ground, causing it to tremble and crack. Gato's workspace. Kushina told her, you're a smart girl planning for the future and making sure you and Zabuza are taken care of. She had seen what Haku had done with some of the companies and the ones that remain blank. Haku blushed and said, I am tired of running and I hope this is one way we can stop running and hiding. Kushina looked up at her ex-lover and nodded. As she observed the 2 in front of her, Kushina remarked, the best way for that to happen is to come back to the village with me and become one of my shinobi. The crescent moon on Usagi's forehead starts to glow as she transforms into Sailor Lunar, and Hinata also starts to glow green as Jupiter's symbol appears on her forehead. At that moment, Haku falls to the ground as a blue light envelops her and the symbol of Mercury appears on her forehead. The home of Tazuna. At Tazuna's house, Ino was sitting outside with a view of the ocean when a golden light started to envelop her and the Venus symbol also appeared on her forehead. When he opened the door, he saw Ino glowing in a golden light with a strange symbol on her forehead. The Naruto clone was still with them when they came out of the house and saw what was happening. Asuma was looking out the living room window when he noticed the glowing light coming from outside. He quickly stood up because he knew Ino was outside getting some air because she was worried about her friends. Avoid touching her. A new power is emerging in her. The clone Naruto said, I'm going to have to tell Mama about this, as she created another clone and had the memories of what was happening erase it. Many strange things have happened in the village since Kushina took over as Hokage, but who was Asuma to ask? He stared at the girl in disbelief and merely nodded his head stupidly. Naruto and the others. While her other clone remained behind to keep an eye on Ino during her awakening, Naruto froze as she remembered her clone. Mom. As Hinata is Jupiter and Haku is Mercury, it seems that Ino is the new Sailor Venus. Naruto said this while glancing at Kushina and Sailor Pluto. At that moment, the door opens again, and Sailor Saturn emerges. With everyone staring at her, all she says is, we have a problem. What's not right? Concerned for the former scouts, Naruto asks. Sailor Saturn turns to face Naruto and says, Princess. Doom Phantom seems to have discovered the location where we have hidden the 2 cats and the 3 outer scouts. To demonstrate her loyalty to him and no one else, he had Sailor Mars kill them. She informed them that before we could reach them, they had disappeared into a different doorway that we had never seen before because it had an odd fan on it. Damn it, I was weak once more to save them from their deaths, Naruto sobbed as she collapsed to her knees. It's just like when we went up against Queen Beryl and her Doom and Gloom girls had killed them off and I had to face the woman alone until their spirits gave me the strength I needed, she continued, tears streaming down her cheeks. Avoid blaming yourself. It was inevitable. As she stood in front of her princess, Sailor Saturn declared, they were broken and too weak to fight from their last fight. Glancing up at the girl in front of her, Naruto exclaimed, but it is my fault they were hurt and weak in the first place. Everyone in the office freezes as Zabuza slaps Naruto, and Kushina looks like she's about to kill the man for hitting her daughter. Stop it, she says. You cannot hold yourself responsible for circumstances beyond your control. Learning from it and moving on is your only option. Develop your strength to defend your new protectors. He tells her, work with them so they can fight with you on the same skill. As she leaps up to embrace him, Naruto looks at him tearfully and says, thank you. Tears stream down his shoulder. All right, that's sufficient. As he distanced himself from the girl, Zabuza said, you're getting your snot on my shoulder. I'm sorry, princess, said Sailor Pluto as she looked away feeling guilty for not being there to open the pathway quicker for the others. No, you are not to blame. Perhaps it's best that way. Naruto said, they have fought for so long, and now their soul is able to rest. As the lights surrounding the girls went out, she turned away and willed her gown away. Kushina grinned as her daughter handled the situation more skillfully than she had anticipated. Nihilania smiles and says, well, I can't wait until we have our new Sailor Mar. She was back with her family, and her sons are now training to become shinobi and knights of the royal family. I do wonder if this world has a prince like how Earth did, the woman said, grinning at them carelessly while the others sweat. As she calmed down once more, she asked, turning to face the boy by her niece's side. Kushina turns to face her sister and says, I'm not sure. As she observes her daughter and the boy she will eventually marry, she tells her sister, we will have to ask Lord Krona about it. It would be funny if her turned out to be a prince of this world, she muses. Hinata and Haku both slowly awoke and sat up. What just happened? As Haku glances at the other employees in the office, ask her a question. Hinata nodded her head in agreement, wanting to know what was going on. Kushina looked at the 2 girls and said, you have awakened to new powers and guardians to my daughter. Of the memories that I have now, Haku says, turning to face Zabuza. She tells her father, I have to stay near Naruto and help shield her from what's coming. With a sigh, Zabuza tells his daughter, who gives him a gentle smile, it appears we are going to be heading to Konoha and being shinobi of the leaf. Haku sat on the office couch with Hinata beside her and said, thank you. The house of Tazuna, how are you, Ino? Asuma looks at his pupil and asks, the others have come out because they have also seen the light. Ino slowly sits up, looks around, and says, yeah, I'm all right. She simply sits there. Here, have a drink, Naruto says, handing her a bottle of water. She tells the girl beside her, the boss will explain everything to you once we get back to the village. As she takes the bottle of water, Ino nods. Alongside Sailor Mars. They believed they could evade me. Idiots. As she looks at the woman with the green hair, she tells Emerald, it felt so good to kill them. As she observes Sailor Mars frown at the memory of the whiner she used to be, Emerald remarks, well with them gone we only have to worry about Sailor Moon. All she is a whiner. She will succumb to Wiseman with ease. Even I could kill her, Sailor Mars remarked as her transformation started to fade and her transformation pen materialized in front of her. Ray stared at the pen in amazement, wondering what was happening, and as she reached for it, it broke into a million pieces. What on earth? Her face was filled with shock as she yelled. Emerald simply grinned, turned, and let the stupid, worthless girl face her fate because Wiseman would no longer be able to use her because she was helpless and unimportant to them, though he might still keep her alive in order to capture the other guardians before they woke up. Alongside Naruto, along with Zabuza and Haku, Kushina had returned to the village. To the surprise of their senseis and teammates, the 2 weeks passed without incident, and Tazuna and his people had completed the bridge. Ino and Hinata had also grown closer to Naruto as she started teaching them how to use their sailor powers. She told her new guardians, I think I need to talk to Krona-chan about getting you and Haku summons to go along with your powers. As the new sailor Jupiter, Hinata was using her summons and her lighting abilities rather effectively when she said, I think that is a good idea. Since Ino enjoys playing matchmaker with people in need of love, she thought it was somewhat amusing that she was now the new princess of the planet of love. How many secrets are you hiding, Naruto? He asked himself as Shikamaru and the others looked on. He had a dream about a girl who looked like Naruto that would haunt him as a child. The day will come we shall meet and the day you shall be my knight. He always wondered if he had eaten something or if it was just a strange dream. He sighed and turned his gaze back to the sky, saying, troublesome. In front of a waterfall, a girl with long silver blonde hair glowed in the moonlight. Before her, a young man knelt on one knee. She put her hand on his right shoulder. The girl smiled at him before disappearing into the mist that started to rise from the waterfall, saying, my love. Our time is coming. Please wait for me. Shikamaru jolted out of his restless slumber. Sweat was all over his body, and his loose hair stuck to his face. His heart was pounding, and his hands were firmly gripping his sheets. He inhaled deeply and slowly. As he gazed out his bedroom window, he whispered to himself, it was that dream again. But this time it was different. Early in the morning, that is. He was up even though the sun hadn't yet risen. Going back to bed would be useless. In order to ensure that he is awake and prepared for his team training, his mother will visit his room in an hour. Walking to his bathroom to take a quick shower, he gets out of bed. The sensation of perspiring without doing anything bothered him. After taking a brief shower and getting dressed, he heard his mother opening the door to his bedroom. His mother Yoshino entered his bedroom and shook him awake, saying, Shika sweetie, it's time to get up. When she saw her son pull his shirt over his head, she came to a complete stop. Shikamaru grinned at his mother as she recovered from her shock and said, yeah mom. I'm up and I'll be down for breakfast. As she walked out of her son's bedroom and into the kitchen to finish preparing breakfast for her family, Yoshino said, all right dear. These dreams are becoming more bizarre every time. In a way, the girl resembles Naruto. I wonder why I'm wearing such odd clothing and why I'm experiencing them. He sighed and turned back to face the window of his bedroom, thinking to himself. Naruto had another strange dream while sitting at her window, watching the dawn. She sighed and thought, I guess I have a prince here like I did on Earth with that asshole. Could her heart take it again? Would she be able to resist falling in love again? From the other side of her bedroom door, Kushina asked, Naruto, are you awake? She turned to face her door. As her mother opened the door to her bedroom, she got up from her window and said, yeah mama, I'm up. When Kushina enters, her daughter is there. She approaches her and feels her forehead, asking, sweetie, what's wrong? Naruto looked up at her mother with tears in the corner of her eyes and said, I had that dream again. But it was different this time. I told him that we'll be together soon and to wait for me. Oddly he kind of looks like Shikamaru. But I don't know if I'm just hoping it's him or just if it really is him. Kushina drew her daughter close to her. Shish, don't cry sweetie. Only time will tell this time around. Maybe it will be Shikamaru or someone else. But you know you don't have to be with the boy if you don't love him. She said to her child. She smiled slightly and said, we don't have to follow what destiny wants us to do anymore. She gave her mom a smile. Yeah, you're right, I don't have to be a slave to destiny this time around. Knowing that she had free will this time around gave her hope and happiness. She was going to be stuck with a bastard who didn't love her, unlike the last time. However, she could give him power. However, that was now behind her. She was done with him. and she no longer knew anything about that world, for how her old pals have passed away. They were dead, and so was her former self. Killing that bitch Mars was the only thing left to do. After giving her mother a hug and heading to her bathroom to get ready, Naruto said, I better get ready. It's going to be a long day. Ero Sennin has some plans for us. After kissing her daughter's forehead and leaving the bedroom to prepare their breakfast and make their way to the tower for the day, Kushina said, okay sweetie. After an hour, Naruto was waiting for the others to arrive at the team's private training ground. She was unaware that Shikamaru was sleeping in the tree above her, or perhaps he was deep in thought, reflecting on the dream he had the night before. Naruto heard Shikamaru ask himself, why do you come to me now, princess? From above her. When Naruto looked up to see Shika lying on a branch in his own little world, she asked, what was that? She gets up and climbs the tree to see what he was discussing. Now sitting directly beside him, she said, hey Shika. He opens his eyes and glances to his right, where Naruto is seated directly beside him. He smirked slightly and said, hey Naru. When did you get here? Naruto grinned at him and said, I just got here. He leans against the tree to sit. Since he can see right through her, he tells her, it looks like something is bothering you. She averts her gaze, unsure whether to share her dream with him, which has been bothering her more ever since they returned from the land of Wave. She sighs deeply and turns to face him again. She informed him, as of late, I have been having strange dreams. At this, Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. He asks her, what makes it so strange? I'm curious about his brother's girlfriend. Naruto sighed with defeat. I have been having dreams of a past life, where I'm standing before a young man and he is knelt before me. I'm telling him he'll find me soon, she stated as she looked away. Shikamaru looks at Naruto with wide eyes as he sits up. As he drew her closer to him, he inquired, how long have you been having this dream? She gives him a startled, incredulous look. She said, well, this one was new, but I have been having this dream for a long time. She was perplexed as to why he was freaking out over this ridiculous little dream she had been experiencing. He gives her a direct look. He tells her, I have been having the same dream. It was Naruto's turn to panic. She would have fallen out of the tree they were sitting in if he hadn't been holding on to her. With a trembling voice, she questioned, why you're telling me you're having the same dreams as me? He gave her a nod. Does that mean our past and future are tied together? He responds. Shikamaru leaned in and kissed her, saying, I don't know. All I know, Naruto, is that I do love you. And I don't need a silly dream to tell me that or some past life to tell me that. When Jiraiya and Hinata entered, they saw this. A gentle green and silver light emanates from the two lovebirds as they kiss. After taking out his notebook and writing something down, Jiraiya simply arched his brow before Hinata slapped him. As they turn and leave, she tells her sensei, stop. Let's give them a few minutes to themselves. Leaning his forehead against hers, Shikamaru broke their kiss. As the silver and green lights went out of their sight, he said to her, whatever may come of this, just know I will always be by your side. Naruto said, I know. She knew deep down that he would support her no matter what. Her true love was him. At last, Hinata and Jiraiya approached them after noticing that they had pulled up and were now merely discussing something. Jiraiya grinned at them and said, all right you two. It is time to get to work. They land next to their other teammate after making a quick leap away from one another. Hinata's cheeks were flushed as Naruto turned to face her. You saw us, didn't you? She inquired, observing the girl's sly smile. Hinata wanted to know what the two were discussing, so she said, yeah, we saw you too. But we didn't hear what was said though. Shikamaru blushed slightly and looked away, saying, troublesome. He wanted to change the topic, so he asked, so what's up, sensei? Jiraiya gave them a sly smile. They merely arched an eyebrow at this. We will be taking a mission before I get you three ready for the Chunin exams in the next few months, he said. Did he already have plans to put them in the Chunin exams? They had only been shinobi for a few months and were still quite young. Really, Ero Sanin? Why? Naruto asked, curious about the man's true intentions. He was getting sick of that nickname, so he pouted at her for using it. Naru-chan, why are you so cruel to your kind-hearted sensei? She replied. She squinted at him. He had turned pale, and her aunt had given him the worst beating Tsunade had ever received. Who was peeping last night when I showed up with the girls? She asked him. In defeat, his head hung. He complained to her and turned back to face the other two students, who were both glaring at him. Fine. Shikamaru didn't want to think about the elderly man who was spying on his future wife, so he asked, so what is our mission? He let out a sigh and stated, we will be going with Teams 5 and Team 6. When they first met the green spandex-wearing green beast of Konoha, Jiraiya informed them, as well as Team Guy will joining us on this mission. Naruto complained that she would have to spend time with Sakura and Sasuke. Well, this will be fun. Since Lee wasn't as bad as he had been and Neji's stick had come out of his ass, she didn't mind him. Hinata thought it was strange to send out 4 teams of genin on a single, straightforward mission, so she asked, what will we be doing on a joint mission like this? Jiraiya watched Naruto primarily because it was her clan's land that they were going to be traveling to. I'm getting there. We are to go to the land of Uzu and find out what Gato was doing and what has been found so far in this dig. As the last files we have, they have everything sealed away and are awaiting Gato's orders to begin shipping what they have found. As she prepared to depart, Naruto asked, well, when do we leave? Jiraiya said, we leave within the hour. As he disappeared in a whirl of leaves, he said to them, meet at the southern gate. Shikamaru expressed his disinterest in this new mission by saying, troublesome. We will have to deal with those two. But the others will be there. As they headed home to collect their travel scrolls and tell their families about their missions, Hinata said, agreed, but what can we do? The Hokage ordered this. Her mother was the one who assigned her this task, not so much Naruto. Alongside Rei was in front of Wiseman because she needed his assistance to regain her abilities or acquire new ones so that she could defeat her previous leader. She looked away from him and said, Wiseman, my transformation stick has broken, and I have lost the ability to transform into Sailor Mars. She was afraid of what the man would do to her now that she was weak and helpless. Wiseman's eyes glowed crimson as he extended his hand and sent a dark wave of rare power her way, saying, I have no more use for someone like yourself. You are broken and weak. Black flames rose from her shattered body as she collapsed to the ground. As she attempted to crawl away from the demon she had sold her soul to, blood trickled down her lips. Wiseman asked, floating above her, foolish girl. Didn't you ever question why your lover never came around? Slowly, Rei's head turned to face him. As the flames began to consume her flesh, she sobbed, what do you mean? Mamoru chickened out and abandoned me like he did that fool Usagi. Ha ha, foolish child, I killed him. He was weak as you are. You sever no use to me. For you do not hold the silver crystal. You were just a means to an end. Wiseman said, raising his hand once more as he killed the naive girl with black flames. Alongside Naruto, at the main gate, Naruto collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. Before she passed away, she had experienced Rei's anguish and terror. She slowly rolled into a tiny ball in front of everyone, and Shikamaru hurried to her side. Jiraiya heard the cries of agony and distress as he made his way to the village gates. He accelerated to the gates and saw Naruto screaming in agony. Gazing at the other 3 Jonin, Jiraiya demanded, what is going on here? As Kurenai watched in horror, she said, we don't know. One second she is laughing and talking with her teammates, and then the next she is screaming and crying. As she sits in Kushina's office discussing her new training with the outer scouts, Haku senses that Naruto is in pain. As an ice mirror materialized in front of her, she uttered in a panic, something is wrong with Naruto. As Hinata and Ino watched in horror as the girl's crystal created a tiny shield around her, an ice mirror materialized in front of Naruto. The others were unaware of what was going on as they watched. No one could approach her without the crystal moving and changing to prevent the girl from moving forward. However, for some reason, Shikamaru was able to pass through the crystal shield because he had gotten close enough. He knelt down and embraced the girl. She had finally stopped screaming and was breathing heavily when he asked, what's wrong, Naru? She looks up into his black eyes with unfocused blue eyes. As Kushina and Nihilania materialized in front of them, she sobbed, Mars is dead, and I felt her death. I don't know why I felt her death and not the others. As the crystal shield started to dissolve and re-enter Usagi's body, Kushina waved her hand. Kushina moved to her daughter's side and asked, what happened? Nihilania kept watch to ensure that no one would attempt to approach again. Shikamaru glanced up at the anxious mom. She said she felt the death of the guardian of Mars. He stated. Kushina gave a head nod. Although the deaths of their guardians were not unheard of, this was unusual because the 2 girls never got along, and in the end, the girl wanted nothing to do with her daughter and wished for her demise. What, then, would cause the two to connect in this way before her eyes widened. All of the girls shared a spiritual bond with Mars, also known as Ray, who was a psychic. Therefore, she wouldn't have ruled out connecting herself and her daughter. After glancing at her daughter, Kushina said, "We can have you leave tomorrow for this mission." The others then gathered around the girl and her mother. As she was being helped up by Shikamaru, Naruto said, "No. No, I'll be fine. Just let me rest for a minute and then we can leave." Even more concerned about her, Shikamaru asked, "Are you sure about this?" A single tear trickled down her cheek as she met his eyes and smiled softly. "Yeah, I'm sure. The link was to share her memories with me. Her final gift before she moved on to the afterlife. Wise Man and the Doom Phantom are coming here. So we need to get ready for them. Whatever we find in Uzu will help us," she told him while staring at her mother. Nihilania glared at nothing as she recalled their battle and meeting him out in space. So he still leaves that leech. She thought she'd killed him. However, it seemed that she was mistaken. Kushina gave a head nod. She disappeared in a whirl of sakura blossoms and flames, saying, "Fine. Rest up for a little bit and then leave." As she disappeared into ice and white rose petals, Nihilania said, "Be safe in your journey to the land of whirlpools." Jiraiya turned to face them all. "Yeah, heard the lady. We will allow Naruto to rest for a little bit. So take this time to look over your equipment and supplies, and if there is anything you are missing, go and get it now, and if there are anything extra you want to bring with you. For it will be a 2-day boat trip from the land of waves, and then we will have to walk across the water from there to bypass the whirlpools that surround the island," he said as everyone nodded their heads and carried out their orders. Sasuke approached Naruto and gave her a look. He turned to face Shikamaru, who was preparing to stand and scream at him, and said, "You know, as a daughter of a Kage you should be with one of the noble families and not with a commoner like him." Naruto laughs as he looks up at him. She laughs a little more and tells him, "Ha. Well, I am the daughter of a Kage. But my mother was also the princess of Uzu. So that also makes me a noble by birth." He became enraged when she called him and his clansmen thieves. "But I do not see anything noble about the Uchiha clan, nor do I see anything noble about you. Your clan is nothing but a band of thieves who steal jutsus from others. Why would I dirty myself with the likes of you?" she asked. With Jiraiya now standing behind him, Sasuke growled, "What do you know? Your father was a commoner and loser." With a hauntingly serene tone, Jiraiya asked, "Really, is that how you feel about my old student and late 4th Hokage?" Sasuke went slightly pale. Nobody had the right to disparage any of the Sannin students and leave without practically needing a body bag, so he was screwed. He turned to face the man and continued to put his foot in his mouth, saying, "Her father wasn't of a noble clan like myself. That is the point I am making to her." With all eyes on him, Shikamaru said, "I would suggest you stop talking now, Sasuke, before you are unable to join us on this mission." Sasuke simply grunted and glared at him before turning to leave. When Naruto tugged at the back of his jacket, Jiraiya was about to follow him in an attempt to set an example for the boy. "He isn't worth it. He just mad I will not give him the time of day, and only Sakura and the others useless fangirls follow after him all the time." Jiraiya simply gave a head nod. He kneels down to gaze into her eyes and asks, "How are you feeling?" She gives a gentle smile. "I'm feeling better. I'm sorry for slowing us all down like this," he replies. Jiraiya nodded her head and said, "Don't worry about it. Shit happens, and it was best it happened inside the village." Then out on the road. In a cave, a midnight blue door with a red and white fan materialized. Wiseman strolled through it with his small animals. A man in a black cloak with red clouds and an orange spiral mask was waiting for them. The man with the spiral mask said, "It has been some time, Wiseman." Wiseman needed to know where the more powerful pawn was, so he asked, "It has been a while, Toby. Where is your master Madara?" "All of your needs will be met by me for the time being," the now named Toby informed Wiseman. "Madara is away taking care of some business. He will return when he is needed." "Excellent. However, has anyone located the ancient object that contains the silver crystal?" Wiseman asked. Neither Madara nor Toby knew why the man was looking for a strange crystal, but they would take it before giving it to him. "No, we haven't. However, Madara is absent because of this." Knowing it was a lie, Toby said, "He has a few leads to look into." Madara had died soon after meeting Wiseman. While Rubies and Emerald remain and observe Toby, Wiseman simply nodded his head and disappeared into the darkness. "Is there anything I can do to help you?" Toby didn't have time for those two idiots, so he demanded. Emerald scuffs and walks away from him. What abilities does this world possess? Rubies thought he had to know, so he asked. Chakra, you are in a shinobi world. Toby got up and left, saying, they are not like those other worlds where the humans are weak. He didn't want to waste any more time on this idiot in front of him because they would soon fulfill their functions and perish. One way or another, I will have the silver crystal. That fool Madara or his puppet will not get in my way, Wiseman thought to himself, laughing as he watched from the shadows. Soon Sailor Moon, with a demonic tone in his voice, he declared, I will track you down and murder you just as I ought to have done to your mother and aunt so long ago. The Uzu Road. After Naruto's eventual recovery, they departed the village. What is your knowledge of your mother's native country? Hinata asked, glancing at Naruto. Just the stories that my mom told me about it as she remembered as a child, Naruto says with a gentle smile. However, whirlpools encircle the island, preventing anyone from entering. However, if someone manages to figure it out, they can communicate. They appear to have been sold out by a villager. With a somewhat dejected expression, she remarked, for the island to fall the way it did. That is one of the theories out there, Jiraiya said, nodding his head. Naruto nodded as he said, someone from the village that was going to be punished by your great-grandfather got away and sold the secret to get past the whirlpools to the villages that attacked it. What might be on that island that Gato had workers excavate? Tenten wanted to know, so she asked. All right, together with all the scrolls and legendary weapons my clan is known for producing, there is the family treasury. Everyone was shocked when Naruto said, then the summoning scrolls that Uzu held that were thought to be lost in the war. That cub is correct. Ares grinned at the others and said, because our clan's summons was one of the summons thought to be lost in the war. Recalling the other summons that had been long sealed within the village, Anubis remarked, it will be nice to see the others once more. Since no one knew what to discuss and Naruto appeared to be preoccupied with her own thoughts, she simply nodded her head as they moved in silence. Because no one had fainted from pain or anything else when Mars died, Naruto thought, how do I explain the other secrets that the island holds about my lunar powers? There are already questions from the others about what happened to Hinata, Ino, and then to Haku while we were in Wave. Now that Mars is dead, who will be awakening to her powers? Suna, a girl with sandy blonde hair lies on the floor in her living room, screaming in agony while her younger brother watches with cold teal eyes. No one else is nearby to help her, and the symbol for Mars appears on her forehead as her brother's eyes widen in shock because his mother isn't pleased with the new turn of events. We'll soon have to depart from this village. Because neither you nor your brother nor your sister will be saved. Knowing this power, Shikaku said, you will need to find the child of the moon, and the girl will need to be trained. Cronus, the god of time, merely observed the young lady awaken as Mars' new protector. Pluto watched what was going on from behind her father and realized that the people with the new guardian would soon be visiting the village. Time jump. After a few days, Naruto sensed something coming from the land of wind, but she was unable to identify it. She knew it was something crucial, but for the time being, she was unable to take action because she was on a mission and needed to attend to this first. Kit, Kurama said, Mars has awoken, shocking Naruto. Are you certain of this? She wanted to be certain, so she asked Naruto. Kit, have I ever been mistaken about anything? Asked Kurama. No, I apologize for asking you questions, Naruto said, feeling guilty about asking him. It's all right, Kit, however, we will soon meet the new guardian of Mars, Kurama said, grinning because he knew who was with the girl. Since she would lose herself and appear to be speaking to someone, but no one ever knew what the girl was doing or talking to, Naruto simply nodded her head while the others gave her strange looks. When they reached the ship that was waiting for them in the land of Uzu, it was morning. They boarded and bided their time until the ship departed. Tower of Hokage. Sitting at her desk, Kushina gazed at her sister. What's bothering you? Nihilania asked, glancing at her twin sister. She asks her a question. If Wiseman is here, then the Doom Phantom isn't far behind him, Kushina scowled. When Wiseman sends his small pets out in search of the silver crystal, the shinobi of this land won't know what to think, she informed her sister. I understand, but what can we do at this point? Both Naruto and the outer scouts are prepared. However, the new inner scouts won't know what to do. Nihilania frowned and said, they're new to this. Kushina gives this a nod, saying, I understand. I am concerned because of this. Because those who have witnessed him battle before will win this battle, and will you, sister, take on him again? She questioned her sister. Nehelenia grinned and said, yes. That bastard almost took my eyes, and I still owe him. I lost my sons because of him in the first place. With golden flashes in her yellow eyes, she declared, this time, I'm going to kill him. Kushina nodded in agreement, realizing that a war was imminent and that she would need to be prepared to stand and fight because Naruto wouldn't be fighting alone this time. She was there to support her daughter. On her desk, Kushina examined 4 scrolls. She wanted to discuss peace negotiations and alliances, and she hoped that everyone would agree to attend the Chunin exams in a few months. She also wanted to discuss Wiseman and the Doom Phantom with them. She sighs as she prods the stone-colored scroll. Zabuza enters the office and gives her a look. He asks her, what are you doing? Looking up from her own thoughts, Kushina sees him. I am not sure how these peace talks would go with all that is going to be coming. She stated to him. Zabuza perches on her desk's edge. Well, with all you told me at first, I'll be honest, I thought everything told me was nuts. But there what I saw in the land of the wave with your daughter and her friends. Well, now I know there is more going on there than we know. He said while hiding his smirk. Kushina grinned and looked at him, saying, haha. True, I would have thought I was nut as well. She asked him, but why are you here? Zabuza, who was adjusting to his new role as Jonin in house arrest, said, I came to tell you that everything is going well with the Chunin exam setups. It was terrible that he would have to stay in the village until after the Chunin exams, but he had no choice but to accept the situation as it was. Instead, she simply nodded her head while gazing out the side window. She said to him, very good. After I look at these 4 scrolls, we will know who all is entering the exam. Just then, there was a knock on her office door, and a woman wearing a black pencil skirt and white blouse with mousy brown hair up in a bun and brown eyes entered. The woman handed over a black scroll with a small music note wrapped in a snake and said, Hokage-sama, here is a scroll from a new village called Odo wishing to join the exams. Kushina took the scroll with one of her chakra chains, squinting her eyes and nodding her head. Zabuza became alert because she had no justification for using her chains to steal the scroll. Kushina grinned at the woman and said, thank you. I'll look at it now. The woman bowed and walked out of the office to return to her desk. Now that her assignment was complete, she had more work to do. Now standing next to her, Zabuza asked, why did you use your chains to take the scroll? Anything that emerged from that scroll, he was prepared to attack. She glances back at the scroll and up at him. She said to him, if you look closely you will see a king cobra wrapped around the music note that is on the scroll. There is only one person I have ever seen add that little detail to scrolls he signed and sent to anyone. A few more chains moved around the scroll, and as 2 of her chains opened it, a barrier appeared and a king cobra hissed out of the scroll. As it disappears into a cloud of smoke, the cobra says, my master wishes to join the exam SSSS. At this, Kushina's eyes narrow. What's your game's Orochimaru? She asks, bringing the scroll closer so she can examine its contents. To participate in the Chunin exams, 3 teams of Jonin senseis would travel from Odo. Zabuza snarls, so the old snake is coming out of hiding? He inquires. Looking at the picture of her late husband and the other cages, Kushina remarked, it appears so. Makes me wonder what he has up his sleeve of his. For the 3rd isn't in power and Minato is long gone. Zabuza touches her shoulder. He said to her, whatever it might be, I will be by your side. Nehelenia said as she emerged from the window into the office, I will be there as well, sister. My sons will be ready by then as well. Kushina looked at the other scrolls and said, I know. The fun was over now. Now was the time to start working and see what the other villages had planned. Aim. Pain glances at everyone in front of him. He sensed Toby observing him from the shadows behind him. Pain looked down at everyone beneath him with his peculiar purple eyes and said, our plans for peace will soon begin. We must track down where all the holders of the tail beast are at. Wiseman. Between worlds, Wiseman sat in a dimly lit room. His crimson eyes watched the world around him through the crystal ball. It was different. These, shinobi, would be too strong for his pets. He would need to devise a strategy to eliminate a large number of them and retrieve the silver crystal. A few days ago, he felt it, but it happened quickly. Not enough time to locate it. If only those 2 brothers were still with him, he would have quickly located them. However, that was no longer the case. A man emerged from the floor, observing Wiseman as he vanished into the void of the room, saying, soon I will have you little rabbit. Zetsu's master gave him the task of keeping an eye on this wise man. Because the man was not trusted. A leaf. As Kushina perused the remaining scrolls, she noticed that every village sent 1 to 5 teams to participate in the tests. Additionally, the Raikage's brother will be in the village as the sensei because he is the host of the 8 Tails, and Kumo has their Jinchuriki who will participate in the exams. And Kushina merely sighed. She said to no one, but she could hear the female Anbu from the Nara family, who was hiding in the shadows, laughing. This is going to be troublesome. This is going to be a Chunin exam for the history books. If that snake bastard is going to be in the village during the exams, I will have to make sure all the civilians are in the safe houses. Just to be safe, said Kushina as she was jotting down something. The land of waves, coast. Naruto said, we will be taking this boat here to the land of whirlpools. But before we can cross the whirlpools, I will have to open the hidden gate for safe passage for us. That is what is making me wonder how Gato got people over there. Unless the whirlpools are down. She glanced at the captain as he nodded to the girl in front of him and at the others as they approached. As he left the girl to prepare the ship for the lengthy journey to the long-forgotten island of the Uzumaki clan, the captain said, yes, madam, just let us know where to stop. Naruto stood at the ship's bowl, looking out over the sea in front of them, her face mingled with a frown as the ship approached the Eddies village. She glanced at her sensei, who was standing behind her, and said, this isn't good. Jiraiya stood behind her and scowled too. He pulled out his spyglass and looked out over the sea, asking her, what's wrong, kiddo? The ship had halted where she instructed, and Naruto turned to face him. She said, don't you see it? See what? Jiraiya asked, staring at her incredulously. Naruto leapt to the ocean. She held her hands wide while gazing up at him. She informed him, the whirlpools are missing. Because he could now see the island through his spyglass and, if you looked closely, you could see it with your own eyes, Jiraiya decided to take another look around. Confused, he asked her, what could have stopped the whirlpools? Returning to the ship, she leapt. She looked at the bewildered ship captain as he approached the girl and sage and said, they must have found an Uzumaki to stop the whirlpools. If one of us doesn't know the hand signs to stop the whirlpools, all we need is our blood dropped into the whirling pools. As he looked out at the sea in front of them, the captain asked, Lady Uzumaki, did you stop the whirlpools for us? She turned to face the ship's captain. No, someone else stopped the whirlpools before us. So tell your men to be on guard once we arrive at the island. The woman replied. The captain said, I will let them know. After giving the girl a nod, he leaves to inform his first mate of what she told him and to prepare the men for whatever may come. She treats him like a complete moron. As she left Jiraiya, she said to him, wouldn't you be? For they must have found an Uzumaki or half Uzumaki to break this seal that should be going. This is not good. Who would they have? She asked herself this because she didn't want to tell Jiraiya because he had been disappointing so far by showing little concern for the failure of this seal. Kurama, who was now concerned about what was going on in front of them, said, he is a fool. I don't understand how your mother believes he would keep you safe out on a mission. He just wants to spy on half-naked women and be a fool. I understand. However, none of the outers would have been prepared to serve as senseis, and I could have had my aunt assume the role. But mom sees something in the old fool, Naruto remarked, glancing over her shoulder to see Jiraiya's anxious expression as a toad sat next to him and conversed with him about something. Kurama grinned and said, guess there is more to that old pervert. Yeah, I suppose so, Naruto remarked, glancing at her teammates and the 3 other teams that had accompanied them. Hinata grinned at her friend and said, hey Naru-chan. Naruto gives her friend a smile. Get ready for trouble. The whirlpools wear down and we must keep any eye out for a prisoner that is an Uzumaki. So if anyone sees a red hair with chains on them, they need to be saved. She advised them. Except for 2, everyone nodded their heads. Sasuke merely gave them a scratch. Sakura simply followed his example. The Pinkett asked, why would we waste our time? Looking at her old best friend, Ino narrows her eyes. She informed the foolish girl in front of her, because they are of her clan and we must save any prisoners for this is a mission paid for by Naruto and her mother. Sakura crossed her arms over her flat chest and said, whatever. As he left his slothful teammate, Kiba said, then stay on the ship. For you will be just deadweight on this mission. Sakura's crystal blue eyes harden and turn crimson as she glares down at the girl in front of her. What did you say, dog breath? She asks, running up to hit him over the head before Naruto stops her. You will not be raising your hand against your teammate. This will be reported to Lady Hokage once we are back in the village. Maybe you should think about retiring from the program before you are killed or worse raped. She let out a growl. Pulling her hand free, Sakura backed away from the blonde in front of her with a shaky step. Her voice was filled with fear, and tears were visible in the corner of her eyes as she said, "You're a demon." Naruto turned away from the girl and approached her teammates, saying, "Ha. I'm a demon, thank you, for I know how to use my shinobi skills to come across scary to a little girl like yourself." The others merely observed what transpired. It wasn't going to work out. Sasuke or Sakura would suffer harm before this mission was finished, and it wouldn't be the enemy doing it either. On the island, a girl sitting in a tent with chains keeping her motionless and seals on her had crimson hair, crystal blue eyes, and black strikes running through it, preventing her from utilizing her chakra. With tears trickling down her cheeks, the girl said, "Oh mother. I'm sorry." A man with long silver hair down the middle of his back said, "Shut up, brat." She gives him a narrowed look. "Why haven't you let me go? You're on the island like you wanted." "I'm no longer needed," he replied. He gives her a sly smile. "Oh my dear, after we are done here in Uzumaki for sale on the black market will get me a pretty penny. So you are still valuable to me." He laughed. The girl averts her gaze as the silver moon on her forehead reflects sunlight entering through the tent's opening. In an attempt to persuade him to let her go, she said, "I'm not even a full-blooded Uzumaki. I'm only a half-breed. It doesn't matter, as long as you have Uzumaki blood flowing through those veins. You are valuable." He looks up from the map of the island. "If only I could have gotten my hands on Kushina when she was a girl. I could have gotten good money for that girl. Part of the royal family and pure-blooded Uzumaki. But she does have a daughter. I could try kidnapping her. For the princess must be weak as she has lived a sheltered life in that village," he said as he returned to his job. As more tears stream down her cheeks, the girl looks away and says, "Oh mother." The old docks. The ship had docked at an old dock that was still holding up after a week, and it looked like a ship had been there recently because Gato's shipping supplies were still on the dock. Naruto looked around the overgrown path in front of them all and said, "Keep on guard." At that moment, she experienced a strange feeling. She sensed that something was drawing her in. What she was unaware of was sufficient for Kurama to materialize beside her in his knightly form. Everyone who had never seen the fox man in black armor was frightened by this. Looking at the path in front of them all, Kurama said, "Kit, there is something unsettling here on the island." Naruto said, "I know Kurama." Anubis and Ares were standing beside them. "The battle that lies before us. It will change a lot of things for us. So be on guard for what is to come," Kurama said. Naruto gave him a head nod. "I know. It feels like the battle I had with Queen Beryl," he replied. The air was charged with electricity. Only she and her new scouts could sense the excessive energy in the air. Shikamaru looked at the two in front of him. He sensed something was wrong, too. He had lost all of his laziness and was now standing tall and noticeably tense due to something he couldn't explain. This made everyone else anxious in case the least motivated person noticed anything. Then they had to be prepared. As Kurama walked beside her and her teammates joined them, Naruto said, "Come on. It will take about an hour to make it to the center of the island and we also have to find all the traps if any set up by whoever is here." Jiraiya turned to face them all. He said, "You heard the lady. Let's go." Everyone nodded and trailed the blonde Uzu heiress. Because they could hear voices not too far ahead of them, Naruto and the others moved slowly to the village center. A man yelled, "Come on, move it. The boss wants us out of here in 1 week." To the employees. Another man shouted, "Well, if he wants us out of here in a fucking week, he needs to get his short fat ass here to help us." While he was pushing a wheelbarrow full of filth up a wooden ramp, Naruto glanced at the others behind her. She told them, "We have to move on from her in the shadows." In order to control his pupils, Jiraiya turned to face Kakashi. Kiba simply rolled his eyes at this, while the masked shinobi simply nodded his head while glancing down at Sakura and Sasuke. He truly needed to leave this team. Growling at his troublesome students, Kakashi said, "You two don't make any trouble and only attack when ordered." Sakura just gave the blonde at the head of the group a glare, and Sasuke simply said, "HN." To further tamper with the girl, Naruto turns to face the pinkett, her eyes flashing crimson. Sakura looks away because the blonde makes her look like she's about to have a heart attack. They heard a young woman sobbing in a tent not more than 500 feet away. The girl cried as she attempted to remove the chains. "Oh mama. I'm so sorry, I never thought I would be caught." From inside the tent, a male voice growled, "I've told you to shut up." At this, Naruto's eyes narrowed. As she looks up at Jiraiya, who is simply staring thoughtfully, she says, "It appears we found the prisoner and it is a girl." Jiraiya looked at the other people with them and said, "We will need to get the man away from the tent to break her free." Now standing beside Jiraiya and Naruto, Zabuza said, "I could go and make it look like the trolls sent me to aid them." Jiraiya said, glancing at their erstwhile adversary, "That could work." "Who goes there?" A voice from the tent called out as Zabuza nodded his head and left the group to go to the tent with the man with silver hair. As the man emerged from the tent, gazing up at the tall, missing ninja, Zabuza growled, "I was sent by Gato." "I see. He must want us to get out of here sooner for him to be sending a shinobi to be held with the dig." The man replied. Zabuza looked down at the man with gray-blue eyes and silver hair while carrying his sword, saying, "It appears so." Kunzite said, "I am Kunzite. I will be your boss from here on out." When Naruto saw her old friend Kunzite, who had attempted and nearly killed her multiple times in her previous life, she gasped. Kurama, who was now uneasy about what they were witnessing, asked, "If he is here, then the other three must be here as well. But do they remember their past lives? This is not good. Is Beryl also present? Time will tell. Kurama and the other knights will need to investigate this." Naruto said, "Shit." Shikamaru moved over to see what Naruto was staring at and narrowed his eyes at what he saw, while Jiraiya looked down at the girl beside him. Unaware that he had spoken aloud, he asked himself in a low voice, "That bastard is here. Then is he with him or her? What's wrong?" Jiraiya asks, glancing at the two teenagers in front of him. Shikamaru looked at Naruto and said, "Troublesome." Naruto turned to face Zabuza and Kunzite, saying, "Just have my mom explain it to you. But all you need to know is that bastard there is tricky and deadly and will play dirty to suit his own needs. If he's present, this implies that he will be close to his lover, Zoisite." Though she wasn't exactly like this, she thought to herself, but that is if they have woken to their original lives. Kurama, who was even uncomfortable with this turn, asked, "You're meeting those bastards out of order. Shouldn't you be running into that one fool Jadeite?" "Yes, I ought to have been. However, things are not going as they used to." With a tried sigh, Naruto informed the Biju that things were changing this time. Kurama, who had never enjoyed dealing with the man in front of them, complained, "I still don't like this. It feels like we are walking into another trap." "I understand." Shikamaru merely observed her, and Naruto agreed, saying, "He deals too much in the shadows." "Are the knights of my stepbrother present? Do they still work for Beryl, or are they employed by him?" Shikamaru asked himself this question because he wasn't sure if he wanted the answer. As Zabuza grew weary of hearing the man in front of him speak, he growled, "That is fine. But show me what has been done so far." As he left, Kunzite complained, "Fine. You shinobi need to learn more patience. For your reckless lifestyles are already deadly." He showed Zabuza where everything they had discovered thus far was kept because Gato wanted to move it all at once in a big score. "I want you to guard these makeshift warehouse for me. For we have been having strange sightings of a fox or something sneaking around the island and stealing things from the warehouses and the men on the digs," he stated to Zabuza. Zabuza simply raised an eyebrow in response to this. He asks, "Why haven't your men killed it? The thing is strange as it appears to vanish into nothing and reappear out of nowhere. Like if it is a ghost," says Kunzite. Zabuza merely gives a head nod, because he would have to discuss this small piece of information with Naruto. A black fox kid is attempting to chew off the leather straps on the chains, so Naruto and the others use this opportunity to enter the tent covertly. To this, Naruto raises an eyebrow. The girl with the red hair gasps in terror as she looks up at the newcomers, thinking they might try something on her. Naruto raised both of her hands to show the girl that she didn't mean any harm and said, "Calm down. We are here to save you and stop that bastard from digging up our homeland." A crescent moon appears on the fox kid's forehead as it turns to face Naruto. Kurama shows up in his knight's outfit before the kit. Kurama said, "You have done well, little one, trying to protect the island on your own, as well as save my kit's half-cousin." Everyone stared at him in confusion as Naruto was on his knees prior to the girl taking off the chains and examining the girl's seals. Naruto grinned at the girl who was now crying and said, I can have those seals off of you in a few seconds. Oh, by the way, I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the daughter of Kushina Uzumaki. In this world, she wasn't alone. Following her mother's brutal demise, she had worried that she was the elemental nation's last surviving Uzumaki. Just above a whisper, the girl said, thank you. The kid, looking at Naruto as she and Jiraiya work on removing all the seals on the girl, said, Kurama-sama. I am sorry, I am the last of my family. Everyone else was killed by those bastards. We have done all we could to try to keep them away from the village, the family vault that they need the girl for. But how her blood isn't fully of the main family. I don't believe she will be able to open the vault. But the princess here would be able to. The girl looked away in embarrassment and said, my mother was the daughter of the Uzukage's mistress, never making me part of the main family but of the side family. Naruto grinned broadly and said, you are still my family, as she broke the last seal on the girl's legs. As they assisted the girl in getting up and left the tent to meet up with the others, she said, come on, we need to move before that asshole returns. Kakashi simply gives the girl a smile while glancing at the newcomer. As Kakashi puts his book away and picks the girl up bridal style, Jiraiya said, Kakashi, you and your team take the girl back to the ship, have the medic on the ship look her over, and once you believe all to be fine, then return with your team. We might need you. As they leave with Sakura glaring at the new girl and Sasuke merely giving the others a shady look, Kakashi says, Team 7, you heard the man. Let's move. Because of her crimson hair, larger chest than she has, and crystal blue eyes, she is even more attractive. Jiraiya, who appeared more like a general than the idiot he portrays himself as, said, it will not be long before he sees that the girl is gone. So we must be ready for anything. Since they were aware that they would be fighting the people on this island, they all simply nod in agreement. Zabuza simply listened to the man before him ramble on about unimportant things. He growled as this idiot believed he would have to work like a fool in the damn dirt, saying, I am just here to be a guard. Not a damn day labor for you. Kunzite merely blinked and gave the man a brief glance. He growled, I see. Well then go check out the docks. If that was all he was going to be doing, he didn't need the idiot. Zabuza narrowed his eyes at the man in front of him and growled, I just came from there and there was no trouble there. Kunzite said, fine. A man with black hair ran to him from another dig site and yelled, Kunzite-sama. Kunzite turned to face the man sprinting in the direction of the two and demanded, what is it? The man, who was now standing in front of them and panting, said, we found the chambers of the Moon Kingdom. In response to this small piece of news, Zabuza raised an eyebrow. For his part, Kunzite grinned. He growls at the terrified man, good. Go and get that girl and see if she will be useful to us, or we might have to go to Konoha and kidnap that damn Hokage's brat. As he fled, the man said, yes Kunzite-sama. Kunzite turns to face Zabuza. He said to the swordsman in front of him, I might have use for you after all. You might have to head to Konoha to get me the princess. This makes Zabuza scratch. The idiot was asked, do you honestly believe that the Hokage would allow her daughter out of her sight? I know for face the useless girl is a kunoichi and would be easy for the taking on her first mission outside of the village, and I know you have a member of your team that isn't in the bingo book. Use them to request the girl for protection detail. Kunzite gave the order, staring at the tall man who towered over him as though he were a simple-minded idiot who required explanations. For his part, Zabuza remained cold because he was prepared to cut the man in front of him in two so that he could finish and go on to his next assignment. He said to the man, we will see. For her part, Naruto wanted to kick Kunzite's ass for being such a jerk and having such low regard for her. However, the world was fed the false narrative that Naruto was an entitled princess in need of a prince to protect her from her own shadow. Every time she hears someone say that about her, she scoffs at the thought. Shikamaru put his right hand on her left shoulder and said, let the fool underestimate you. She gives him a slight smile as she turns to face him. He smiles back at her as she says, thanks. Kunzite-sama, exclaimed the man dispatched to retrieve the girl. Kunzite looks over at the idiot. What is it? He demanded, seeing a man with a terrified expression on his face instead of the girl with him. He informed Kunzite, the girl is missing. Someone set her free. As his hand disappeared into his pouch, out of the man's line of sight, Kunzite's icy gaze shifted to the man standing beside him. With his enormous sword now at his throat, Zabuza declared, I wouldn't do that if I was you. With a shit-eating smile, he said, my grip could slip ever so slightly, and I could take your head. Who else is with you, then? Asked Kunzite a question because he was curious. Oh, I'm not sure. As Naruto leaves in front of Kunzite and Zabuza, a mist starts to fill the air. A spoiled useless little princess as you put it and her comrades, Zabuza said, tilting his head to the right with a demonic grin on his face. Naruto narrowed her crystal blue eyes at him and said, it looks like Kami has been good to you, Kunzite. With a faint smirk on his face, Shikamaru emerged from behind Naruto and remarked, I see you still follow that sorry excuse of a queen. When Kunzite sees the two teenagers in front of them, his eyes harden and he asks, do I know you too? Smiling at him, Naruto raises her hand and says, Lunar Power Makeup. As she changed into Sailor Lunar, a blood moon emerged behind her and eclipsed, and she let out a cry. Kunzite glared at the blonde in front of him, his eyes hardening. So the little sailor brats found their way here? He asks. No, I am the only person present. The others have long since passed away. I used to be Sailor Moon, as you know. Sailor Lunar declared, I am now Sailor Lunar, while the others watched in disbelief as the girl's two wolf partners grew larger and had armor appear on them as well. Anubis now stood on her hind legs, resembling the Egyptian god Anubis, holding a spear in her paw-like hands, while Ares stood on his hind legs, resembling the god of war, with leather armor covering his entire body and two swords appearing at his sides. You're still not prepared for this battle, said Sailor Lunar, peering over her shoulder. She told the newly awakened scouts, we'll take care of things from here. She knew they could take care of themselves, but this was a personal matter, and she wanted a piece of this bastard for the very last time because of his involvement in the girls' deaths the first time. Haku, Hinata, and Ino simply nod their heads in agreement with their princess's command. With a sinister grin, Kunzite remarked, my queen has grown powerful here and has used that little fool Gato to get what she wants. Just keep telling yourself that, says Sailor Lunar, grinning at him. Queen Beryl will not be able to compete with me here on Earth because she was weak when I faced her back on Earth. She growled at him, I'm not falling for your old tricks now that I don't have dead weight clouding my judgment. Kunzite narrowed his eyes at the blonde in front of him and said, we will see. This isn't the same crybaby brat we face back on Earth, he thought to himself, knowing that he would have to fight for his life against this girl because, unlike before, she seemed not afraid to kill for those she loved. A woman with red hair sits in a room with a crystal ball floating in front of her, deep within a cavern that once housed the hidden village known as Odo. What do you want, Orochimaru? A man with pale skin and sickly yellow eyes emerges from the shadows of the room and bows to the woman as she asks a question with her crimson eyes. Orochimaru said, looking up at the woman sitting in front of him, her crimson hair dancing up in the air behind her, I have sent the scroll how you have ordered me, my queen. Very good. The woman with the crimson hair gave the order, I want you to personally select these genin for the Chunin exams and have my 3 generals as their Jonin senseis. Orochimaru stood up again and disappeared back into the darkness, returning to his small, private lab that her minion kept far away from because they didn't want to be one of his test subjects. As you wish, Queen Beryl. As he started working on one of his small test subjects strapped to the table, Orochimaru thought, soon I will have the Uchiha brat and then I will be powerful enough to overthink the bitch and take her power for myself. He laughed darkly and wickedly. 3 generals emerge from the shadows and kneel before their queen, Queen Beryl. My queen, are you really true to him? A man with dark reddish brown hair asked. She glances at the man in front of her with red eyes and says, don't be stupid. As far as I can throw him, I don't trust that snake. She said to the man in front of her, he's just a handy little pawn we need to get into the village. They give their queen a nod before retreating into the shadows to keep an eye on her and spy on the snake they think is so cunning. Uzu. So Queen Beryl survived our conflict. As 2 swords appeared in her hands from the tiara that had previously been on her forehead, Sailor Lunar asked. Do you think a weak little moon princess like yourself could ever kill our queen? He asked, grinning at her and tilting his head to the left. He said, laughing uncontrollably. Back then, I was too weak in my heart, said Sailor Lunar, scowling. Instead of letting my tender feelings control me, I ought to have taken the necessary action. For if I had the strength I have now, her stunning crystal blue eyes flashed crimson as she hissed, I would have killed you after our first meeting, Kunzite. Kunzite was surprised because this was not the same whiny child he had previously reprimanded. Someone has finally grown a backbone. He chuckled. No, I've just made my heart harder. Because this time, I stand to lose more, Sailor Lunar said, glancing over to where Shikamaru was standing with the others. So she has a new boy toy. She finally cut that loser prince of mine loose, he thought to himself as he started to form a crystal behind Shikamaru, a tactic that had once worked for that last idiot. Kunzite is not blind to this. The raven-haired boy swiftly turned around as the crystal formed and shot toward Shikamaru. His armor materialized on him, and a massive black and green sword formed in his hands as it cut cleanly through the black crystal. His voice was filled with panic and fear as he said, "It can't be. What do you think killed me and my stupid broken?" A sense of nobility surrounded Shikamaru, and power began to radiate from him that no one had ever experienced in their lives. This power was comparable to Sailor Lunar's. However, Queen Beryl claimed to have killed you and sealed you away. Kunzite took a step back and said, "I'll make sure you never interfere with my prince's plans." He knew that the princess in front of him was far more powerful than the prince he had served in his previous life. "You idiot, Kunzite, how could that fucking witch harm me? In addition, sell her soul to the devil," Shikamaru said, while the others looked on in disbelief. "Kunzite, don't worry, you're not fighting him." Sailor Lunar smiled at him and said, "It's with me and me alone." A smile that made the silver-haired man uneasy because she wasn't the same whiny child he had dealt with all those years ago. However, Kunzite was so engrossed in his own thoughts that he failed to notice the two wolves had left the girl's side. Now that they were behind him, Anubis's sword swung down from the left onto his left shoulder, severing the arm. Blood sprayed all over the place as Sailor Lunar charged forward, calling out, "Dance of the Crescent Moon," as she spins and her blades move around her body in a crescent moon as she stops past him on her right knee while panting to catch her breath. With his crystal eyes now cloudy and blood dripping from his mouth, Kunzite's eyes widen as he falls to the ground in two parts. The blonde girl proved herself to be a demon, and those wolf creatures scared them even more. Sailor Lunar takes a deep breath as her transformation drops and she falls to the ground. Or so she thought, as she was caught by Shikamaru while the others just stood there with their mouths hanging open. The workers had seen the fight and fled for their lives because they didn't want to be involved. Closure his body. Jiraiya walked over to his two students and said, "There might be a bounty on him." The three inner guardians rushed to their princess. "How are you?" Hinata asked in a terrified tone. "I'm all right. I simply haven't made much use of my abilities." With a faint smile on her lips, Naruto declared, "I'm going to train in my Sailor Lunar form to get used to the power overload." Haku nodded in agreement as Ino smiled at her friend and said, "Then we will join you in that training as well." "It's time for you to return, Zabuza-sama," says Sailor Pluto as a door to the Moon Kingdom opens. She informed the man, "My queen has a mission for you." As he takes the sealing scroll containing the body, Zabuza says, "Yeah, fine." He then disappears inside the door along with the guardian of time and space. Choji looked at his best friend and said, "Well, that was interesting. So, how did you change?" Wanting to know, Shino pushed up his sunglasses and asked. Shikamaru sighed and muttered something unsettling under his breath, saying only, "It's a long story." Naruto sat in her room, gazing at the scrolls that both she and the little troll's men had discovered. "There is so much here about the Moon Kingdom and about our lunar bloodline, but what I don't understand is how Uzu fell like she did," she thought to herself as she sighed again and peered out her bedroom window. A week had passed since the return trip from Uzu. "I'm limited in what I can do here. The altercation with that jerk convinced me that I should just go out and train." The house was quieter than usual, probably because everyone was preoccupied with their own tasks. "That I am still too weak in Sailor Lunar's form," Naruto said as she got up and left her bedroom. With Shikamaru, he sighs again as he sits in a tree in his family forest and looks down at the deer that his family looks after. "Is something bothering you, son?" From behind the boy, a deeper male voice spoke. "Yes, Dad," Shikamaru says, glancing over his shoulder to see his father cradling a baby deer. "On my mission, a lot of crazy things happen," he informed his father. Shikaku released the baby deer as it fled to its mother, saying, "Why don't you come down here and we can chat?" He jumps down and nods his head. The office of the Hokage. "So, who among us thinks their teams are prepared for the Chunin exams this year?" Observing all of her Jonin senseis, the fifth Hokage asks. With a smug smile, Jiraiya came forward and declared, "I nominate my team for the Chunin exams." Kurenai smiled as she approached the Hokage and said, I Kurenai Yuhi-sensei of Team 5, nominate my team for the Chunin exam. Kushina nodded while glancing at Asuma, who appeared to be considering something. Asuma sighed and turned to face the other two senseis from the previous two rookie times, saying, I Asuma Sarutobi nominate Team 6 for the Chunin exams. His cold black eyes looks at the man with white hair and sickly green eyes. I need to watch him, Zabuza thought to himself as he stood behind the Hokage and observed the Jonins in the office. He narrowed his eyes on one lone Jonin who exuded a sickly odd aura and an unpleasant odor. Private training ground for Team 4. With her eyes closed, Naruto sat in the middle of the training area. Kurama remarked, Brat, we need to be ready. If that bastard was on Whirlpool Island, then the other three will appear here soon. Naruto frowned and said, I know. That is what is worrying me. For I know the bitch will be coming soon if I have to deal with those bastards. Since that boy won't always be there to save you, Kurama said, I know. So now that we have gone over what happened with you turning into Sailor Lunar, you need to work on the flow of power into your attacks, and if it comes down to it, I will come out and protect you. I know. I need to be stronger. I need to stand on my own. For I cannot put everyone on everyone else's shoulders like last time. Said Naruto, still with the frown on her face. Shikamaru is lying on the green not far from Naruto, staring up at his hand as it casts a shadow over his eyes while the clouds idly pass by. He sighed and thought, so my past is coming back to bite me in the ass. My stupid half-brother is alive and he is still running around with that witch. With a ghostly smile on her face, Hinata sat under a tree, lost in her own world. I am not going to be dead weight for her. I will show her that I am strong and will protect her like the girl who came before me, she told herself. There is a spy in the ranks. Zabuza growled as he looked down at Kushina after the Jonin had left the Hokage's office. How could I miss something like this? She asked herself as she glanced up at her personal guard from her paperwork, growling in horror. The sickly green-eyed, white-haired Jonin. He has a snake odor. It's that bastard who used to live in this village, not the snake Sanko has summoned. I've met him before and am aware of his foul odor. As he approached the window overlooking the village, he informed her, that bastard we faced in the land of whirlpools also had a slight stink of snakes on him. Kushina sat quietly at her desk, trying to think of something to say while she listened to what he was telling her. He seems to be finally emerging from the shadows and attempting to harm you in the village. He is unable to leave after the late 4th. Zabuza turned to face Kushina, his eyes hardening as he met her gaze. But who better to attack than his wife and child, he said. I hadn't been searching for spies because I've become so careless with everything. It's no surprise that the Moon Kingdom fell so long ago, Kushina sighed as she put down her pen and cupped her face in her hands. Don't hold yourself responsible. Having a snake mistress who shares a summons with that bastard makes it difficult to keep an eye out for spies. Additionally, this village, councils, and your daughter keep you occupied. There will inevitably be a mistake. Zabuza said, I'm sure this is what happened the last time, as he approached her from behind her desk and drew her closer to him. Yes, I was kept busy like this once before, she said, blinking as she looked up into his black eyes. Because we had our own problems after Chaos was fighting with others on the edge of our world, I had to keep an eye out. Then the earthly bastard who was constantly causing trouble. She sighed and said, it was difficult. Well, just be aware. Zabuza pulled her into a kiss and said, you are not alone this time around. Ground of Training 4. As she avoided another blow from Jiraiya, Naruto changed back into Sailor Lunar. You need to get quicker with your transformations or one of the other girls needs to provide cover for you while you are transforming, as you are a sitting duck for several seconds and anyone can attack you during that time. He sighed again. How in the hell was it easier when I was Sailor Moon? She sighed as she collapsed to the ground. She screamed as she struck the ground with a fist. Brat, I'm at a loss for words. However, that world seems to have been lazy, and the people there seemed foolish for not recognizing your true identity. Come on, a 14-year-old girl who appears to attend a nearby junior high school is running around fighting crime and monsters while wearing skimpy clothing. Elevated. Yeah, no clue, Jiraiya said, rolling his eyes. Shikamaru sits up and says, that's enough. She has had enough. She has already been put through a lot in both this and that world, he informed the Sannin. As Hinata was called away by her clan for clan business, more like the clan elders to bully the girl again, Jiraiya crossed his arms and looked away, saying, fine. He was irritated by the two teenagers. We must decide how to handle the Hyuga elders. They are going too far with the heiress, Jiraiya remarked, glancing at his two pupils. There isn't much we can do for her at the moment. We're just genin as it is. Since his last encounter with Neji had left him uneasy, Shikamaru said, maybe once we are chunin, we can do something for her. We are participating in the upcoming exams. Naruto asked, glancing at Jiraiya. Yes, all three of you will participate in the tests. Are you aware of the exam's secret? Gazing at Shikamaru, Jiraiya inquired as to why there were only two of them today. Teamwork is the main focus of the exam's first two sections. It's the last phase where the team's lone member is the main focus. But not until then, Shikamaru said, we need each other to make it to the third and final stage of the exams. Naruto nodded, having attended the previous exam held in the village a few years prior. Excellent. You are aware of the exam's purpose. Be sure to inform Hinata of this. However, don't force her to participate, Jiraiya said, glancing at each of them. Naruto grinned at their sensei and said, we know. We could never do that to her. If she chooses not to participate. After that, we wait until the next test. She turned to face Shikamaru, who nodded in agreement, and said, for we only take it until we are all ready. Jiraiya said, good, I'm glad you brought. 3 months had passed since Ino, Haku, and Hinata all woke up to their new abilities. In addition to learning more about her lunar abilities and how they differ from those she possessed while on Earth and in the Moon Kingdom, Naruto had accelerated her transformation. The Chunin exams were taking place that day. Standing in front of the academy, Naruto, Shikamaru, and Hinata gazed up at the structure. Naruto smiles as she turns to face her teammates. She asked them, are you ready? With smiles on their faces, they nodded their heads. With a gentle smile, Hinata said, yeah, let's do this. Let us get this over with. Shikamaru sighed and yawned, slouching. The sooner we get this over the sooner I can go take a nap. He continued. Due to their male teammates' indolence, both girls rolled their eyes and giggled. Team 4 started to move toward the academy, but some members of Team 7 stopped them. Sasuke glared at Shikamaru and asked, what are you losers doing? His gaze lingered on Naruto for a bit longer than the girl liked. Shikamaru looked at Kiba by the boy's side and said, we're here to take the Chunin exams. Something we're not sure you're here for. For you are missing one of your teammates. Sasuke fights. As the others hear Sakura yelling, he tells them, the Banshee bitch will be here if she knows what's good for her. She called out to the duck-ass boy, Sasuke-kun. Sorry I'm late. As they turned to go and entered the academy building, Naruto said, whatever. The more distance they are able to get from them, the better. Sakura's arrival caused Kiba to sigh. I wish I had stayed at home and told the exam to be a bust. However, he reasoned that it might be best to demonstrate to them that they are not prepared to become Chunins. Team 4 felt sorry for Kiba but chose to ignore the opposing team. With a frown on her face, Naruto thought, perhaps they could fail the first section of the exam. They simply entered the academy and headed for the third floor. Naruto smiled and performed an additional genjutsu. She was aware of a genjutsu that was impervious to Sasuke's unique small eyes. Neither Hinata nor Shikamaru missed the smile. What did you do? Shikamaru whispered, glancing back at the others who were unaware of what had happened. Naruto whispered back to her teammates, making sure that Tem doesn't make it to the first part of the exams. She didn't need him to get in her way. After entering a room adjacent to the one where the others were engaged in combat, Sasuke and his allies noticed them. They were never seen by anyone. Simply carried on with their previous actions. Level 3. Jiraiya was standing in front of the classroom door. He grinned broadly and said, I see you made it past the first test. Naruto grinned. As Kurenai emerged from the shadows, she remarked, we did. But Sasuke and his team didn't. Kurenai squinted at the blonde girl in front of her and asked, what do you mean? She had a sinister grin. She looked up at her and said, I used a genjutsu that Sasuke isn't able to break. Kurenai nodded her head stupidly. Because the boy is able to break all of her genjutsu. Jiraiya grinned and said, well, let's let them in. Anyways, it's for the best the brat doesn't take part in the exam. For he isn't ready, even the pink-hair Banshee. He continued with a scowl. The two senseis are blasted with a great deal of murderous intent as Team 4 passes them and slides open the classroom door. The weaker Chunin hopefuls pass out as they soil themselves, and the more seasoned hopefuls retreat, creating a wide space for the 3 members of Team 4 to pass by. She rolls her eyes, concentrating on both her own and Kurama's murderous intent. The more astute of the Chunin who were without hope decided to withdraw from the examinations, figuring they could take them in Kuma within the next 6 months. It will only take a few months to confront the demons that have entered the room. Choji, Shino, and Ino head over to their pals. As he took another bite out of his chip, Choji grinned broadly and said, "I see you have passed the first test to get in here." Shikamaru gives his 2 childhood friends and a friend a languid smile. As the door opens again and Team Guy walks in, Lee pouts over not seeing his pink-hair goddess while Ten simply rolls her eyes at her friend and teammate. "Yeah, but we will not be seeing Sasuke or Sakura for they failed that part of the exam," he told them. Ten tried to reassure Lee by saying, "Come on Lee. It's for the best they didn't take part. They are not ready." A rabbit mask Anbu then appeared behind them and sealed the door. Naruto is all too familiar with this seal because she invented it. As the Anbu disappeared from view, Hinata said, "Well, it appears there will not be any more taking part in the first stage of the Chunin exams." She was observing her 2 teams when she sensed a sense of unease creep into the room. A cloud of smoke then appeared, and a large man with scars on his face and a bandana on his face emerged. Roar calls out Ibiki as he examines all the young hopefuls, saying, "Listen up you damn brats. For I am only going to say thing one time. If any one of you get caught during my part of the exam cheating, your whole team will be kicked out." One team, and only one team, caught his attention. Naruto gives the man who was staring at her and her teammates a sly smile. She tells him in a light-hearted manner, "Don't worry Scar-chan. We'll do our best." Everyone in the room turned pale as a result, except for her teammates, who share her grin. Ibiki looks at her and smiles. "Cheeky brat, I do hope you do pass. For it wouldn't look too good for the Hokage's daughter and the students of the Toad Sage to fail now, would it?" He smiles with a dark smirk. The girl and her 2 teammates have everyone's attention. When they heard this, their eyes widened. Being trained by the legendary sages of the Hidden Leaf is an honor. As blue flames engulfed her hands, Naruto grinned and said, "Oh Ibiki-chan. Don't think so little of myself and my teammates. As we do have some tricks up ourselves." Shikamaru and Hinata smiled at this. They were aware that she could accomplish this without using hand signals. However, nobody else did. Not even Jiraiya. Ibiki saw some of the other hopefuls with fear and others with concern as they turned pale at the girl's use of a fire jutsu without hand signals. He smiled even more as they followed his instructions, saying, "All right brats. File into the room next door and while you are heading in there draw lots. For no one will be sitting with their teammates." As he watched them all walk into the classroom, Ibiki thought, there was nothing in the girl's file about her being able to use fire jutsus. "I'm relieved that I can now control Mars flames. But I'm not sure why it turned blue," Naruto thought to herself, confused because she didn't want to reveal her thoughts to anyone. Kurama responded to the girl's shit-eating smile, which now threatened to split her face in 2, "It is because it was also Fox Fire. With you being able to use Mars flames, you are now able to use Fox Fire. This will be useful, but can I return the color to orange?" She had an idea, so she asked Kurama a question. Kurama grinned and said, "You should be able to. Just think of the color you want." Taking her lot, she examines the number she drew. 69, EH. As Kurama chuckled in the back of her mind, she thought to herself. She told him, "Laugh it up, buddy," and went to her seat. She was surprised to see Hinata to her right and Shikamaru to her left. She was comfortably positioned between them. Ibiki had to do a double take, so he wasn't blind to this, when he noticed a single team seated together. It was an unprecedented occurrence during one of his tests. He drew from 3 different boxes, but there was nothing he could do about it. Therefore, there was no way for them to sit together while cheating. "Cheeky brats, you have Yami's luck," he thought to himself as he shook his head and left. They grinned at one another. The others merely observed as one team was allowed to sit together. Ibiki lays a genjutsu over his murderous intent and growls, "All right brats. Time for me to lay down the law. You will be taking an exam for the first part of the Chunin exams. There are 10 questions on this exam. Each time one is caught cheating 2 points will be taken away. If caught cheating 5 times, you and your teammates will be kicked out of my exam." He said this without anyone saying anything. A pin drop could be heard. However, they did hear the shrieks of a banshee and a duck ass, as well as a knock on the door of the exam room. Ibiki nodded to another member of his team to remove the two troublemakers, saying, "Ignore those fools, who didn't make it on time." Beyond the exam room, with his hands in his coat pockets, Kiba turned on his heel and walked away from his two teammates, saying, "We didn't make it in time. So let's go." He glances at them over his shoulder. "Even if you get in, you can't take part as I am leaving," he stated to him. While using the hand signals for a fire jutsu, Sasuke snarls and spins on his heel. He inhales deeply, and just as the Jonin appears to tackle Kiba out of the way, a stream of flames shoots towards Kiba's back. With a look of pure hatred and rage, Sasuke growls, "Bastard, I will kill you." However, before he could launch another attack, a group of Anbu members showed up and threw the raven-haired boy to the ground while slapping a seal on him to stop his charka. Sakura yells, "What are you doing to Sasuke-kun?" as she dashes one of the Anub. However, before she realized what had happened, a seal was slapped across her large forehead, causing her to pass out and fall to the ground. When Kurenai sees two genin being sealed and another being examined for burns on his jacket, he bolts down the hallway. "What happened here?" she asks the Anbu and Jonin in front of her. Neko frowned beneath her mask and said, "Sasuke Uchiha attacked his teammate. Sakura Haruno also attempted to attack my Anbu agent." Kurenai's mouth opens wide, her head hung low. She tells him, "I see. I am terribly sorry about my student's actions." Kiba, who is now sitting on the floor with a medic nin, said, "It isn't your fault, sensei." He frowned and remarked, "Those two have been entitled since the academy. I thought with them becoming genin they would change. But I am wrong." Kurenai, threatening to cry, said, "Oh Kiba, I should have listened to you when you told me that they weren't prepared for the Chunin exams and I should have tried harder to change their ways." Kiba grinned and said, "It's okay, sensei. I know it is difficult when those two are constantly causing trouble during our training time." With a slightly lower voice, Neko stated, "Well, we are taking these two to T&I for a proper psych exam." Kurenai nodded slightly and said, "All right." She disappeared in a whirlwind of leaves, saying, "I shall go now to the Hokage and report what you have told me." At that moment, Sum emerges from a whirlpool of leaves to discover her son's jacket and some of his pants burned. "I am going to kill that little bastard and turn him into dog chow." She lets out a growl. With a small smile, Kiba said, "That might make the pack sick, Mom." Her expression brightens a little. Her snicker was followed by, "You're right. It might poison them." Returning to the exam room, Roars Ibiki exclaimed, "All right brats. Time to begin." The test passed swiftly, and over 60% of the Chunin hopefuls were eliminated from the second section. As Ibiki explains the actual purpose of the test, Naruto's head jerks up and her eyes narrow toward the window. She looked back at herself. As the window where they were sitting exploded, sending glass flying across the room, she tells them to duck. They do so, diving beneath their desk. Just behind the irate man, a ball of black fabric flies into the room and attaches itself to the wall. A woman emerges from the bundle of cloth and lands directly behind Ibiki on the desk. Ibiki growls, scanning the remaining hopefuls to make sure nobody was hurt. "Anko, you are early." His gaze shifted from under their desk to the insane Perplet, focusing on the team that had been fortunate enough to sit together. Anko smiles as he surveys the remaining teams. She giggles as she tells Ibiki, "Good, it appears you didn't take it easy on them this year." With a snare on his face, Ibiki said, "What can I say? They had sent me to the bottom of the barrel this time around." The remaining genin were forced to keep quiet because they were unsure if the demon in front of them would still be able to cut them. Anko grinned darkly and said, "Ha. Well, I cut them down by half by the time the second half of the exam is over." The woman in front of them says something that makes about 1/3 of the genin go pale. With a devilish smile, Anko said, "All right, shit stains. Meet me at Training Ground 44, or better known as the Forest of Death. My sweet home away from home." Having said that, she quickly leaves the window she had damaged. As they leapt onto the desk and ran out the broken window, 3 smirks were visible, pursuing the crazy woman who has terrified everyone else in the classroom. Shikamaru said, glancing at these 2 female teammates, "We have an advantage over the rest." With a bashful smile, Hinata remarked, "We are only lucky we have that advantage over the rest." As they made their way to the roofs and crossed them until they could reach the trees, Naruto said, "Let's book it before the others catch up with us." With a big smile, she continued, "And this way no one is able to follow us to the training ground." Maybe cutting down a few teams. The Death Forest. Grinning, Naru and her group land in front of Anko. Anko smiled at them and said, "Well brats, you appear to be the first to show up. What do you expect from us, Anko? We do enjoy trying our best to show the world we will not be underestimated for the statues we have. A Sanin is a sensei as well as who our parents are. We have more to live up to than any other." Naru replied with a grin on her face. A voice behind them said, "True." Jiraiya is standing there grinning at his pupils. Anko asks with a gloomy scowl, "What are you doing here, old pervert?" Jiraiya defends himself by raising his hand. He informed them, "I am just here as additional security." The four of them were now staring at him in amazement. Shikamaru looks at his obnoxious sensei and raises an eyebrow, asking, "What do you mean?" As the others rush towards them, Jiraiya notices out of the corner of his eye that there are rumors that there is a snake in the grass. Where the old man stood, a plume of smoke appeared, and a young man with golden eyes and raven hair, dressed as an average jonin and wearing a standard flank vest, was now standing there, staring at them. The man in front of Anko grinned and said, "Anko, I am here to help with anything you will need of me, Anko-senpai. I am Kiko." Anko grins. With a smug smile, she said to him, "If only you always looked like this, I wouldn't mind giving a date." With a mocking expression of hurt, Kiko said, "Oh, you wound me, Anko-senpai." Kiko's gaze shifts to her swaying hips as she puts a finger on his chest as Anko sways in his direction. She stands on her tiptoes and purrs in his ear, saying, "Oh Kiko-kun. If only you were my type, we would have so much fun." Kiko feels a kunai grazing close to his right kidney and swallows while staring down at her. He disappears in front of her with a log in his place, saying, "Oh my dear. I would show you a night of wine and I have to get to work." With fear in their eyes, the others stumble upon that scene. Anko grinned and thought, it seems like someone just wanted to add to the flames of fear towards the other brats. She licks the side of the kunai and lifts it to her lips, observing each of them tremble in their sandals. As Kiko held up the two distinct scrolls Anko was referring to, she smiled at the group and said, "All right brats, this will be simple. You have to make it through the Forest of Death in 1 week, the tower in the center of the cursed forest. You do have a goal thought. You must have 2 scrolls to enter the tower. If you do not have the required scrolls, you will need to fight the other teams to get the scrolls you will be needing. In front of that tent, you can see the Jonin holding the scrolls." As forms appeared in Naru's hands, she told them, "Each team will be going into the tent hand in some form that will keep my ass from getting into trouble if you are killed in the forest." She shrugged her shoulders, held up the forms for everyone to see, took one, passed it to her teammate, and so on. Since they all wanted to reach Chunin and nothing could stop them from passing at all costs, some of the teams started to let their fear get the better of them while their teammates held them down. Since it had been nearly 5 years since one of those adorable little creatures had escaped and forced one of the village's shady ladies to eat lunch in the middle of the market, the Chunin hopefuls all took their starting positions in front of the gates that surrounded the danced-off forest. This was done because they did not want the unusually large animals and creepy crawlies that called this place home. "All right, kids, in a few minutes, the second exam phase will start. The P.A. Systems," Anko yells. Still laughing at the memories of the other teams staring up at the Senkei mistress with the serial killer grin on her face, Naruto snickers as she glances at her 2 teammates and says, "She has them eating out of her hand." With a gentle smile, Hinata said, "Naru-chan, we need to focus as the starting buzzer is going to be going off in the next couple of seconds. A team from the land of grass is not far away from them." A woman with pale skin and narrow golden snake-like eyes looks around at the teams she can see and asks herself, "Where is my prize?" She hasn't seen him since she and her team arrived, and when she did, teams were turning in paperwork and making their way to their gates to wait for the start of the second exam stage. The gates before each team slam open with a loud buzzer, and they all make a mad dash into the forest, not knowing if they will survive or even advance to the final exam stage. Alongside Anko, as she turns to face the Anbu in front of her, Anko says to herself, "I just hope there isn't a snake in hiding." She watches as all the teams dash into the forest. "I need each of you to shadow the teams," she says. With a sigh, she tells them, "There are rumors that there is a snake in the village, and sadly, it isn't one of mine." She rubs a mark on her neck. As they disappeared in front of her, the Anbu said, "Hi." As she made her way back into the tent to collect and review the paperwork, Anko said, "Just be safe, Naru. In the Forest of Death, Naru's shadow clones scout the forest, eliminate teams, and save a number of people from death. In fact, some of her shadow clones saved 2 different girls with the Uzumaki crimson hair on 2 different sides of the forest. One girl's team had been attacked by monster bears, and the other by giant tigers. They took the 2 girls to the tower to receive medical attention because they were both injured, and one of them was left as bear bait. Strangely, the bears noticed and pursued the 2 foolish males on the girls' team. They had eliminated roughly half of the other teams that hadn't fallen to other teams or the forest's creatures, and one of the clones from each save goes up in smoke while another member of each team waits near the forest's entrance to give her the scrolls she and her teammates will need to pass. Naru said to the others, who nodded, "All right, let's go." The snake in the grass is unwittingly pursuing her prey. "Where is Sasuke-kun?" she hisses out. She had also planned an attacking pass a mile away from her, but she never saw the team. Medical Bay Tower. The 2 girls with red hair stare at each other while wearing bandages because they will have to wait a few days to be completely recovered before returning to the village. "Hello," the violet-eyed girl said. The girl with crimson eyes said, "Hi." Another voice called out from the open doorway, "Hello." The 2 girls turned to face the door and notice a girl wearing 2 pigtails. She had a dazzling smile on her face. Together, the 2 girls said, "You're the girl that saved my life." Then, blinking their eyes and turning back to face the other girl, they gave each other a slightly owlish look. Naru smiles at them as he enters the room. She smiles and says, "Well, I couldn't allow my clansmen to die out there." Shock and horror filled the 2 girls' eyes. They were shocked to discover that members of their clan were still alive. With red eyes, the girl asks, "Who are you?" She continues to smile at the 2 and says, "I am Naruto Uzumaki." The girl with the violet eyes asks, "You're an Uzumaki?" The girl looked down at her clenched fist clinging to the blanket and said, "My mother told me the last Uzumaki in the hidden leaf had died a while back. On the night of the Kyuubi attack." Naru's smile gradually disappears. She smiles again, unable to hold this against them, and says, "Yeah, my mom died that night protecting me before I was used to carrying what the village calls their greatest weapon. Because she was the only person in both villages who had not been killed." When they learned about the Uzumaki curse, their eyes widened. Because they are the only ones with the strength to keep death from knocking on their doors while sealing the 7, 8, and 9 tails inside their bodies. Naruto tilts her head to the side and asks, "So, are you going to tell me your names?" With a naive smile, exuding a regal presence. The sight in front of them makes both girls flush. Together, they thought, "She is so beautiful." The red-eyed girl clears her throat. The now named Karen said, "I am Karen Uzumaki." As a crimson cat tail emerges from behind her back and cat ears emerge from her crimson hair, the now named Pixie said, "Hi. I am Pixie Uzumaki." Naru gives them a smile. She addresses the 2 girls in front of her, saying, "Well, it is nice to meet you too. I do have one question for you both." 2 miles from the 2, in a clearing in the middle of the forest to death. 2 men stand with a white-haired boy. A woman with pale skin emerges from the tree line. "Master, welcome to the boy with the white hair." The boy is narrowed by golden eyes. He growls at the boy, "Where the hell is Sasuke Uchiha?" Stepping back a little in fear, he started to tell the snake man, "Well, you see. Master, Sasuke Uchiha has been sent to T&I. She approaches the young man and asks, "What do you mean he has been sent to T&I? He tells the woman with the golden eyes in front of him, "Well, he didn't make it in time for the first exam. When I had learned before the beginning of the second exam, Sasuke-kun had attacked his teammate." The woman lets out a hiss. She growls, "This isn't good." She growls, "What about the Kyuubi brat? She is already at the tower. She had taken out more than half the teams in the forest." He clarifies. The woman growls, "Kabuto. Find a way to get my prize. I will not be participating in the following section." She tells Kabuto, "I have to make sure the next part of my plan works out." Kabuto responds with a bow, "As you wish, master." He then stands back up to his full height and looks at his 2 traitorous teammates with steely gray eyes. "Let's move." The 2 nod their heads in agreement as he snarls, "We must complete this portion of the test." Tower. "Well, I will leave this choice up to you," Naruto tells the 2 girls as she stands in front of the new family that her clones have located and rescued in the Forest of Death. Karen responds with a hint of fear in her voice, "I am not sure." Pixie glances at Naruto and Karen. "To be honest, I have nothing to lose." In my village, I am despised and mistreated. My teammates have passed away, according to the reports. They will simply assume that I passed away with them. Because to them, I was just a waste of space. There is no love lost for me, she adds with a smile, because I was only supposed to be there if they had been able to capture a tailed beast. So I do believe I will stay here with you, she says honestly. She gives the girl an idea by telling Naruto, as you are the clan head, you can call all clansmen to a home village. With a dazzling smile, Naruto tells Pixie, I am glad to hear that. She turns to face Karen, the bite marks concealed beneath her long sleeves. Are you sure you want to return to be your village's chew toy? She asks. I know I am just seen as the whore's daughter, Karen says, averting her gaze from Naruto and Pixie. With tears streaming down her cheeks, she told them, but I am more. Hadn't you told me your parents were married? Frowns Naruto. That your father lost his life defending you and your mother against bandits? She asks the girl in front of her questions. Yes, but it didn't matter to the villagers. My mother was denigrated by them. Karen informed the two girls, they spat upon the Uzumaki name. I kept my last name a secret from the village. I simply informed them that I was the only member of my family with red hair to leave our small village. Pixie turned away from the two girls and said, the others had black and green hair. Before Pixie could say anything more, there was a gentle knock on the door, which slowly opened as the three girls turned to see the third Hokage, Ibiki, and Jiraiya standing there. Jiraiya grinned at his goddaughter. As he wakes up and walks over to his goddaughter, Jiraiya says, it seems you have been very busy. Yes, I was very busy within the forest of death, Naruto says, grinning up at the elderly pervert. I see you finally have some time to pay me a visit, Gigi, she replies, her eyes hardening slightly as she glares at the man. Knowing that his adopted granddaughter had grown weary of his nonsense, Sarutobi sighs and says, I apologize for not being able to come sooner. He raises his hands in surrender and tells the blonde, I had been held up in council meetings throughout this entire week. Yeah, whatever, Naruto says, rolling her eyes at the elderly man. As her eyes harden, she tells him, I need paperwork done calling back any and all living Uzumakis to the village. She also says, as well, my cousins will be staying with me for now on. Little girl, who do you think you are ordering Lord Hokage around? Ibiki asks, stepping forward. Knowing exactly who the girl is, he demands to see if she will accept his challenge. Taking a deep breath, Naruto moves toward Ibiki, a gleam in her eyes telling him that he had requested it. I am the last and lost princess of Uzu, the last daughter of the main clan, daughter of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, making me the last princess of the Namikaze clan as well as the princess of Kohona, as my father was the cage of the village when he had died. She told him in a single breath, never missing a beat, because she now realized that she would have lost any respect Ibiki had for her if she had backed down. Ibiki stepped back, looked at Jiraiya, and gave the man a small nod, which the white-haired man returned. Well spoken, Ibiki told her. A Chunin enters the room and tells the elderly man, Lord Hokage, the exam will be starting shortly. He then immediately leaves, leaving them alone in the now quiet room. Weathered brown eyes meet deep blue ones. She informed the man in front of her, our talk will have to wait until the second part of the finals is done. She added, her eyes turning to ice, Hokage-sama. Having said that, she let the old man pass by. When she called him, Hokage-sama, she witnessed his heartbreak. He looks over his shoulder as the girl leaves the room and shuts the door. She is now capable of reviving her deceased clan. He sighs as he turns to face himself. Because he is aware that life will never be the same. Stage 2 Finals. Naruto noticed her teammates leaning against the railing of the stairs. She looks at Shikamaru and Hinata and asks, so, are you guys ready for the final part of the second exam? Shikamaru responds to her with a small, playful smirk, troublesome. Hinata uttered the timid words, I believe I am. Naru and her teammates are approached by Team 6. Ino complains, I'm so ready for this to be over. She has had enough of battling for her life against creatures, insects, and jerks who would try to harm her. Naruto narrows her eyes at the acting Hokage and says, I agree. Her voice is tinged with irritation. Each of the other teams enters the room gradually. Taking their positions away from the 6 genin, each is ascending towards the stairs. The Hokage up in the stands. While posing as an Anbu, stood Kushina pretended to be dead, to restore authority to the third Hokage. not informing the old fool that she was going into hiding to see if the snake's plan was real. No jutsu flashback. Kushina was standing in the house she and her daughter had occupied since her husband's passing. She makes her way to the patio that leads from her second-floor bedroom. Jiraiya stepped outside and gazed at the expansive garden that the redhead had laboriously restored. Jiraiya's voice was clipped as she said, "Kushina." Kushina asks the man in front of her, "Jiraiya, what brings you here at this unholy hour?" He glanced at the woman now standing beside him out of the corner of his right eye. He exhales deeply. He says, "I have some troubling news." Kushina glances at her late husband Sensei and raises an eyebrow at what he said. She asks, maintaining her composure, "What would that be?" "A bounty has been placed on your head by Orochimaru." Jiraiya tells her, frowning as he looks at her. He even says summons can be carried out upon you. Well, that's not news to be interested in. But he must have a reason for not wanting me in charge anymore, Kushina tells the man beside her. Yes, there is, he sighs again, raising his right hand to the bridge of his nose. His goal is to murder Sensei. He looks away from the woman and tells her, he wants Sensei in power so he can prove that the village is weak and he can move around freely and kill those he wishes. Then let's make it simple, Kushina says with a smile, as Anko has recently observed. As her smile turns into something he never wanted to see again, she tells him, there have been more snakes within the village. End of flashback. No jutsu. It was a gloomy day for the village when Kushina died from poisoning 4 weeks ago. Not even the third Hokage was aware that Kushina had pretended to be dead and had slipped into the shadows with Dragon's help. Naruto shakes her head and looks around to see which teams made it. The Suna team, which was the only one to make it, 2 teams from Cloud, another team from IWA, and a few random teams from other nations. She says she didn't feel like she belonged there because they were just extras and didn't mean anything to her. The third Hokage steps forward and surveys the arena with his eyes, taking in everyone in the stands. As Naruto calmed him down, he said, "Welcome everyone." Her once-loved Gigi had become estranged from Grace due to the nonsense he had attempted to pull following the death of her mother. No jutsu flashback. Sarutobi stands in front of her in her own house and says, "Naruto, it is important to you and your few clan's men if you enter into the CRA. What the fuck is your problem?" she asked, her blue eyes exploding with emotion. "You're in my house telling me this after I just buried my mother, after Shikamaru and I get married. I have to find another spouse or lover." She wants to kill the man in front of her, so she nearly screams at him. "You have to comprehend, you are your clan's last member, of the primary family." Sarutobi attempts to reassure her. "I am aware that I am the final member of the main branch. However, I don't care about it, as long as an Uzumaki is still alive." Naruto tells him, her voice growing cold, "There's nothing to worry about." Naruto freezes, staring at the man, and Sarutobi tells her, "If does matter as the chakra chains end with your bloodline." This was new to her, she had assumed another clan member could do it. "I still don't care about it. There will only be one man I marry. Be the mother of the Nara clan and the clan leader of the remaining Uzumakis. You have nothing to say or do. I'll summon the Fire Lord to deal with you. Don't you fucking think for a moment that those pets of yours will stop at nothing to get me to comply with this council order." Naruto snarls, "Because I will leave this village and take all those who had been loyal to my mother and father with me." She sees the man in front of her turn pale because he knows her words were significant and that he was unable to counter them. Sarutobi turned on his heel and walked out of the girl's house, telling her, "Very well." No jutsu. End of flashback. As the screen scrolled through the names of all the genin, a man with a cough stood in front of them and said, "Once you see your name on the screen, please come down and we will begin the final part of the second stage of the second exam." Tenten versus Tamari is the name that appears after a few seconds. In between coughs, the man said, "Please come down. It's already started. The Hellish Hunger Games. 4 Konoha shinobi have won their battles thus far, and the fights have been proceeding smoothly." Ten versus Tamari was called by Hayate. As she passes him, Lee exclaims, "You got this, Ten." Ten grinned and gave him the thumbs up as she leapt over the railing, figuring it would be simpler than navigating past everyone in front of her. Tamari pulls her fan from her back, fans it open, leaps off the railing, hops onto her fan, and glides down to the arena floor while grinning as she watches the young genin jump to her demise. Tamari smirked arrogantly and said, "Little girl, you are not ready to fight against someone like me." Ten grinned and said, TCH, I'll prove you wrong and wipe that smirk off your face. All right, ladies. Hayate jumped back out of the way and called, start. Temari grinned and said, I'll end this before you see the third moon on my fan. 1010 said, TCH. As she pushed chakra into her wrist tattoo, where a huge scroll appeared. I'll end this before I summon my second scroll. This isn't good, Naruto said as he stood next to Shikamaru in the stands. In addition to practicing her elemental jutsus, 1010 has been focusing more on her taijutsu. However, she lacks the strength to combat a wind user. That's what that other girl is, Naruto remarked, glancing at her teammate and boyfriend. Difficult. You're correct. Lee turned to face the two after hearing them, and Shikamaru nodded. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes at the fight in front of him and turned to face Guy. You need to focus on all your students, he said. You are right, brat. Additionally, you should concentrate on more than just taijutsu. If you are unable to teach them jutsus, you should seek assistance. Then ask for assistance, he said to the man dressed in green. 1010 was being pushed back into the wall while attempting to hold herself in place with her own iron fan when a gust of wind forced a number of people back to the arena. That fan is worthless for a non-wind user. Naruto sighed and remarked, as 1010 might be an earth or fire user. Temari wished for 1010 to fly up into the air, but instead he was blasted into the wall by another gust of wind, humiliating the young genin. Guy leapt to his feet, grabbed his pupil, and carried her to a medical professional. These were the exam finals. Brats, line up. As he observed all of the genin who had won their fights lined up, Hayate scowled and said, each of you needs to draw lots on who you will be fighting during the third exam. Naruto, Neji, Shikamaru, Temari, Gaara, Kankuro, Shino, Karui, Omoi, and Jax all drew lots. Samui, who would have been the wild card in the third stage of the exams, had withdrawn because she did not want to face a Biju host because the Suna boy was too unstable. The following will be the fighters. Omoi vs. Naruto. Temari vs. Shikamaru. Shino vs. Kankuro. Gaara vs. Jax. Karui vs. Neji. Know that your home countries are proud of your efforts here today, those of you who advanced to the finals. With a grandfatherly smile, Sarutobi said, hold your head up proud and show the people your pride for your homelands during the finals. The Chunin hopefuls then departed the Forest of Death, returning to the village to prepare for the upcoming exam finals. The Konoha, Naruto and Shikamaru strolled through the streets of the village. So, Shikamaru starts. So, she looks at him out of the corner of her right eye and asks. Are you prepared for the upcoming month? Shikamaru asks her a question. Naruto frowned slightly as she turned to face him and said, even if I am not ready, I have no choice about it. And mister, you need to train. No playing games with your sensei or skipping to Cloud Watch. As you better will your match against the wind user, she continued, her face beaming with a playful smirk. Difficult. I understand what you mean, Shikamaru responds to her, frowning again before turning to face his spoiled girlfriend and grinning again. I will not allow that wind user to beat me. Naruto chirps at his last response to her, good. That applies to you as well. Shikamaru warns her not to look at the boy from the cloud. I understand. He wields a sword. I am, too. Naruto laughed and said, I'll just have to figure out what sword I'll be using. A male voice called out, Naruto. They both paused and turned to see who was calling her name. Jiraiya was standing there, his arms folded across his chest. Again, he said, Naruto. Yes, Jiraiya, Naruto asks, glancing at the man in front of her. Jiraiya informed her, we need to start your training for the finals. Naruto shrugs as he turns to face Shikamaru. All right, but I want to unwind today, since we recently completed the finals. Don't worry, brat, I'll let you rest for 3 days. Because you require it, Jiraiya tells her, grinning, you kind of look half dead on your feet as it is right now. Naruto responds angrily, you look like a dirty old man. In 3 days, I'll see you. Be prepared to rise early, Jiraiya remarked before turning and disappearing into the market's throng. Naruto pouted and said, this is going to suck. She had considered using her summons, but she was going to be stuck with the old pervert. Shikamaru attempted to reassure her, saying, it'll be fine. Come on, Naruto sighed again. If you say so, come on over to my house. As they walked to her house, Naruto took her hand and said, I need a nap. Shikamaru never had to worry about telling his family because they were always aware of his whereabouts. Also we need to check on Hinata in the hospital and also speak with Asuma on when he would like to start your training, Naruto said with a grin. Shikamaru grinned and remarked, yeah, it was nice of him to offer with Shino only one on his team passed. Naruto grinned and remarked, true, we know Shino will be training with his dad. In response to her statement, Shikamaru nods his head. I'll also have some training with my dad as well. After 3 days, Naruto stood in front of her sensei and said, so, what will we be doing, Ero-sensei? She asks him a question. I know you and the Kyuubi can cooperate, Jiraiya says with a smirk. That eliminated one of the things I was going to try to teach you. After that, you have the summons from your wolves, and since I won't force you to sign the toad's summons, we can move on. I assume that we practice jutsu and taijutsu. He informed her, as you still suck with genjutsus. Naruto complains, I'm powerless to stop it. She complains, I have too much chakra. Jiraiya told her, I have scrolls on every element you can use, but I have trouble finding jutsu for some of the sub-elements you can use. Still grinning, Naruto told him, that is fine. I am working on my own for the little ice jutsus I am able to use on my own. Jiraiya's mouth falls open. He smirks and says, well damn. Every time I think I have you figured out, brat, you throw me another curb ball. As he handed over the scrolls, he added, I also have several different scrolls for fighting styles. Several shadow clones come to life with a one-handed sigh. To maintain distance from one another, each shadow clone grabbed a scroll and fled. With Shikamaru, Ino watched Shikamaru evade Choji's boulder attack while perched on a tree stump. She asked, glancing at the two boys, what good would that do you? Shikamaru turns to face her. It's to build up my speed as Naruto is busy and isn't able to help me. I asked Choji to help me and your sensei agreed as Shino will be training with his father and clan during these 4 weeks. He explained to her. Ino, who was still upset about losing to the strange child from the cloud, huffed slightly and said, I see. No jutsu flashback. Ino was in front of Omoi. Pulling his sucker out of his mouth, Omoi said, this isn't going to be easy. Ino gave him a sidelong glance. As she watched him become deflated at her remark, she said, you're weird. The flashback has ended. Ino gives a headshake. He was a kenjutsu master, and she only had her family's specialty and could fight somewhat with a kunai, so she didn't want to waste any more time thinking about a fight she lost. She was completely lost with that match. Aside from that, Choji was captured by Shikamaru using his shadows, and the bigger boy was knocked unconscious when he was pushed into a tree. Asuma approached them and called, winner Shikamaru. With a cigarette in his right hand, Asuma sat back down and gave the order, okay. I want you to work on your taijutsu with Ino. On top of her wolf summons, Naruto stood. Since he is the son of the summons boss, she asks him, Ares, how's your father? Ares huffed and said, he is doing well. From his perch on a tree branch where he is working on his next book, Jiraiya said, that's enough you two. Naruto, you need to work on your chakra network. You need to get your summoning down within 3 seconds and throwing jutsus down to just a few seconds. Naruto laughed and said, I have several armies of shadow clones practicing jutsus and taijutsu. So shut up. As he returns to writing his book, Jiraiya complains, geez, no respect. Calling out, Naruto says, old pervy sage. As he puts away his scroll, Jiraiya growls, hey brat, stop calling me that. He grinned and said, come on brat, let's go check on your little boyfriend. Naruto blushes a little. She tells him, I'll see you later. Thanks for the help, Ares. Goodbye, kiddo. As he ascended in a cloud of smoke, Ares said, see you tomorrow. With Shikamaru, Shikamaru lies on the ground, panting, pushing himself up with his elbow and exclaiming, that is enough for today. That's all right, I'm finished. As Choji munched on a bag of chips, he said, I'm more hungry than I've ever been. Naruto's voice rang out into the clearing, then let's go out for some barbecue. Choji grinned and took a bite out of one of Naruto's chips, saying, I'm game. Choji's antics make Naruto laugh. So, what do you say, Shika? She inquires about her boyfriend's laziness. Yes, let's acquire something. Shikamaru smirked as he observed the toad sage turn pale at the raven's remarks and added, Jiraiya is also buying. Why must I make a payment? Jiraiya insists. Naruto's voice was sickly sweet, promising him pain and punishment from a certain redhead. Because you're the adult and have more money than us. Jiraiya agreed, huffing and crossing his arms as if he were a child having a little tantrum. Fine. The Chunin exam day. This is where you place your bets. One of the men yells, this is the first round of the final rounds. First stage round. Omoi vs. Naruto. Temari vs. Shikamaru. Shino vs. Konkuro. Gaara vs. Jax. Karui vs. Neji. After you've placed your wager. Every wager is final. As he and a few others took bets from villagers to nobles, the man yelled. Hinata is waiting for Naruto and Shikamaru in the training grounds because they decided to walk together to the finals in order to present a unified front and show up as a team with their sensei. Jiraiya said, "Ah, Hinata-chan, you are already here." He appeared on top of the tree beside Hinata's position. Hinata smiled and bowed, saying, "Good morning, Jiraiya-sensei." Shikamaru is the second to arrive, and he approaches them and says, "Hey." Hinata says, "Good morning, Shikamaru." "Happy morning." Shikamaru yawns, "Too troublesome to be up this early." Jiraiya laughs at the young Nara's antics and says, "You're just like your father at this age." "Where is Naruto?" Shikamaru opens his eyes and surveys the bright training ground, asking questions. Quietly, Hinata adds, "She hasn't arrived yet." "Oh, troublesome," he complains. They heard someone running toward them. "Hey, I'm sorry, I apologize for being late. I didn't mean to oversleep." Naruto sobs as she stops in front of them, panting and hunched over with her hands on her knees. She caught her breath in front of her loved ones and team and said, "I just had trouble falling asleep, I was nervous about today." "Don't worry, brat." Jiraiya smirked as Naruto leapt from the tree and stretched while popping his back, saying, "I don't care if you win. You're still early." He laughed and said, "I just want you to do your best today and make them fear you in the end." With a hint of annoyance in his voice, Shikamaru remarked, "So become the next Sannin during the exams." Jiraiya chuckled and said, "Yes, that's the point. Come on." He told his young ducklings, "Let's head to the stadium," as they departed the training grounds and made their way through the village. As they passed the vendors, Naruto remarked, "Wow, shopping is going to be amazing after the finals. We must ask Ino to join us as well." Hinata said shyly, giggling and nodding her head in agreement with her friend's excitement. "What do you ask me?" As she was leaving her family's flower shop, I asked Ino. "Oh, join us on shopping after the fights." Naruto grinned broadly. Ready to spend her hard-earned money, she clapped her hands together and said, "Oh, that will be fun." She laughed and added, "It's fun to shop until we drop." Naruto laughed again and said, "Yup. All right, ladies, we have to head over to the stadium." Jiraiya, who was getting a headache from their laughter, said angrily, "We will be late the longer we take." The small group then moved stealthily in the direction of the stadium. "Are you ready, Naruto and Shikamaru?" Ino, who was anxious for them, inquired. "Difficult. No, but I'm not involved in this. In the second half of the second stage, I prevailed. Thus, I must be prepared." He sighed once more. "I'm prepared." As an image of a different girl from a different era appears over her, Naruto remarked, "I just have to remember not to kill him once I start my dance with my swords." "You'll succeed." Shikamaru puts his right hand on her left shoulder and reassures her, "Don't worry." She smiles and tells him, "Yeah, you're right." As the other competitors gathered in the middle of the arena, Naruto stood beside Shikamaru, gazing up at the spectators and down at the nobles. "Gentlemen and ladies, greetings from the Chunin exams. The 10 genin standing in front of you are battling for the opportunity to advance to the position of Chunkin. Let us see if they possess the necessary skills to make it to Chunin." While the leaders of the smaller villages sat in the stands, the third Hokage stood in the Hokage's box with the cages, Raza from Suna, A from Kumo, and Maya from Kiri. Their genin wanted to watch the ones who had advanced to the finals and wanted to see how they could get better for the next test. Jiraiya stood beside the Hokage's chair, staring down at the genin in the arena with coal-black eyes. "Good luck, brats," he thought to himself, glancing at Naruto and Shikamaru. "Just be careful down there." He shook his head, needing to concentrate on the people in the box surrounding him. "Naruto looks angry down there," Kushina thought to herself, worried about her daughter, as she sat on the roof of the cage box with her sister seated beside her. Rabbit said to Kitsune, "Your daughter looks a little upset." "I am aware." With a frown beneath her mask, Kitsune asks Rabbit, "I wonder what has her in that state." Naruto tells Shikamaru, "I'm ready for this to be over with," as she crosses her arms across her chest down in the arena. She senses that something is off around them, but it's just a deep-seated uneasiness. "Naru, As he glances at her out of the corner of his eye, Shikamaru asks. Naruto gives him a sidelong glance and informs him, this isn't the time nor the place. Shikamaru frowns and scans the arena before telling her, tell me when you can. All right, so that we can start the Chunin exams with a bang. Please stay behind while the others head up to the observation box. Naruto and Omoi. As he stood in front of them, a senbon in his mouth, Genma said. As he leapt back to begin the fight, Genma said, all right brats, give them a good show. All I want is to win today. As he put his lollipop back in his mouth, Omoi said, but if I don't, I hope Killer Bee won't be too disappointed in me. Tears were streaming down his cheeks. You know you are an odd one, Omoi, Naruto says, cocking her head to the side to gaze at him. If you lose here today, I doubt your sensei will be angry with you. As two swords emerged from the seals on her wrist, she said to him, all we need to do is wait and see what happens. Whoa, I never considered concealing my swords. Omoi sulked and wore small, dark clouds over his head, saying, I'm such a loser. With a hint of irritation in her voice, Naruto said, come on, I don't have time for your pity party. She watched him closely as he attempted to attack her with his sword this time, but she deflected his blow with both of her swords. As she spun around and slashed at him, knocking him back, Naruto said, nice little trick. Not nice enough. She said, flipping him over and kicking his back like a mule. You're good, Omoi said, stumbling forward as she attempted to spin around and swing his sword at Naruto, who again blocked him. However, how good are you? As he spits his lollipop stick at Naruto, he asks her. Excellent development. As she swings her sword at Omoi, sending him flying across the arena into a wall and rendering him unconscious, Naruto murmurs. She exhaled in relief because she needed this altercation to end right away. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze is the winner. While the audience is half silent and applauding the blonde, Genma yells. Before the medics could rush out to him, Naruto turned and went to where Omoi was resting. Hey, I'm sorry for the rough treatment. She offers him her hand. It's okay, he says, slowly glancing up at her. As he takes her hand and pulls himself up off the ground, he sighs and tells her, I brought it onto myself. Are you able to stand? With concern in her eyes, Naruto inquired. Yes, I'm fine, he says, waving her away. Omoi sways slightly on his feet and tells her, a little sore from hitting the wall. He smiles slightly as she helps him stand. With a smile on her face, Naruto told him, I think you might have stood up a little too fast. As the medics rush in, she lets them finish their work and forces him to lie down on the cot they brought so they can transport him back to the arena's medic bay. So, did I miss anything? She asks, shrugging her shoulders as she makes her way up the wall to the condor box. Shikamaru turns and sits on the box's railing as Naruto asks. Difficult woman. No, you haven't missed anything, Shikamaru informed her, sporting a sly smile. That's excellent. In a tone of mocking hurt, she told him, as I was worried. That girl is strong and outsmarted one of my brother's best swordsmen. A roars with laughter as he turns to face the third Hokage. The third told him, laughing, Naruto is full of surprises. She has done a lot for this village and has shocked many. He added thoughtfully. Have I chosen wrong? I want Sasuke for his eyes. This girl has the power that I crave, Orochimaru, dressed as Raza, thinks to himself as he narrows his eyes on the blonde seated on the condor box railing. He makes a small fist in an attempt to hide his slight movement from them. Fake Raza remarked icily, indeed, I would like to see her fight my youngest. What makes you want to watch her take on your youngest? That man narrows his eyes and asks that man a question. He has heard disturbing rumors from Suna that Raza sealed a tail beast into his own child, but he isn't entirely sure because it has been kept quiet and all spies return as ground up sand. I'm curious as to who is more powerful. As Tamari glides down on her fan, Fake Raza said simply, it's either him or the girl. His gaze returned to the arena. Shikamaru smirked as he turned to face Naru and said, don't you dare think about pushing me out of here. He then walked to the edge and turned back to face her as she approached him while pouting. Why not? Ah. With a small pout on her face, she asks him. He told her, still grinning at her, because I don't need to be hurt before my match against that troublesome woman. He took a step onto the railing and turned back to give her one last look before saying, I'll be back. He saluted her before turning around and walking down the wall towards the arena floor. Tamari grinned as she watched Shikamaru walk onto the arena floor. So handsome, Are you going to forfeit? She asked as she winked at him, pulling her fan from her back and leaning against it. He tilted his head to the right, regarding her as if she had said the most ridiculous thing in the world. Why would I? With the same unimpressed look, he asked her. She huffed and puffed out her cheeks, blushing as she did so. I'll make you wish that you had given up, she hissed at him, but before she could even consider moving, her body became immobile. Why can't I move? I told you, troublesome woman, I came prepared, he said calmly, his shadow slithering along the ground to connect with hers. She asks, her eyes going wild. Shikamaru just smirked, his hands already forming the shadow possession jutsu. He said, I believe we are finished here. The proctor gave him a stupid nod. The winner Shikamaru Nara. It's true what they say. He is too smart for his own good, Genma declared, grinning at the Nara boy. With a sigh, Shikamaru released the jutsu and rubbed the back of his neck, obviously relieved that it was over. He nodded respectfully to Tamari, acknowledging her strength, and then turned to ascend back toward the stands, his usual laid-back demeanor returning even as the audience buzzed with excitement and speculation over his clever strategy. Tamari's eyes widened in disbelief as she realized she couldn't break free, and the crowd watched in stunned silence before erupting into a mix of applause and murmurs. Will Shino and Konkuro descend? As more applause could be heard, Genma declared. I am a liar. In a match that meant nothing to him, Konkuro yelled as though he knew he might lose and would give up his war-ready puppet. In anticipation of his match against this cunning genin, Shino let out a small growl and leaned against the wall, his sunglasses reflecting the arena lights as he watched Konkuro's hasty retreat. The disappointment was evident on his normally stoic face. He had been eager to test his abilities. Now, his attention shifted to the brackets, figuring out who his next opponent would be. Gaara's presence loomed nearby, his ominous bloodlust palpable even from a distance. Shino knew this would be no ordinary match. Jax's odds were slim, but he just leaned deeper into the shadows, waiting for the next round. All right, Shino Aburame is the winner. With the crowd jeering, Genma declares the lost victory. The box of cage, a turn to face Raza, who merely sighed. It appears 2 out of 3 of your children have already lost the Chunin exams. I honestly didn't think much of them. He shook his head and said, even though they were the strongest ones my village had. Orochimaru, posing as the cage, smiled mischievously, pretending to be interested in the action while keeping his gaze on the arena below. Jax vs. Gaara is the next round, Genma announced, his voice ringing out across the arena as he looked toward the competitor's box. Jax stood there, eyes fixed on Gaara, studying him for a tense moment before finally stepping forward toward the opening. He hesitated, then looked down at Genma and called out, his voice edged with fear, I forfeit. I would rather not fight him than survive. As he continued to lean against the wall, Gaara gave him an irritated glare and complained, Mother isn't happy. His raccoon eyes glared at the back of Jax's head. Gaara, winner, Genma declared in a frustrated tone that this was the second forfeit in the Chunin exam finals. Will there be a last round? Before the last 2 fighters could respond, feathers began to drift over the fighters and crowd. A powerful genjutsu swept across the arena, and the crowd instantly began to slump in their seats, eyes drooping shut as sleep overtook them. Only a few people remained awake, the shrewd genin and seasoned shinobi who saw the illusion in time and were able to withstand its effects, scanning their surroundings with tense anticipation.
I'll continue this story in next part. Till then, we be offline.